honesty, honesty. Can you say honesty? 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 Honesty. Can you say honesty?
Over to you, Terry.
No, you have to get them in up the tire legend. Remember your father legend, Terry?
Yes, sir. Good evening. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. All right, Kevin, I'll take it from here, my brother.
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube. And just remember, Reggae Global Radio, the best internet radio station. And I'm your host, Will, the Rebel Rattigan. Thanks for tuning in. Isat, welcome, my brethren. Welcome.
So welcome, greetings everybody. Why didn't Will tell me that I'm 1 hour? We're on the same time now, so I sit down 1 hour early. I'm 1 hour ahead.
No, I sent out the thing. The thing says that if you look at the promo, it says Jamaica. People in Jamaica should remember that it's 3 o'clock their time that we're coming on. So now we're all on the same time, before
right,
you come
so
on.
No, I know that, but for those of us who can read and write, sometimes we have to get it verbally. Thank you, Mr. Rattigan. I am here.
Many thanks to last week's guests. Jayut, Isat's father, Howard Mitchell, Lloyd Distant, Bruce Zagaris, and of course my impressive panelists, Isat and Herb. Foundation business. We'll talk about that a little bit later because we have to go hard today on the foundation, and there's a good reason why. So we'll talk about that later. Again, if you like the program, and I'm sure you do because you're here with us, like, share, and subscribe. If you're here for the first time, you're gonna love it. Trust me. But we just need you to like up the thing. Issues. All right. Let's start with one of the issues that we talked about last week. And that is, we will continue to ask for a status report from the Integrity Commission corruption prosecutor and the DPP regarding the prosecution of the former Minister of State, Leslie Campbell, because he's supposed to be prosecuted. The report came over from the Integrity Commission. It was tabled. He got his letter. And so he should be prosecuted. We're waiting for that prosecution. We haven't heard anything. We're also waiting to hear about the prosecution of former Speaker Marissa Dalrymple Philibert. Okay, Kevin just sent me some message. Okay. I'm staying now, Kevin. All right. Yeah, so we're still waiting for the prosecution of Marissa, former Speaker, MP Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, and also Mark Bennett, the president of the National Water Commission. his matter was sent over to the DPP for a consideration as to whether he should be prosecuted. And then they took some other steps against him. But I'm very afraid that if we're not persistent, these cases will disappear. And we know that for a fact. We know that these cases will disappear. So we have to keep up the pressure. By the way, let me just big up everybody in the chat room. Yeah. Elaine, Rosemary, Lady Jen, Jackie, Winsome. Winsome, big up yourself. Original Firehouse people. Nisi One Love. Smith, Iselin, Chosen Claudette. Who else? Lorraine, Fatima, Janet, Sandra, Sonia, Troy, Audrey, Yvonne, Elaine, Ingrid, Sharon, Anil, Healthy Eats with Carol, UK 2022 Joe, Vibing with the Natural, welcome, Inner Circle, Marjorie, Missy Bram, can't forget Missy Bram at all, Patel, Keith, who else? Gwendolyn, Marva, Neva, I served, Ian, I think I said Ingrid already, Maylene, Essie, Maureen, Janet, Iselin, Dawn, Sunshine, Kenny Marshall, Eccles, Gloria, Barbara, Angela, Pearlie, Ruthlyn, Elaine, Lurleen, Kev Mac, D. Marie, Janet. Who else? Talk to me, my people. Who else? See who else? Positive Vibe, Gloria, Swabian, Jesse, Annie, Devon, Kenneth, Untamed Kangal, Maureen, Elaine, Palmer Gale, Nerine, Sassy, big up yourself, Jeff, Evie, JP, Leisha. Yeah, I think that's it. I hope I didn't miss anybody. Let me see. Stacy, Violet, Country Gal 84, Carlton, Lyris, Kevin Stew in the house, people. Dennis, Genusac. Yeah, Kevin, it's up and unmuted. Let me see. Colin, B.S. Lap, Winston, Lady General Fergie, Ron, Barbara, Lori, Joseph, Keisha, I think Big Sire, Kenny Marshall. What's that? Admiral Ian, no. Kayleen. All you can see, Christine. Angela. No, you'll stay with me, Angela. Barry, my brethren from Shuka. I see you. Yeah, want me to talk about the PM visit to Israel. There. I'll leave that up to Irvin, okay? I know Herb of all of them information. The Frederick. Herb, by the way, Barry, big up all of the people and for me down in the fire there. Scotty. Don. Serene. Fear. Beat and Teach. Lorene. Winston. All right. We could get down to business now. Now, the government, no, love that story. The government allowed, quote unquote, allowed Dr. Grace McLean. She's the former acting permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education. They allowed her to escape the surcharge action. Because if you remember, a whole heap of money went out to this organization under her watch, and allegedly she was responsible for about $11 million, Jamaican dollars, going to the same organization. But they had 3 years to prosecute her. Well, it's an administrative action for them to institute surcharge action, meaning that they want her to give back at least the $11 million that she's responsible for. And the government had 3 years. It's between the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Education. 3 years to bring the action. And they didn't bring the action in time. And so the action was thrown out of court. And then in the newspaper, it said that Dr. McLean was looking at options. I guess the options mean that she's looking to get her job back, and she's also looking to possibly institute action for defamation. You know, her reputation got damaged and all of that. However, okay. Kevin, I don't know if you see that message there up top. All right. We have Ambassador here. We're going to bring her in shortly because she have limited time, and look on a beautiful smile of people. Oh, no, can't see it. No, soon see it. But anyway, let me just hurry up and run through some things so we can bring her on. So, Dr. Grace McLean, we have done some research on the options that are available to hold her accountable. And it appears that she can be held criminally liable and subject to a forfeiture action to return the money. So for now, it looks like if the matter is pursued, the students and the taxpayers will be able to recover the funds that Dr. McLean allegedly disbursed. Next week, we will provide the results of our research. And I hope the DPP and the corruption prosecutor will tune in, because we're going to talk up the things. Not that them don't know, but they should tune in and listen to what we have said, because we're not going to let this one go away. No, we can't make Dr. McLean get away. No, sir, we can't make nobody get away around here. Nobody. As long as you're involved in abuse, fraud, waste, mismanagement, corruption, failure to file, failure to do this, failure to do that, and it's against the law or administrative regulations, we are going to hold you accountable. That's my promise to all of you. Now, tonight, tune into Reggae Global Radio at midnight until 2 a.m. And as we say, relax with a rebel. And tonight, we will take a vacation and relax to a dynamic selection of smooth jazz. Believe me, you're going to love it. So get ready to snap your fingers, tap your toes, and as we say, move your body. Shout out time. Blessings, Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor. Ma P, glad you're out of the hospital. Now come check you next week. Desmond, big up yourself. Paul, Margene, Mrs. Nelson, and Mr. Baxter. I'm going to come see you hopefully the end of this month. So prepare for my visit. Big up the Reggae Global family, the Meadowbrook crew, the Firehouse crew, the Rallington crew, and all of our supporters, and them they all over the globe people. In fact, the radio station told me last week that more than 7,000 people listen to Relax with the Rebel at midnight. Big things are going on. This program has thousands and thousands and thousands, and we have supporters in the US, Canada, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates. People refer to that as Dubai, but it's a confederation of states, and Dubai is just one of them. South Africa, Angola. Big up yourself, Russell. Big up yourself and the family. Botswana, Lesotho, the UK, Germany, all my German people, them I talk to you this week. Big up on yourself. France. But no one there, no one there. And if I can, I'll make it to that meeting. I know I'm having a meeting. I think it's in first week in December, I believe. We'll check in with that. Japan, Jamaica. We can't forget Jamaica. Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, and many other countries tuning in. Archangel, big up yourself. Now, of course, future presentations, we have a lot of things that we're working on. And next week, by special request and popular demand, Dr. Karen Dunkley, and she's listening. Okay. Dr. Karen Dunkley will be back next week to delve deep into the education issues. I've been getting a lot of correspondence from the supporters, and they're saying that you need to bring this lady back. One person even went as far as to say she's brighter than all of the people in a parliament combined. That's a stretch, but believe me, Dr. Dunkley, a tremendous talent, and we're looking forward to receiving her again next week. Big up all of the veterans them. I think today's Veterans Day or Veterans Weekend. Big up all of the veterans them, and all of the people who have served. Also, our mental health professionals, Mrs. Sky and Dr. Cheryl Bellamy, will return in a few weeks, so stay tuned for that. Today's presentation, let me just put a disclaimer in. The opinions you hear today regarding the things we're going to discuss will be that of the presenters only, and is not endorsed by or known to or vetted by Reggae Global Radio. When I take your telephone calls, family, we will get you an answer as soon as we can and move to the next caller. So just, we don't need a speech. You can do a background and lay out your argument, lay out your question, and then we'll answer it. But we don't have time to listen to or to engage in a debate. We can set that up for another time. Now, before I get to the ambassador, we are acutely aware of two significant events that took place over the last few weeks. And they have one common denominator. That common denominator, I sat, yeah, listen. I sat and turn on and thing. Yeah, the two significant events took place over the past 2 weeks or so. And
what were the two? Let me hear the two. Spell it out clearly.
Well, here they have one common denominator, and that common denominator is my favorite minister.
Ampina?
Apina. Apina, right? Last week I was under the threat of a gag order regarding the Rattigan versus Johnson Smith case. But things have changed, and I can now speak freely and unfiltered. However, before I do that, there is a story I want to do, but I'm going to put the story aside and get to the ambassador. Because the theme this week is diplomacy. And the UN and the Minister of Foreign Affairs. We're not going to ask Ambassador Samba about. In fact, I'll tell you what. Let's do it this way. Let me tell you what we're gonna engage Ambassador Samba on. People generally don't view the Ministry of Foreign Affairs the way they view Ministry of National Security, Ministry of Finance, etc. It's just some ministry out there, and people can't see the connection between that ministry and their daily lives. So it doesn't get much spotlight. It was, I think I was probably not the only, but I think I was one of the first to kind of like highlight it, about, in terms of what's going on over there. But it has been highlighted over the years, and a lot of times not for good reason, at least over the past 6-7 years. So what we're going to do is we're going to have Ambassador Samba, who was at one point the Minister of Tourism, and at another point she was ambassador to the UK. And when I say the UK, it's not just the UK, it's almost all of Northern Europe. So you're talking about Sweden, Denmark, Finland, Norway, etc. Right? She's also an attorney. And she's also very, very modest. And she came on once, and a lot of you asked me to have her come back because she has a very, very, how do I describe it? She has a very, very, the word just escapes me now. But when she smiles, she just lights up the whole room. You know what I mean? She have infectious. She have a very infectious smile. You can't help but smile when she smiles. She should have a commercial for one of them toothpaste companies there, but be that as it may. So now we're going to have her on, and she's just going to explain the role of an ambassador, Jamaican ambassador, and she's going to make the connection between what an ambassador is supposed to do representing Jamaica and how it translates to the ordinary person on the street, because people just don't see the connection. So without further ado, Ambassador, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Thanks for stopping by, because I know you're busy. Can't hear you.
Unmute your mic. Uh-oh.
Oh, Abraham, you know her. So she can also do stand-up comedy. Well, she'll come back. She'll come back. What I'm going to do now, while we wait for her to come back, is I want to do an inspiring story, because Jamaica is not all gloom and doom, people. There's a lot going on in Jamaica, right? And I just want to feature an inspiring story coming out of the heart of the ghetto. My place. Behind me. Waterhouse, or as we call it, firehouse. Just want to put out an inspiring story so people not think it's all gloom and doom and nothing good not come from around us. So despite what you see behind me. And when the Kevin, okay, put him out there. All right. Just want to put this story out. And Patrick, now for thank you for sending me this story out. Jamaica college graduate is top UA matriculant. Now, this gentleman here, young man actually, his name is Orville Daly. Actually, Orville DeLuke Daly. And that's his sister right here. And those are his parents. But all of them look young. Whatever them I eat, me have to go get some of that. Or maybe at the Waterhouse living, me have to go back to Waterhouse. But here's what this man, here's what he did, right? He received a full scholarship, right? He had 10 Caribbean secondary education certificate subjects, CSEC, 10, and 13 CAPE units, 12 of them with straight A profiles. He's 19 years old, and he's pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree in electronics and computer science. And I mean, when I read this thing, I mean, my heart just full up. Let me just, here's what the principal and pro vice chancellor, Denzel Williams. Oh, and by the way, Denzel had some issues too. I remember before he was installed, some people tried to stop him, led by the Minister of Education, failed in that effort. But he said, we want to especially celebrate and big up Orville on this outstanding performance in the 2023 CAPE exams. His success is an inspiration to all of us, and more so, should serve as strong motivation for his peers. I look forward to seeing great things from Orville in the years ahead. And here's what the young man said. He said, I am eternally grateful for the UWI Open Scholarship and being named top matriculant. Glory be to God as I thank him for family support. And Sita, at my school him come from, you know. My school, Orville diligently applied himself to his studies at his community-based school, Balma G Primary. My place that. You know, this young man could have, I mean, growing up in Waterhouse, him could have gone, his life could have taken a different direction. And I'm just so proud of what he's achieved. And even prouder to know him come from humble beginnings, firehouse. So, some other things about him. He ranked first in the Oxford University Computing Challenge Jamaica, and also achieved ranking on territorial merit lists, including third place Cape Pure Mathematics. He also served as the lead programmer for Jamaica National Robotics Team, securing 4 international awards in Switzerland against more than 180 nations. We have to big him up, man. We have to big him up. And not only we have to big him up, the Ministry of Education should be doing something about this, man, yeah, and the community. But My school at Balmaji Primary. And of course, him come from Waterhouse. So if you listen to me, Arville, or your parents or your sister, just want to say from the bottom of my heart, congratulations and thank you. Keep up the good work. And hopefully one of these days we'll get you on the program so we can talk some more, because I feel like we're kindred spirits and we come from the same place. So, all right. All right. The ambassador is back. Ambassador is back. Okay. So, ambassador, she thought something and disappear. Sometimes I wish we could have do that. It says, I don't know, Kevin, if you can see the top, the notice at the top left of the screen. It says your guest is on Android Chrome, which has a bug that causes echo. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. So I'm glad to see the chat room. Yeah, man, the chat room, I big up Arville. Yeah. Yeah. So it's the things like, okay, there she is. Oh, you know what happened? You see what happened, Kevin?
I think she's saying her browser has blocked her mic, so she can't physically unmute it. And I wonder if that's something Kevin can do, if Kevin can unmute for her.
Oh, yeah, Kevin, can you unmute her?
So I'm not sure.
No, it's not working. I think she can hear us. I might just nod, ambassador. Can you hear us? Yeah, she's nodding. She can hear us, but we cannot. We cannot hear her. Gary, you can call me. The screen. We'll put up the number at the bottom of the screen. I'm gonna open up the microphone. You can give me a jingle. Oh, Freedom, Kevin, Freedom is asking if you can just call in. Oh, ambassador, there. Chief Engineer Kevin is asking if you can call on WhatsApp. What number you want her to call, Kevin? Oh. Kevin, I don't know if you can text her. I can. Hold on. That means, I forgot to turn on the phone now. Yeah, put that number in there for me, Kevin, so I can send it to her. Okay. All right. Please. Number disappear now. Hold on, Kevin. Okay, there you go. Bear with it, people. Bear with it. And I'm telling you, a program today, I gotta be nice. Trust me. This program today, I gotta be so nice. That I'm gonna go and watch it. All right. Hello. All right, ambassador. Ambassador, can you hear me?
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
You can hear me?
Yes, and I'm seeing you too.
Yeah, I can see you, but we're not hearing you on the system.
You're not hearing me? I'm hearing you and I'm
You can
seeing
hear.
you.
Can you hear her, Isaac?
Clearly, loud and clear.
Okay, all right. Wait, they can hear you, but they won't be able to see you. So, Ambassador, welcome.
Golden shirt. Everybody else have a
What I'd like you to do, because I know you have limited time, because of a prior engagement. If you can just give us a sense of a day in the life of an ambassador, and then we can move on to what does an ambassador do to help Jamaica? What's the process like? How is it done? So on and so forth, so that people in Jamaica can understand what the role and the responsibility of people assigned to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and how it translates to them, because they don't see the translation.
Okay, let me say this. Jamaica is part of an international grouping of countries, not just the UN, but we're part of the ACP countries. We're part of the Commonwealth of Nations. And as such, we have diplomatic ties with all these countries, particularly those who are independent states in their own right, but also with those who might be still under colonial rule. Like, for example, Britain still has Cayman and the British Virgin Islands and some other countries that are part of the British Empire, which still exist. But we're also part of the Commonwealth, and we're part of the United Nations. We're also part of the Asia, Africa, and Pacific countries, the ACP. And right now you might see that there is some discussion around an EU, the European Union, ACP agreement, which is supposed to be signed next week. And the question is whether or not Jamaica is going to be signing that particular arrangement, because a lot of Jamaicans object to some of the conditions that are in that particular agreement. Now, as you said earlier on in your program, I was High Commissioner to the United Kingdom. Those of us countries that are in the Commonwealth, we are called High Commissioners. And I was Ambassador to Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Ireland, and Cyprus. What does that entail? As the diplomat representing Jamaica at the highest level in these countries, it means that the responsibility is to ensure that Jamaica's interests are protected and that we find ways of ensuring that we put forward Jamaica's interests. It comes in all kinds of forms. But first of all, let me talk about the UK, for example. We have millions of Jamaicans living in the United Kingdom, all over. They started to go there from the Windrush period, and they have made families and so on. Unfortunately, many of them did not regularize their stay in the United Kingdom.
What does that mean? Regularize? What does that mean?
It means become UK citizens. Many of them were just on what is called a right to remain, rather than becoming UK citizens. And the older ones had this view that when they went to the UK, they went on the black passport, which was a UK passport prior to 1960, because we were all British citizens. However, over time, England changed its own local laws to require those people living in England to become citizens in order to be able to benefit from all of the facilities that the UK offer to who lives there, who simply have a right to remain. A right to remain means that you can stay, but it doesn't mean you're a citizen.
Okay.
And from in the 1980s, when Margaret Thatcher was the prime minister, they started to change their immigration rules and required that persons who were living in the UK and wanted to continue should apply for citizenship. Originally, it was free. And I know this because I have a number of my family members who had gone to the UK in the 1950s. And in the 1980s, we had, in those days, you could get a passport. I know plenty of people who went away in other people's name, for example. Seriously, but that's another story. And so to apply for your citizenship in the 1980s, you had to get your Jamaican passport and make the application. And at first it was free. You just went in with your passport, with your Jamaican birth certificate, and you applied and you would get it. I assisted many persons in those days to get their passports. I can tell you another story where I discovered that half of my family was registered as black, because they used to call my grandfather, who was Chutkat Mangaroo, they used to call him Joseph Black because the man on the plantation couldn't spell his name, but that's another story. Rattigan, you know I have stories, right?
Yeah, I know.
So after a while, they started to charge £50. Then they started to charge £500. Then they started to charge £1,000 until it went sky high. Now, many people, when I went to the UK, and because of my own training as a lawyer, I could see the direction this was going to. So as High Commissioner, I spent a lot of time advising persons that they needed to regularize their stay in the UK.
Okay.
Many persons said I didn't know what I was talking about because I just come and so on. I even used to come home to Jamaica on holidays and go to churches to talk to people and said, tell your family who is in the UK to go and regularize their stay. Go and become citizens. And they never did. And you know what happened a few years ago?
Right.
They started sending home people. So one of the things that I had to do was to ensure that I protected as far as possible the Jamaicans who were living in the UK. It meant, and I'll never forget Mr. Patterson saying to me, it's a good thing that I was a member of parliament, because when I go to England, I'm going to find out that most of the people who live in the UK are going to treat me as if I am their MP, the equivalent of their MP. So the High Commission provided consular services. What does that mean? It means that if you want to sign a document and it is to be witnessed, you could go to a notary public in the UK and that would cost you £250. But if you came to the Jamaican High Commission, we would charge you £20, and it would be witnessed by one of the officers. Also, you could apply for your passport from the High Commission, and we set the bags down to Pika, and the passports would be issued, and you would get it back. So we provided all kinds of services to the Jamaicans. And in the UK, they have a lot of Jamaican organizations, and everybody had their events on a Friday, a Saturday, and a Sunday. You know what that means? I was constantly crisscrossing the country. I got to love traveling on trains. And then, so I would go to all of these events and also meet the civic leaders in these various communities: Leeds, Wolverhampton, Manchester, Birmingham, Southampton, anywhere Jamaicans were living. As High Commissioner, I would be there to not only meet with the Jamaicans, but to meet with the civic leaders who had some level of control responsibility for the persons living in their region. So let me explain to you in the life of a day in the life of the High Commissioner, for example. Remember, it's foreign affairs and foreign trade. So you had the diplomacy part of it, and then you had the trade part of it, which was working with like JAMPRO. There's a JAMPRO office in the UK, and the office was right there in the location where the High Commission is. So I would be constantly meeting with people with the JAMPRO officer to get business to Jamaica or to help Jamaicans to sell their wares in England. We used to have fairs where, for example, we did a fashion event where many designers came up to the UK and showed their designs during British Fashion Week.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, so we were involved in that. Food, for example, to get the Jamaican food into the supermarkets in the UK, to get Jamaican flowers, anything that was developed in Jamaica and could be sold abroad. It was part of our responsibility, working with JAMPRO to get that done. And also to identify people who had business ideas and wanted opportunities in Jamaica, to put them back in touch with the Jamaicans here through the various ministries and agencies. So we had the consular side of it, we had the trade side of it, and then there was the negotiations, because we wanted to get Jamaica represented at all the international levels.
Mm-hmm.
So we lobbied to get Jamaicans on the International Maritime Organization, for example.
Mm-hmm.
We lobbied to get a Jamaican on the International Court of Justice. I remember as a mediator, I was invited to speak at an event about mediation. The other High Commissioner, the other ambassador who was there with me was the ambassador from Mexico, because he had a background in mediation like I did.
Mm-hmm.
And when we go to speak, who you think was there? The president of the court, of the International Court of Justice.
Wow.
While I am trying to lobby for our Justice Robinson to be on that court.
Wow.
So I took opportunity after I'd made my presentation, and while I made sure I got a seat beside that gentleman, and I talked to him about Jamaicans. So let me tell you, one of my good friends who was a diplomat for a long time took me to breakfast before I went to England, and he said to me, "Alun, let me tell you something. You see those invitations that you get to go to cocktail party? You make sure you go to every cocktail party." I said, "Really?" He says, "Yes." You know why? When you stand up with a glass in your hand and you eyeball somebody, you can talk to them one-on-one. If you stay in your office and call them, they can say they're not there.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're at these parties, no people here party, let me tell you, it's hard work. Those parties occurred after 5 o'clock in the evening, which means I would have done a full day's work at my desk.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have to go to these events. What I used to do is sometimes you get an invitation, you get 6 invitations for the same day, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I would sit down with the staff and I would look at the invitations and I would say, okay, now, who am I going to see at this place? Who do I need to speak to? And you rank the invitation in the order of the importance. You rank it in the order of how long do I have to stay at this particular event? Is it that I'm going just to show my face because Jamaica has to be there? You never know who you are going to see, who you can talk to about something. And so you would go, you join the receiving line. And in my case, I learned to do the circle. I do an outer circle, an inner circle, and I make sure that I'm able to see everybody all the time with my eye on the door. If it's one of those places, no, but seriously, if it's one of those places where I just needed to show my face, as soon as the host left the door, I would leave because I then had to go across London to go to another place.
Okay.
And the whole objective of those things that people say, oh, you only go to party, that is work. Because that is where the lobbying takes place. That is where the pushing forward Jamaica's interest takes place. That is where you have the one-on-one. You know, you have to have a glass in your hand, you know. Because if you don't have a glass in your hand, they're going to hound you to give you a glass.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think they offered? Red wine, white wine, champagne, orange juice. My drink became soda water with a dash of Angostura bitters. And it looked like I had a proper drink in my hand. Only the waiters and myself knew. And you know, it's the same waiters you see everywhere. So when I go there, they say, "Oh, High Commissioner, let me get you your drink." But those parties are not for party's sake. After I left my post in London and come home to Jamaica, for 2 years, I couldn't go to a party. I just had enough of standing up with a glass in my hand, talking to people. And you would do, so you do a full day's work at your desk. And then you do this round of making sure that you see everybody or that everybody knows that Jamaica is there.
Mm.
And I don't get until 10 o'clock at night.
Mm-hmm.
So no, we were involved we are involved in the Commonwealth. And the Commonwealth does a lot of work. There are people who wonder, what are we doing in the Commonwealth? There is a lot of work that is done in the Commonwealth. And as High Commissioner, you're a member of the Board of Governors of the Commonwealth. You direct the work of the Commonwealth Secretariat. And that's a lot of work. And as High Commissioner, we have a CARICOM caucus where we discuss matters and come to a CARICOM position before we go into the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And let me tell you this, my experience was that everybody wanted to know, what does Jamaica have to say on this matter? During the time that I was High Commissioner and went to all of these meetings, everybody wanted to know. I could not go in a meeting and be quiet because everybody wants to know, what does Jamaica have to say on this? And we had officers in the High Commission who were versed on these matters. We had political officers, we had economic officers, and they knew. For example, we were very involved in the sugar lobby. Lesser and lesser as we stopped producing sugar. But I remember Ambassador Derek Haven was on the board of the International Sugar Authority. And we had to have a position when we went to those meetings. There are many times, you know, Rattigan, I'm in the car going to the meeting and there's an officer in my ear telling me what was going to be discussed and what is Jamaica's position. And if we were not sure what Jamaica's position was, we would have to find out from Home Office, from the permanent secretary and the directors of the various departments, what is Jamaica's position before we go to these meetings. So when we open our mouth, we know that we are putting forward a position that the government of Jamaica stands behind.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But the important thing is the other countries, and there were many other countries who wanted to hear what Jamaica had to say so that they could make up their minds.
Mm.
Many times prior to a meeting, we would have different caucuses. So I would caucus with the different countries to get them to know and understand what Jamaica's position is. So when you get to the point where you have to vote, I knew that I wasn't voting alone.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
That there were people who I had already discussed this matter with and who I knew would hold the same position that we held. So now people want to know, well, how does that affect us in our daily lives? It meant that Jamaica had a presence internationally, that we were recognized, but in addition to that, we could talk about what was happening in Jamaica and allowed person to say, well, this is a country that we can invest in. We would say, what are the opportunities for investment in Jamaica? And we were very much involved in that. And that is part of where the foreign trade part of it comes in. Mm. But importantly, we protected the Jamaicans who were living abroad if they got into difficulties, they could always call us and we would know what to do. Let me give you an example. There was a time when the resident issue came to the fore, and there were people who tried to renounce their Jamaican citizenship so that they
Hold on
would
1 second.
be,
Herb, mute your mic, please.
me?
No, not you, not you.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you know
Mhm.
that there were unscrupulous notaries public in the UK who had developed a document called a renunciation of citizenship with a lot of why, wherefore, and herein before and herein after mention, and that all kind of googly that is that will know legal speak and even have seal and stamp and seal and all of that. That document meant nothing, but they charged people thousands of pounds to produce it.
Wow.
And I would get a call because here's a Jamaican in a home office location saying that they have renounced their Jamaican citizenship and requiring that the UK give them citizenship. And I had to now start another campaign to explain to people that that is not how it happens. You cannot renounce your Jamaican citizenship unless the Jamaican government is satisfied that another country has accepted you as a citizen. Our constitution sets that out. So I had to be explaining that to people. And people would call me and said, well, what do we do with them? Because it is now Friday evening and they want to close their office. What do they do? So I now have to get on the phone and talk to the Jamaicans who will be there and say, no, this is not how it works. Remember, I've been saying that you need to go in and apply for your citizenship. And the work never stops. You do a full day at your desk and then you do the lobbying afterwards.
Yeah.
And that is really the work. And the same thing for the other countries. Now, in the other countries that I was not resident, we had honorary councils, and they did mostly consular work, passports and immigration matters and so on. But there were things that you had to get into. Somebody would call and say, I remember somebody called me and said, Alun, listen to my problem. I got my for example, my visa to go to Denmark, and I left it in my passport at home, my old passport at home. How do I get it? To get to Denmark. I remember that specifically. And I had to say, okay, have somebody send your passport, take your passport to the Foreign Affairs Ministry and get the Foreign Affairs Ministry to send it to me. And then I got it to Denmark so that by the time they got to Denmark, because they were doing a tour elsewhere, the passport was there with our honorary council.
Wow.
Who met person at the plane side with the passport. So, it is, one is to ensure that our citizens are protected and are looked after. And two is to ensure that Jamaica's interest is always in the forefront of the other countries' minds. That they knew what we stood for. And then if we had an occasion where we would have a position which we needed to explain, then we would caucus and we would explain to people beforehand why we took certain positions. For example, there's this big argument going on now about Venezuela and they're wanting to take on the land of parts of Guyana. This is something which has been on the table for a long time, and we had to deal with that. Now it has escalated beyond what it used to be. So the role of the foreign affairs representative in the places where we have representation is very important, and it feeds back into how we are seen internationally, therefore how people feel about the stability of the country, and they're wanting to be involved in our country. They want to understand what it is that the government is all about.
Okay.
Is it a democracy? Are people free to get around? Are do we have free and fair elections, for example? Is our police force working at the highest level and the highest standards? And one of the things is that in the UK we sent up soldiers to be trained in Sandhurst and those other places. Even musicians in the regiment went up to the UK for training, and we were involved in them if they had a problem. I had many students, for example. I've even talked about our relationship with the students. For example, every year at this time, there are evening scholars that go up there, and we have to ensure that how they live and where they live and all of that is at a standard that is appropriate. So I don't know if I've satisfied what it is that you wanted out of me, but those are the kinds of things.
Well, let me just make a quick comment, and then I'll ask you a couple of questions. And by the way, on the platform we have ISAT and we have Herb Nelson Jr., our resident security intelligence analyst and security advisor. Now I understand the wine and cheese circuit, because when I represented the US in Saudi Arabia, for example, I had to go to a lot of those parties. And in fact, they always were terrible, because now I'm working in a law enforcement / intelligence role. And the Saudis, they don't work. The group that I worked with, they didn't work during the daytime because it's so hot. So they work at night. So I would have to get to the embassy. My day would start around 8 o'clock in the morning, because then, you have the meetings with the various people and the ambassador. And I would be there until 6, 7, because I couldn't close the office because of the time difference. 5 o'clock in Saudi Arabia, I think at the time was like 11 o'clock in the morning in the US. So we couldn't close. We had to keep it open till around 9 o'clock at night. And the Saudis, they don't meet until sometime after midnight, like 1 o'clock in the morning. So I would have to stay in the office, then leave, go meet with them. And I was getting home repeatedly at 4 in the morning. And then I had to grab some, maybe that's why I don't sleep and go back to the embassy. Right. And then also, to compound the problem, is the work week is different, because their work week is from Saturday to Wednesday. They're off Thursday, Friday. So it was like Friday, they're off Thursday and Friday. Thursday and Friday is their weekend. Friday's virtual Sunday virtual Sunday. So it was rough. But let me ask you.
Yes, this is Sabbath for them.
Yeah, let me ask you 2 quick questions. One is, somebody in the one of our supporters in chat room, they asked, why is it that people born before 1962 in Jamaica, why aren't they citizens of the UK?
Because they were not born in the UK. So although Jamaica was a part of the UK, a colony, there's a difference between being a colony and being British. There's a difference. In fact, the passport actually said Colony of Britain.
Oh. But
you were described
but you were considered a British subject, am I correct?
Not for their
Okay.
And I know this is something which is philosophical and which we can argue about, but that is the straight fact. You are not considered a British citizen once Jamaica became independent.
Okay, so if you were born before 1962 and you went
in Britain?
in Jamaica.
Ratty.
Yeah.
She went blank in the last minute. So did you. I think you froze.
Yeah. She was explaining. Yeah, she was explaining. You know what, Ambassador? Could you go back and explain the difference between the colony and being born in the colony and being born in the UK, for example?
And define, please, who is a Commonwealth citizen?
Your immigration status. If you are born in Britain, you are British. If you are born outside of Britain, prior to independence, you're a British colony. You're not Britain. There's a difference. So all those people who went to Britain in the Windrush prior to 1962, we always used to think that we were British. We were never. We were Jamaicans who were colonized by the British. We were never fully fledged British citizens. Never fully fledged British citizens.
So the Windrush
And
generation.
that law was changed in the 1980s, which allowed persons who were born outside of Britain and who came to Britain to become British citizens. And if you did not take advantage of it and become British citizens, all you had was a right to remain in Britain. It did not make you a full-fledged British citizen.
So let me ask you this. So the Windrush generation that went over, their children, they're not automatically British, you're saying. Am I correct?
If they were born in Britain, they can prove that they're entitled to British citizenship, but they had to apply for it.
Oh.
You see, you have to apply for it.
Okay.
It is not automatic.
And is there a possibility that it could be rejected, that your application could be rejected?
If when you applied, you, for example, had been found guilty of a misdemeanor or something, which is what a lot of persons have found out, that they were found guilty of, for example, something that having a spliff or something, but you had a conviction. They could deny it. And in fact, most of the people who they have sent home from the UK have convictions. Some of them slight, albeit very slight. But once you have a conviction, like if you were charged for loitering and you were convicted, that could prevent you from becoming a British citizen.
Okay. I tell you what, Herb.
I know.
Yeah, Herb wanted to ask a question about. Herb, go ahead with the question about Commonwealth citizenship.
Yes, Ambassador. The research that I had done in the past said before the independence of Commonwealth countries, citizens of these countries were considered British subjects, and you attested to that. And they owed allegiance to the crown.
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing that very well.
You're not able to hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
Okay, all right. They're saying that before the independence of the various Commonwealth countries, these countries were considered British subjects and owed allegiance to the crown. They carried British passports. After the independence of these countries, Commonwealth, and that's a key word, citizenship, was created out of a gradual transition from an earlier form of British nationality. Commonwealth citizens who arrived in the UK before 1 January 1973 were granted the right to remain indefinitely in the UK. Anyway, the right to remain was not absolute, and if you committed crimes, it's possible you could be deported, which we're seeing. But the fact that did they revoke that part where the right to remain indefinitely in the UK as a Commonwealth citizen was no longer the law or the rule of law.
Okay.
And who is a Commonwealth citizen? What does it mean?
The words you've used. The right to remain indefinitely. That does not make you a citizen. That is, to use the American term that they use, that is like you have a green card, but you are not a citizen. The right to, you remember earlier on, Rattigan and I spoke about the right to remain?
Yes, yes.
You have the right you can be granted the right to remain. Again, that is now something that you have to apply for. You do the right to remain indefinitely does not grant you any rights as a citizen. That is a completely different arrangement. And if you have the right to remain indefinitely, and as you say, if you commit a crime and you are found guilty, that right to remain is suspended. I want to say another thing about Commonwealth citizenship. There is no Commonwealth as a country by itself. The Commonwealth is a coming together of countries originally who were colonies of the UK. But in the last few years, they have opened this up to countries that have not been colonies of the UK. Other countries are applying for Commonwealth citizens to be, sorry, not Commonwealth citizens, to be a member of the Commonwealth, but they were never colonized by the UK, like Mozambique, for example. So the Commonwealth is now being opened up to countries who have not been colonized by the UK, but who see the Commonwealth as a good organization for them to become a part of. And I want to just use this opportunity to make one other statement. There is a school of thought that I've heard that if we no longer have the king as our head of state, then we will lose our right to be members of the Commonwealth. That is not true. I want to get that very clear. We can choose to be a part of the Commonwealth because, as I just said, even countries that were not colonized by the UK are now applying to join the Commonwealth. So whether the king is our head of state or not is not going to deny us the right to be a member of the Commonwealth. So we can be a member of the Commonwealth by being a republic, like in our region, like Dominica, like Guyana, like Trinidad and Tobago. They are members of the Commonwealth, but they don't have the king as the head of state. I just wanted to use this opportunity to clear that up because I know that that is a little bit of misinformation that exists. So there are persons who talk about being a Commonwealth citizen. You're a Commonwealth citizen by virtue of your country being a member of the Commonwealth. So if your country is not a member of the Commonwealth, you are not a Commonwealth citizen.
What does that entail, though? Can you, as a Commonwealth citizen, does that give you the right to travel to, or does it give you the standardized right to travel to every Commonwealth country?
No.
No.
No, it doesn't. No, because every single Commonwealth country make their own rules about who can travel to their country with a visa or without a visa. That is not something that the Commonwealth itself dictates to its members. It would be great if that were so, but each country in the world, not just in the Commonwealth, they have a right to make a determination as to who can enter their country and the conditions under which a person can enter your country, whether it is with a visa or without a visa. Now, one of the things that I know occurs, and my colleagues who were high commissioners with me at the time were involved in from different countries, involved in negotiations to remove the need for a visa to go to not just the UK, but to go to other countries, not necessarily limited to Commonwealth countries, but to other countries. I know my very good friend who was High Commissioner from St. Kitts Nevis while I was in the UK, and he is still there. He's constantly sending me information about which countries they have just negotiated to remove visa requirements for their citizens to their countries. But the visa requirement is something that each country make a determination on its own right.
All right. Isat.
Yes.
You have a question for Ambassador?
No, I always learn so much from the ambassador. I do have anything to add.
All right. I have a question, Ambassador. No, being an ambassador, and I mean, I've served quite a few places, and I've seen different personalities, different styles. Is there a particular style that you need to have to be an effective ambassador? I know, and let me just, before you answer, let me just say that you had the benefit of being a mediator. So you could talk to people and you could arrive at a middle ground much quicker than somebody who didn't have that training. So go back to the question now. Is there a particular skill set you need to be an effective ambassador?
Well, you have to be a very good listener. And you have to be able to pick up on body language, nuances. You remember when I said to you earlier on that my friend said, go to these cocktail parties because you can do so much more when you are eyeballing somebody.
Right.
It's important. You have to be able to read two things. You have to be able to read body language, and you have to be able to read the room that you are in. You have to be able to look around and see and get a sense of what is this room saying to me. That is an important part of being a diplomat. Because let me tell you, diplomats have this way of having this stoic look, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But things will leak if you know what you're looking for in their stance, even when they're talking to you and you're looking at them, you need to know what is it that they're not saying that I need to be aware of. So it's important to be able to read the signs that are there, the non-verbal signs.
You know, this sounds like to me. It sounds like you almost have to be like an intelligence officer.
Let me tell you, I want to tell you something. All of these times when I go to these meetings, you know, I have to call back to Jamaica and say, I went to so-and-so, I met so-and-so, this is what they said. You're an intelligence officer. You've put it correctly. Because a little bit that I might have heard or might have been shared with me will mean something back home in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a debriefing. I'd go to a meeting, I call back to the particular officer in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I say, this is what I picked up at the meeting yesterday, so that they can use that in order to say, okay, what is Jamaica's position going to be? You are, in fact,
an intelligence officer.
An intelligence officer. And you'd be amazed at the kinds of things that you pick up. And again, I'm going to go back to the cocktail party circuit, you know. That is where the work is done. That is where the diplomatic work is done.
Mm-hmm.
In light of that statement, I'm also streaming on TikTok, Ambassador, and the question that I'm compelled to put to you is if you have to be an intelligent, living, breathing being to conduct those duties, what is the effect of the non-vote by Jamaica and the basic?
I think that I would leave that question to Ambassador Ward, who I know is coming after me.
The question was put to you, and
I would prefer if Ambassador Ward speaks to that. If you don't
okay,
mind.
and so the other question then is it actually possible to now go back and put in a vote, a late vote, as said by the Prime Minister?
A vote is a vote is a vote. A non-vote is a non-vote is a non-vote. You can't, what is the local expression? You can't have a do-over.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, right. So I'm glad you said that, because persons were saying that if the election were to be called and then we find out that the people who we don't want to win, if we can go and put in some votes to change it. if the Prime Minister would allow something like that. But I guess you don't have to answer that. I think you answered clearly.
Then
Thank
hold
you.
on. When you have a
Curtis
a local
laughing.
government and a national election, you can't say, oh, we never like that vote, we're going to do it again.
Well, that's what the Prime Minister is suggesting, that you can go and put in and
Particular
just put
thing
it
is
in.
bigger than my pay scale, you see?
Oh,
The world
thank
is
you.
going to speak to that.
The
But
ambassador,
a
the people.
non-vote is a non-vote.
I have a question, Will, when you get a chance.
Yeah. Ambassador, people, I think you're sadly missing on the diplomatic circuit, and especially these days, because a lot of people in the chat room, there's one lady here, Feniger, said to tell you that you're brilliant and eloquent, and that's the popular sentiment in the room here. So I just wanted to share that with you. Herb, go ahead, please.
I thank them very much for that.
Yes,
Herb.
Ambassador Herb, again. I am the
Yes.
kind of I'm an intelligence officer, and sometimes I see where parties like the JLP or the PNP, rather than going for the juggler, they beat around the bush. So let me ask you this: I've been set up that scenario. Why is it that no one in Parliament, in the Senate, or even in the media has challenged the Minister of Foreign Affairs to answer the question directly about whether she received a gift or not? Were these gifts that were presented by Musson, by Grace Kennedy, by
Herb.
the
Hold on,
Rattigan,
Herb.
you're not
Herb.
going to answer that question.
No, Herb,
I'm
hold
not
on.
in the Parliament.
Yeah, hold on 1
I'm
second,
not
Ambassador.
in the Senate.
Hold 1 second, Herb. I don't know if you were. I don't think you heard my first my opening salvo, but the ambassador and we talked about this earlier, and she said, "Look, there's certain things I don't want to talk about. I'd much rather talk about a day in the life of an ambassador and how it translates to the ordinary man in the street." So that question, there's Ambassador Ward sitting right there in the wings. We can ask him when he comes on.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. So
It sounds, Ambassador, like you have every intention to return to probably head up that very ministry. We should be asking how soon is that going to happen, because they need some professionalism
You know,
in that place.
one of the things that I learned in being in government is when you ask somebody a question, they say that is above my pay scale, that is above my pay grade.
Well, we're gonna rework the question, then, Ambassador, and ask it this way. You ready?
Not a decision that rests in my hands at all.
Hold on, Ambassador. Isaac wants to. He wants to.
In light of your position, we are rephrasing the question and asking, are you ready?
No, I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you. It's breaking up. I'm not hearing.
Okay, let me go really slow, because you see I have Starlink, so it should break up for you. The question we are putting to you is, are you ready
to take up the mantle?
Hello?
Ambassador, can you hear me?
No, I can hear you, but I'm not hearing the others.
Let me transmit the question to you. He's asking, are you ready to take up the mantle?
Of what?
Of heading that ministry again. Or heading that ministry.
I headed before.
No, that's right. Sorry. Heading the ministry.
I am ready to take up the mantle of whatever the next government, which is formed by the People's National Party, will want me to do.
Okay.
Time come.
Does that suffice? She's laughing.
And I'm going to tell you this. I am going to be working as hard as I can to make sure that the People's National Party forms the next government. If you ask me a question like that, you must expect me to answer that way.
Okay.
I'm fully satisfied with the answer, and just wish to add, Ambassador, please tell the people that I'm not wearing pajamas and they must leave me alone in my expensive shirt. Thank you.
Oh, Lord. Listen, it was really nice to be
Yes,
with you, but I
yes.
have to go. I still
No,
have people
that's fine.
getting-
No, that's fine. We fully understand. And in fact, the other guys are here. And I already explained to everybody that you have an event,
Yes,
and so
yes,
you just took time out
yes.
from that to be with us. So look, thank you so much,
Thank
Ambassador,
you.
and we look forward to
You're
seeing you
welcome.
soon.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Bye
take
bye.
care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Let me turn this off. Okay. All right. That was Ambassador Asamba. The High Commissioner.
All right. That
High
was
Commissioner.
Asamba.
Hey, I'm hearing a feedback. Okay. All right. All right, folks, moving right along. We are joined by the illustrious Ambassador Curtis Ward. He needs no introduction to this program or any program. The man is everywhere. He's a wealth of knowledge, ton of experience. We're happy to have him. And the gentleman that you see there, Mr. Christopher Henry, is the junior spokesperson on matters relating to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. And in full disclosure, he's my godson. And I'm proud to say that. So welcome, gentlemen, to the program. And as you know, there's Herb and there's ISAT.
So Ratty,
Afternoon.
Yeah.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I was wondering if with Chris working at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, does that give you any kind of insight, or is it a conflict of interest?
No, it's not working there. It's not
I'm not
working.
working there yet, sir. Herb. Not working there yet.
So in light of the not working there yet, we should just ask the question, are you ready to work there, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
I follow.
Okay.
And the gentleman that you see there. PNP forms government. I expect to work there.
Okay.
No messing around. Straight to the point.
Ambassador, good seeing you.
All right. No, Curtis, can you hear us? Or Ambassador Ward, can you hear us?
It doesn't appear so.
Hold on.
I don't think so.
Oh, wait a minute. All right, there you go. Ambassador
I
Ward.
can't hear you.
No, we can't. We can hear you now. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Kevin, where you there? Ambassador Ward, can you hear us?
Can't hear you.
Ambassador, you not hearing any of us?
I don't think so. I don't think he is.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
Ambassador, we hear
Yeah,
you.
But I
we
can't
hear
hear
you.
you.
We hear you.
That is strange.
Kevin, where you there? I forget that
For
T-shirt.
some
They make
reason.
up. Kevin, where you there?
Ambassador may have to go reboot and come back in.
All right, let me text him and let me tell him to. Kevin is saying that's on his side. I just sent him a message. All right, let me call him. Let me call him.
Hello?
Yeah.
We're hearing you.
Can you hear us?
Only on my phone, but not on the computer.
All right, we may have to use the phone, but let's try this. Can you please go out and come back in?
He can reload
Okay.
the page. Just reload F9.
All right. You can't. Ambassador Ward.
Yes.
Herb was saying to hit F9, reload the page. Well, he's gone.
It's reloading. It's gonna clean it up, and bring him back.
Okay. All right. While we're waiting on him, Christopher, thank you for taking time out here Saturday, sir, to be with us.
I don't have a problem. It's always a pleasure.
Good. One of the things we're gonna focus on today, we're gonna focus on this no vote business. Yeah, because it's the more we strip away the veneer, we're seeing things that they don't comport with what we've been told. And so there's a disconnect between what we've been told and what we're seeing.
Right.
For example, I know that I think it's Channel 24, I think it's called. It's a French TV station that they did a piece on what actually happened, and they actually had I think videotape and pictures of the ambassador sitting in his chair while all of this was going on, because some people were of the impression that he wasn't in chamber.
That's what we were told. That's what we were told, that he wasn't in chambers and that there was a quote unquote technical cross that prevented him from voting.
All right. Ambassador Ward, you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Good. Perfect. Thank you, sir.
But I'm still not hearing you on my computer. I'm hearing you on my phone.
Okay. Can you guys hear him?
Yeah, I will hear him from the phone.
Yes.
All right. So let me do the introduction. Again, family, we have with us my good friend and mentor. He's an attorney. He's a professor. I've actually, he had me as a guest in one of his classes at the University of the District of Columbia. And he's a former Jamaican ambassador to the United Nations, Curtis Ward. If there's anybody who can speak with authority about what happened with this fiasco at the UN, it's this gentleman. And of course, I have my godson, who's the junior spokesperson on matters relating to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Gentlemen, again, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now, let me start with you, Ambassador Ward. You sat in that chair. You're very familiar with the procedures. But before I ask you about that, I just want you to give us a primer on Jamaica's role in the UN. I want you to start about how we've always been received, respected, perceived, and talk about some of the things that we've done there. The reason for that is I want you to bring the people up to speed and get you to the point where you can actually talk about what happened with the people of the Western Sahara and Morocco and Jamaica's support for both of them. The people of the Western Sahara from 76 until 2016 and Morocco from 2016 to present. The floor is yours, sir.
Well, first of all, Jamaica has been an advocate and leader within the developing world. The group of 77 and so on and so forth at the UN and basically on the international stage in terms of our advocacy for the protection of human rights, humanitarian assistance, accountability, peace and security, you name it. We have led and we have advocated for the right to self-determination of peoples who are not independent, people who are under occupation by other states, and so on and so forth. We were in the anti-apartheid movement, and as a matter of fact, our Prime Minister of the day was awarded a gold medal by the United Nations for his anti-apartheid advocacy. And so we have set many examples in the UN, and many other countries looked up to Jamaica to follow our lead or to seek our advice in the corridors of the UN. I've had situations where the ambassador of a country has come to me and asked, what is Jamaica's position? His foreign minister would like to know. And he needs to send that message back home so they can decide on what side of the issue they are going to come down. So that is a tradition which Jamaica has had at the UN. Now you raise a couple of issues, Western Sahara and the Palestinian question. From day one, Jamaica has been on the side of self-determination, both for the Palestinians and the Sahrawi people in Western Sahara. As a matter of fact, Jamaica, during our presidency of the Security Council, a letter I drafted that was sent to the Legal Council of the UN to give us a ruling on Morocco's administrative authority over Western Sahara. And the ruling was very clear that Morocco was never granted administrative authority. But there are some countries which have backed Morocco in taking more and more control of Western Sahara against the wishes of the people of Western Sahara. Jamaica used to be on the side of the people of Western Sahara. That we didn't make enemies with Morocco. Morocco respected our views. And I had conversations with the Morocco ambassador. He invited me to sit down and discuss the issue, which I did. And he understood where our position was. And he had no problems with it. He just accepted it because we had credibility. We had integrity in how we pursue the principles that we defended in international affairs. The same for the Palestinian people. We were not anti-Israel, quite the contrary. I'm going to give you an example. Back in the 70s, in the mid to upper 70s, there was a resolution in the General Assembly, one dealing with all forms of discrimination, racial discrimination, everything. It was during our advocacy, our anti-apartheid advocacy. When the resolution came up for a vote, Jamaica abstained. Why? Because Zionism was listed among racism, anti-apartheid, and a bunch of other stuff. And our Prime Minister, Michael Manley, at the time said, we cannot approve, we cannot vote for the resolution because we have citizens in Jamaica who are Jews. And it was seen as biased against Jews. And he couldn't vote against it because of the apartheid part of it and the racism part of it. So we abstained. But everybody understood that. But here's the rub. Several countries followed our lead and abstained, including Mexico and a number of African countries and a number of countries throughout the developing world. And the resolution was adopted. Guess who was blamed for it? Jamaica. Jamaica was blamed for the adoption of the resolution. Why? They said if we had voted against it, the resolution would have been defeated because many other countries would have followed us. And guess what? The Jews in America launched a tourism boycott against us. Major newspapers, New York Times and Washington Post, blamed Jamaica for adoption of the resolution. We abstained. But that I tell you the story to let you know how much regard the rest of the international community had for Jamaica. They knew that several countries around the world followed our lead. That is not the case today.
Okay. Chris, you have something you want to add before we go around the horn here and start?
No, I just want to agree with Ambassador. I think this is the lowest ebb that we have been. There is also another interesting matter that is coming up with the European Union in relation to our signature and the delay thereof. That is going to do another knock on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So we are at really the lowest ebb that we have ever been in terms of our foreign affairs.
All right. Herb?
Unmute your mic, Herb.
Okay, all right, yes. Sorry about that. Ambassador and Chris, Jamaica has been doing business via, you can't hear?
Yeah, we can hear you.
But the ambassador was shaking his head like he couldn't hear me.
Yes, it seemed that it couldn't hear you.
Yeah, Jamaica has been doing business via Lee Chin and the Prime Minister's visit to Israel. My question is there a deeper...
Hold on one second. Ambassador, I have you on the phone, but I think you muted your mic. You muted your mic.
I muted my mic because I didn't want the feedback. Hold on a second. Let me get some headphones.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, people. Win some. I see you talk up the things in the chat room. Good. C. Fisher, Wellness Warrior, Abraham, Serene. One more thing, man. The people in the turnout today, we're gone 1,367. We are looking for like 2,000 today or more right now. So telling the friends, telling the family members, tell your neighbor, even if you not talk to some people, you can just tell themselves to tune in still. Because this is where the real happening is. This is where we talk about educating our people. We don't, this is not, as somebody mentioned, this is not a flim-flam affair. And this is not a duck and dive affair. We ask real questions of real people so we can get real answers for our people. So we're waiting for the ambassador to get his headset or his earphones. Have the fancy type too, you know. Can you hear us now, sir?
Ratty, I was listening to you guys through my phone, and you cut me off.
No, I don't cut you off, sir. You're still here. You just cut me off. But can you hear us?
I can't hear anything.
Are you hearing us over the computer now?
Somebody needs Herb. Herb, hit you Oh, Herb is muted. Let me wait for him to come back. Can you guys hear me? Okay. All right, because I'm hearing Kevin, that sound that we were talking about this morning, it's back. You can hear it. Cora, big up yourself. Ron, the new soon-to-be police commissioner, Ron James. He's in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in. Maxine from the UK, big up yourself. Tigo from Florida. Joan from Florida. Jeffrey Tavares, I see you. Is the Zion people troubling me? Again, I don't see the ambassador. Yeah, Kevin, where you there? I'm still hearing that noise in my headset.
Can you hear me now?
It's muffled. You're muffled. I can hear you, but you're muffled.
Uh-huh. I wonder why that is the case. I can hear you very clearly now.
Yeah, you're coming through very muffled. Chris Blackwell, big up yourself.
All right, we're probably going to have to go with that, Ratty. I mean,
you sound muffled as well.
I did. I do. Wow.
Yeah.
It's got to be your equipment then, because I'm hearing the ambassador clear. And I heard Chris before.
Right.
And
yeah, I'm hearing her very well.
Yeah.
Oh, so it must be me because all of you guys are coming in muffled to me. So it must be
That's
me.
what happened when
Yes,
you broadcast.
we have Starlink, so I don't know what you have, Rattigan.
I think he's broadcasting from Shantytown.
Kevin, help me, Kevin, because I'm the only one with the problem, Kevin, because everybody can hear each other quite well. It's just me. I'm getting a muffled sound from everyone. So it's me. And even the people in the chat room, they can hear all of you loud and clear. Yeah,
excellent.
Go ahead.
Any better?
Can you hear us now?
Oh, you know what, Kevin? Yes, stop at that, Kevin. But oh no, go ahead with the conversation because everybody can hear you guys. So there's no need to
hear you. We can hear you clearly.
We can hear you clearly too.
Yeah, it's just that it's coming through muffled on my end. But no, but Herb, you were asking the ambassador a question.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at Jamaica and Israel's relationship. I'm looking at something as you know, a rabbi was assigned to Jamaica after the decade or more of the other rabbi leaving, and they apparently did not feel Jamaica was worthy of having a leader for the Jewish community in Jamaica. And in 2014, the Jamaican government issued a statement criticizing Israeli Defense Forces' bombardment of Gaza back then that killed, I think, 2,000 or more of the Palestinians. And for many years, Jamaica and Israel has had a deep bilateral relationship. Because Jews have been in Jamaica for at least 50 or more years. Now, in terms of trade, Jamaica has been working to increase its exports to Israel in the areas of agriculture and technology. And in 2020, Jamaica signed a memorandum of understanding to strengthen cooperation in the areas of water resource management, agriculture, and cybersecurity. Cybersecurity, especially after they went after the stock market in Jamaica, and they had extracted over 100 million in ransom payments. Now, what is it that could have changed? We were doing well. These are agreements, standard agreements. But what is it that Israel or the United States has as that big stick, other than the prime minister himself being compromised? What is it that they could possibly have that is creating these instances where Jamaica is going to wimp out and not want to vote, you know, in tandem with the CARICOM? After all, Jamaica was the one who made a lot of proposals on behalf of CARICOM, and they have just chickened out in the end. So where are we going with this?
Is that a question for me?
Yes.
Well, you know, I was not the fly in the room when the Prime Minister of Jamaica met with Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel. But just a few months before that trip, Jamaica abstained on a resolution in UNICEF dealing with some religious site in Jerusalem. And that was one of the things that Netanyahu thanked the Jamaican Prime Minister for doing. He lavished praise on him. But that was a precursor to the trip. We still don't know the details of what was discussed in that room when both of them met. We have no idea. We have no idea what was discussed between our Prime Minister and then President Trump. We have no idea because there's very little transparency. There's very little briefing of the Jamaican public on what transpires in these meetings. We heard that there was a decision to receive technical assistance from Israel on agriculture and on cybersecurity, as you mentioned, Herb. I don't know what benefit we have derived from those at this time. I remember giving a lecture at the University of the West Indies in 2019, I think it was. And one of the issues I raised is the relationship between Jamaica and Israel in terms of cybersecurity technical assistance. I noted then that Israel reputedly had one of the best intelligence agencies in the world. And if Israel is embedded in our cybersecurity, there's nothing that is done in Jamaica that would not be known in Israel. I also suggested that Jamaicans in Jamaica and in the diaspora had the necessary expertise to build Jamaica's cybersecurity capacity so Jamaica did not have to go to a foreign government for that kind of assistance. Of course, nobody listens to me when I talk, but I usually raise those kinds of issues.
So, Ambassador, would you say then the PM, either by virtue of being compromised or otherwise, is now officially Israel's man in the Caribbean? He's the influencer for Israel?
I don't want to form any conclusions without having the facts. But from the behavior, it certainly would appear as if Jamaica will not take any decision in any international forum or make any public comments or speeches. Let's say Jamaica, the Jamaican government of Prime Minister Andrew Holness will not take any position or make any open statement that appears to run contrary to what Israel wants, or perhaps what the United States wants for that matter. But I can't go so far as to say that Jamaica is carrying a brief for Israel in the Caribbean. But Jamaica has certainly gone contrary to what the vast majority of the CARICOM colleagues have gone on these issues.
So that as the pretty much impugn Jamaica's integrity when it comes to being independent, wouldn't you say?
Well, one of the things about independence, Herb, is that you have the right to make any decision that you deem good and proper to serve your own national interest. I don't know what national interest of Jamaica is served by going against the Palestinian people. I don't know what national interest of Jamaica is served by going against the people of Western Sahara. I don't know what interest for Jamaica is served by not voting on a humanitarian ceasefire in the United Nations General Assembly. So questions are legitimately raised to raise issues with Jamaica's positions and whether or not Jamaica is compromised in any way. It's a legitimate question to ask. I can't say for sure that that is the case, but there's a pattern of behavior which could lead to such a conclusion.
Ambassador, if I may, and I know Chris is here, so he while I play devil's advocate, I know he'll rein me in on this one. But if it is that the position that certainly the Jamaican government has taken in light of what you said earlier about you have given the history, and when Michael Manley, as you said, was brave enough to make certain decisions and was blamed for it. All we have in the Jamaican space is tourism, reggae music, and track and field. Respectfully, nothing else seems to be swimming or working. Wouldn't it affect our economy by offending the Jews per se? And isn't it a clever decision to be late, as the foreign ministry is going to be late in so many other things? I think there's something.
Something just happened to your son, I said.
Yeah, he's frozen.
Go ahead, Ambassador. Go ahead, Ambassador.
He's frozen.
Starlink feel him now, huh?
He
No,
looks
that's
so.
it's not me.
Oh, okay.
Starlink.
Well,
That's
there,
Israel.
there,
He is then.
you need to
think you're-
renegotiate your
I mean,
contract
I
with
don't know.
Starlink.
Perhaps Israel is on.
Israel is using Pegasus. Okay.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Yeah, I think there's something going on there. I'm being censored, but just to be the devil's advocate, I just want you to respond to that. I'm saying something. Maybe this is evidence. Hey, Elon Musk, I have to have a conversation with you. This is evidence of the power of certain people, and maybe the Prime Minister has actually taken the best position for Jamaica. I'm just being the advocate, and Chris, I expect you to rubbish what I just said. Thank you.
But I sat before Chris said something here. You have the lion behind you, the strongest animal in the animal kingdom. So you have nothing to fear.
It's simple as that.
No, I fear nothing. Is Elon Musk? I gotta have a conversation with him. Embarrass me.
Was that question for Chris?
It was a question for you, but I know
For
that
you.
Chris will provide some support on it.
I was listening to the question as if you were asking Chris. So maybe you're going to have to ask me again. And you had faded out. Are you frozen again?
It's
You see
frozen
that?
again. Here's a
I
question.
think
Frozen again.
I think you're muted.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what?
You're muted, I said, and we
Okay.
never got
I'm
the
not, I'm
end.
not, I'm
We
not
never got
listening
the
to
end
your-
part of the question. We never did.
Oh, so the question is, in light of what you said about the consequences by his
Oh, no.
non-vote or his abstain and influencing the CARICOM nations at the time, or Commonwealth nations, is it that the decision not to even abstain or vote for or against the best decision that Jamaica could have taken, in light of the fact that we only have tourism, reggae music, and sports as our flag-bearing economic power?
Well, that's an interesting way to put it. But Jamaica damages its international reputation when it doesn't vote. Period.
Mhm.
You know, one of the first thought that comes to people's mind, knowing how Jamaica is upfront, how Jamaica is brave, and how Jamaica is critical to issues like these. The first thing that came to their mind, oh my God, it seems Jamaica did not pay its United Nations annual dues.
Mm.
So when you don't pay dues, you can't vote. But then,
Oh.
on second thought, they said, no, that would be so unlike Jamaica. That would be unprecedented. So it must be something else. Is it that Jamaica is displaying some cowardice in the exercise of its foreign policy? Or is Jamaica compromised? As Herb was asking earlier, what is it? Is it cowardice, compromise, or incompetence? Well, perhaps the foreign minister or the prime minister can choose one of the above, all of the above, or tell us what the real reason is and stop giving us this obfuscation that they were still in deliberations at the time of the vote, which does not fit into the chronology of what was taking place at the UN.
Mhm, mhm, mhm.
Chris?
When you're on with Ambassador Ward, you just have to say ditto.
This
You
wow.
just have to say ditto. You really can't say anything more. But what I will add is that you would have thought that they would have done enough curry favoring in 2020 with the UNESCO vote. We have been known, as Ambassador Ward has explained, for our principle in the UN. Um, it's regardless of relationships, because we do recognize Israel as a nation, if I recall. Yes, so it's very out of character, as Ambassador Ward said, to now not vote at all. And then the plethora of excuses, technical cross, we weren't in the room, consultations didn't finish, just ring very hollow. Yeah.
Very well.
Very well said. You know, I have communicated with other former diplomats of Jamaica. I have communicated with former diplomats and current diplomats of other Caribbean countries. And all of them said they don't know what has happened to Jamaica's foreign policy. They just cannot understand it. They used to have so much respect for Jamaica. Hey, look, the foreign minister of Jamaica is chair of COFCOR, which is the Foreign Policy Coordination Committee within CARICOM. Jamaica, you know, they have what you call quasi cabinet responsibilities. in CARICOM. Jamaica is responsible for foreign affairs. It's just unbelievable that we could reach this level of discordant, demonstrating such incompetence in our foreign policy. It's embarrassing. It's shameful.
Gentlemen, here's what I'd like to do. Here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to put up the statement made by the official statement made by the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade after it was determined that there was a no vote. And then what I'd like to do is
Ratty,
Mhm.
we have a tendency of saying no vote, and people are
Was the vote
confusing
at
it
all?
with voting no.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Let's say
Didn't vote.
after not voting
Not
or
voting,
not voting.
failing to vote. Yes.
Right.
While you put up that statement, though, I did ask the ambassador. And the name I lose me right though. Asamba. Yeah, and she had passed the book to you, Mr.
I heard
Ward.
her. I will have to thank her on the side.
Oh, okay. So the question though is this talk, because the Prime Minister was very sincere in saying that we're gonna go do a do-over, like we're gonna go vote now. We're taking all steps to make sure that we vote. I'm not clear on what the vote, if it would have been yes or no or abstain, but there was a promise to the people or some discussion that he would make it right. And for public education, and certainly for the persons who are listening, is that a possibility or is that just hot gas?
Yes.
I have another word I would like to use.
But I don't think you can use it.
Can I do this first? I always get the blame, so let me do that. Go ahead, real quick.
But I'm on a respected radio station, so I won't use it.
Okay.
But let me say this, in all seriousness, I was embarrassed that the Prime Minister did not know how votes are taken in the United Nations. I was embarrassed and ashamed that he would embarrass himself by making the statement he made about a do-over, a late vote. A vote in the United Nations, like in most everywhere else, is final. You don't have a second chance unless on the moment you press the wrong button and you raise your hand and ask for your vote to change on the spot. That's the only way you can do it. You can't leave the room and then when you're faced with criticism, run back into the room and say, oh my God, I made a mistake. Will you please allow me to change my vote? That doesn't work. It doesn't happen. It is not part of the procedures. So that was embarrassing. I don't know who is advising the Prime Minister on how these things work, on international relations, and on diplomatic engagements and so on. That is really the responsibility of the Foreign Minister. And the problem I see here is either she's not communicating properly with the Foreign Minister, he's not communicating the right messages, or he is not listening. I don't know what it is, but there's a total disconnect. When he made a statement like that, it showed me that he was disconnected from the real world.
All right, let me put this up. All right, there's a statement. Kevin, where you there? We need to make it bigger. Kevin there. All right. Now, this is a statement made by the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade regarding the incident we're discussing, the failure to cast a vote. And I don't know if okay, all right. Thank you, sir. It is right there. It says It says, I appreciate the concerns raised by those who feel that Jamaica not having voted in the 10th UN emergency special session last Friday suggests a shift. Nobody's talking about a shift. We're talking about the failure to vote. So you see how they're spinning things right here. That she's saying, people are saying, but you didn't vote and it suggests a shift. No, we're saying you should vote. But anyway, here is a key portion right here. This sentence, this paragraph right here. While a technical cross in communication led to Jamaica's representative not voting, our statement on the UN General Assembly floor on behalf of all CARICOM member states unequivocally supports a peaceful resolution of the conflict, humanitarian aid for victims of war, and the release of hostages. Now, let's unpack that. Let's unpack that by going to the sequence of events. My understanding of it, and I've spoken to former high-ranking members of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who watched the whole thing. My understanding of it, and correct me, I'm open to being fully corrected. The Jamaican minister to the UN, the ambassador to the UN, he made a statement on the floor on behalf of all CARICOM. They had discussed that statement. They had discussed what was going to be said and the position to be taken. And so he went up and he spoke for CARICOM. So the issue was already discussed. So he made the statement, and after the statement, the Jordanians put up the resolution. Thereafter, before they could vote on the resolution, the Canadians put up an amendment to the Jordanian resolution, followed by a vote on the resolution, a vote on the amendment, not the resolution. So they took a vote on the amendment to the resolution. The Jamaican ambassador to the United Nations cast a vote. He abstained. He's sitting in his chair and he abstained. And the way they explained it to me, they said there are three buttons there: red, yellow, and green. Red for no, green for yes, and yellow for abstain. There's no button for if you don't want to vote. If you don't want to vote, you just don't vote.
Hold on, Rattigan, there was a green button?
Yes.
A green button?
Why you can't behave yourself, Isaac?
No,
Why you can't behave yourself?
I am flabbergasted. Herb shirt.
So there's a green button. So just to recap, they discussed the issue about the humanitarian ceasefire, humanitarian aid, and Jamaica made a statement on behalf of all the CARICOM, followed by the resolution put forward by Jordan, followed by the amendment to that resolution put forward by Canada, followed by a vote on the amendment, and the amendment was defeated. Between the time that the vote took place on the amendment to the time that the vote came up for the resolution put forward by Jordan, 4 minutes elapsed. 4 minutes. When the vote came up, the Jamaican ambassador to the United Nations did not vote. Did not vote. Now the question is, where was he? Where was he in that 4 minute span? From the time he cast the abstention to the time where the vote took place and he didn't vote. Well, there's a French media outlet and they did a story on it, and they're saying he was sitting in his chair. He was in the room when the vote was cast. He didn't leave, because they also explained to me there's something called a bathroom vote, which is casting no vote. Which is if something is coming up and you don't want to vote on it, you excuse yourself when you go to the bathroom and you allow the vote to take place, and then you walk back in, right? But he was in the room. Now, reliable sources have told me that he was in the room on the phone with Kingston. And he was asking them, how should I vote? And that answer never came. That answer never came. So let me move this off the screen. Oh, the other thing too is that, you hear what it says? A technical cross in communication. How do you have a technical cross in communication on a vote on a resolution that they already discussed and Jamaica made the statement on behalf of CARICOM?
There we go.
So what needed to be discussed further? And that's one excuse, a technical cross. The second excuse is that deliberations were continuing, and the deliberations went past the time to vote. What deliberations, people? They deliberated when he made the statement, when the minister, the ambassador to the United Nations made the statement. Then they came back and they said, they meaning the Minister of Foreign Affairs, through the Minister of Foreign Affairs, came back and said, we agree with the resolution. And so the question is, well, if you agree with the resolution, then why was your deliberation going on that took you past the vote? Why was there a technical cross in communication? What was that? What do you mean a technical cross? Was there some confusion? People, this does not make any sense whatsoever. The real reason is not because somebody was just sitting there and there was a communication or they couldn't find him or whatever. Oh, and also I'm being told that if somebody has to excuse himself, if somebody has to excuse himself or herself from the room, that there's a substitute there to sit in and cast the vote. But you know what? I'm going to remove this thing from the screen, and I'm going to bring everyone back, and I'm going to ask Ambassador Ward to make a comment on everything I just talked about. Can I hear you, sir?
Unmute your mic, Ambassador.
Okay.
Got it. Your chronology left one thing out.
Go ahead, sir.
Before that discussion, before the Jamaican ambassador spoke on behalf of CARICOM, every government had ample time to review two pieces of paper. One, the Jordanian resolution, and two, the Canadian amendment. Very important, folks.
Mm-hmm.
The Canadian didn't just walk in and say, I have an amendment. That's not how it works. The amendment for Canada, well, first of all, the Jordanian resolution is translated into 6 languages, printed and distributed to all delegations. Nobody talking about that. The 6 working language of the United Nations. The same applies to any amendment to the original resolution that was proposed.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be translated into 6 languages, printed and distributed to the 193 members of the UN. The English version of the resolution and the amendment by Canada would have been transmitted to Kingston in advance of the preparation and delivery of the CARICOM statement. Please make sure all future conversations bear that in mind.
Yes.
Those documents were not distributed on the spot.
There we
And
go.
when they talk about deliberations and consultation, don't let me use the term I want to use. It's a very popular term,
No, don't you?
but it has something to do with a bull.
Yes,
But
yes.
let me not use it today. But because it is nonsense,
In,
pure unadulterated nonsense.
you
And
can
when you
use
obfuscate, make sure you have your facts right, so you know what you're not speaking the truth about.
Ambassador, you can use
Hold on a second,
intentional fortitude.
I hear you, sir.
Let me say one more thing. Folks, think about this. Jamaica is in charge of the CARICOM caucus, right? When I say charge, they're spearheading it.
They cheer.
They
Drunker.
steer it.
Pick up yourself.
And they, Jamaica, made that speech for CARICOM. CARICOM has what, 14 nations?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
It was
14 nations.
negotiated and drafted. Even it is possible Jamaica may have made the first draft, which was discussed among CARICOM ambassadors in New York, and their foreign ministers would have been given copies of the draft back home, and they would have had input to their ambassadors, and that will have come together in a final draft. Before that final draft is read, it is circulated to all the foreign ministries if those ambassadors are doing their work. Because they don't decide on something of importance as this is on their own.
No, here is a point I want to emphasize, and I really want to emphasize this point. Jamaica chairs that caucus, comprised of 14 countries, including Jamaica, and we saw where the foreign minister was running around parading and making statements saying that, you know, Jamaica is in charge of it, and Jamaica did this and Jamaica did that, and okay, fine, Jamaica made a speech. Jamaica chairs that caucus. Think about this, folks. When you lead, you lead. You don't desert your troops. When you lead, you lead. Here's what Jamaica did. Here's what Jamaica did. Jamaica went and made the speech on behalf of CARICOM. And then they took the vote. 13 CARICOM nations voted. 13 voted for the resolution.
12 voted for the resolution.
Sorry, 12.
One abstained, I think.
They abstained.
80 abstained.
Jamaica did not cast a vote. Now, how do you call yourself a leader in CARICOM? You're speaking on behalf of your community. And then when it's time to vote, you're missing. Well, you're not missing. You're sitting there in the room, but you just don't cast a vote. This is something that you've proposed on behalf of your community. And now you have to show solidarity with your community. And there's no solidarity. That's why CARICOM doesn't trust Jamaica. And that's why CARICOM should not trust Jamaica. That's not the only reason. We have other reasons, including the Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith's the proposed elevation for her to the Secretary General's position, where there was a consensus that everybody was going to support Baroness Patrice Scotland. And then Jamaica again. Jamaica took a left turn on our neighbors and said, no, we're the hell with Baroness Scotland. We're putting up our own candidate. But putting that aside, because folks, tell your family, tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell even your enemies, they have to tune in, because after we finish with this segment, we're going to dissect something that happened this week. And you are going to be extremely surprised. If you think you're surprised at what the government did here, you're going to be very surprised at what's to come, because you're going to see lies being exposed. You're going to see it. You're going to see it.
Tell me something. You filed the appeal yet?
The appeal is in the works. But we're going to come back to that. But folks, you see what I'm saying? That you're leading. How can you lead a contingent of community countries in your community, and then when it's time to vote, you just disappear?
No, so to be fair, Mr. Rattigan, we do not know if Jamaica House has Starlink. When important matters happen and things of national importance,
but then
the breakdown in communication and a simple WhatsApp call on the floor can cause a non-vote.
Hold on.
I need space to speak, because this is important. It's a communication issue, and they want a do-over. But I want to take this opportunity to say, because many things happened this week, and we did hear from Lisa Hanna, who had called for the foreign minister to resign. And somewhere in that, there was some exchange of words about crosses and, political bantering. But in her post-mortem of what happened, Lisa Hanna would have put out a demonstration of what I'm hearing from Ambassador Curtis Ward, Ambassador Samba, about being able to read the room, about having intelligence, the importance to not embarrass your country. And in all of that, I am just putting out to the public so that they don't miss it. And I'm making a public plea and say, Lisa Hanna, I beg you, don't abandon Jamaica. Moving forward, I don't care who are vex and beat me up, you know. You are so erudite, you are so eloquent, and the world needs that. Jamaica needs that. And I humbly ask that whoever the powers that be, apart from not Starlink, what do you call the other thing? Pegasus. Pegasus, please leave me alone. I'm a Wyndham kind of guy. All right, so just leave me there, and ask that when we think about foreign affairs, when we think about articulation, communication, and lack of hypocrisy, somebody needs to bring Lisa Hanna back to the table. I cannot envision Jamaica beyond the next election without a Lisa Hanna being and participating. Somebody who can continue to work alongside Mr. Christopher Henry to bring us back on the international stage to have competence. That's my only,
all right, let me just, before we go any further, hold on. Let me just say to everybody, we have 1,600 devices tuned into the program, and we only have like 600 likes. So please like, share, subscribe. I'm asking you, please. Go ahead. I think Ambassador, I think Christopher wanted to make a point, and then I'll come to you. Christopher.
I was just adding to the point that if we had made a statement, I don't think there needed to be a call to Kingston. We could have just simply pressed the easy for them green button.
You're right.
No, say that again, Chris. Pull up. Oh, sorry, Rattigan. That's the night show. My bad. Repeat it, Chris. Repeat it. Repetition is important.
Easy, press the easy for them green button. So I can't understand what was needed to call Kingston for. What was the need to, and the entire work of Raymond Wolf and his predecessors at the UN has been slowly eroded by the incompetence of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Right? Lisa, my senior, in her article, I think not this week, last week, chronologized all of the ministers' series of mess ups, right? There was the Commonwealth General Secretary debacle. There was actually a lot of people have forgotten the Jamaican fishermen. And there was famously the Ukrainian students where she offered them the loan to come home rather than just saying, oh, no, come home and we will sort it out. So it is not, this is the last in a series of, to put it mildly, unfortunate events.
And I think there was a UNESCO fiasco as well, too. Am I correct?
They voted in against, they abstained, which we usually vote against that. I correct me if I'm wrong, Ambassador Ward. We usually vote against that that vote, Israel asking Jerusalem to be their capital, something along those lines. I stand to be corrected if I'm wrong.
Ambassador, before you answer that, there's one point, a key point I'd missed in my analysis on the Israel situation with Jamaica. There is a video out in a book, I believe, out in YouTube that says 21 families run Jamaica. I don't know if you've seen it. But when you hear names like the Issas, the Ashnaims, the Hannas, right, the Matalans, when you keep hearing these names over and over, and that puts some into our chat room, when you hear these names, is it just like the United States where families can dictate policy to the Democrats or to the Republicans? Is Jamaica now in that same boat? Can these families dictate how Jamaica is going to vote or else that was just my addition to it.
All right, can I answer her first on the 21
Yeah, sure,
families?
sure.
Go ahead, Ambassador.
21 families was something that was mooted in the 70s. And don't forget now, Jamaica's first ambassador to the United States was Ashenheim,
What's your name?
you know. Um, the idea, what it was basically in terms of those families, is that they had the wealth. They controlled the wealth in Jamaica. And they put money behind politicians. And so they used their money to control what politicians did. But I want to add something else that I don't think it has come up so far. Well, the first thing would be that I noticed the editorial in one of our main newspapers calling for recall of the Jamaican ambassador in New York. In other words, they want to make him the scapegoat. Let's not miss that. That editorial was very clear to me that somebody wanted him to be the scapegoat. Because how do you ascribe blame to him when he's operating on instructions from his foreign minister? My personal view, based on everything I've heard, based on the statement put out by the ministry, the Facebook, what the Prime Minister said about trying to redo the vote and so on and so forth, is that two things. One, the ambassador was specifically instructed not to vote. Two, that there was no deliberations going on at the time. That would have been communicated in advance. You know, if that ambassador was sitting in his chair, he was probably sliding under the desk when the vote was taken, because he would have been ashamed. Because his integrity was being impugned. And for the editorial to call for his recall is to say that don't blame the foreign minister, don't blame the prime minister, blame the ambassador. It's wrong.
Yes.
It has no credibility, and it's immoral. The buck stopped with the prime minister, and it passes through the foreign minister. They are the ones who appointed the ambassador. So if the ambassador is not competent, and based on the little I know, he is competent. They are the ones who put him there, and he, quite rightly, follow instructions from his foreign minister. At some point, if they pressure him long enough or try to make him into a scapegoat, I do hope that he will defend himself.
Curtis, Ambassador.
I saw a similar situation occurring with the diplomatic brouhaha between the United States and Jamaica, where the ambassador in Washington, despite being told by the foreign minister not to say anything, did put out a statement exonerating herself from that brouhaha. And I'm hoping the ambassador in New York will do the same.
You know, I'm hearing from reliable sources that he's not happy with what's going on. And his wife is not happy. His wife, who is an attorney working at the UN, not happy. So I agree with you that if there's continued pressure on him to make him look like the scapegoat, that he will leave. And like you said, from what I've heard, from what I've read, he appears to be very competent. But why did they put him in that position to seem incompetent? It's terrible. And then he was paraded in front of the entire world. This wasn't a backroom deal or a cocktail party or something like that. This was in the UN. I think there's a video and pictures of him sitting in his chair when the votes were cast. And the poor man can't even cast it. He has to sit on his hands because there's no button for him to push. There's no button for him. It's terrible. Herb, jump in. You have something you want to...
You know, one of the problems, Ambassador, is after all the analysis, regardless, it comes back, as you know, to leadership. If leadership is positive, if it affirms things, there's no A to C and then you divert to B, right? There would be transparency, and that transparency would consist of predeterminations as well as a statement of determination. Now, when you miss out on all of those things and you start playing this game, it goes back to what's been happening with this government. There's no accountability. You know, it's a blame game. And I can only surmise maybe they did that to distract from the Rattigan versus foreign minister case and the shenanigans with that case and the judge. So that's the only thing I can surmise, Ambassador. I don't know what your opinion is.
Before the ambassador comes in,
Christopher,
yes.
Because I don't want us to lose sight of this. There is something also bubbling in a pot where it appears that the foreign ministry is dancing around the signing of an agreement. Just see if you can shed some light on that. And certainly, what would your ministry do if you were in this particular situation? It's important to know.
There is an agreement. I think it's a continuation of the continued agreement with the European Union.
Mm-hmm.
There is a clause in the agreement that speaks to the improvement of sexual education in schools. I'm using the terms loosely. Yeah. Apparently, Jamaica has decided to delay the signing of that agreement. There are other benefits, in my view, to the agreement. So what I would have wanted the foreign ministry to do is to probably sign, but larger reservation, and Ambassador can correct me if I'm wrong, larger reservation or lodge some sort of comment that we are not going to follow this clause, or that we are not in agreement with this clause, or we would rather see this clause being another way.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the question is, I know that we are a deeply Christian nation. I have no qualms about that. They are delaying based on what the Gleaner has written, based on the consultation with one ultra-conservative, ultra group that says that it is the quote-unquote I want to go
LGBTQ community
communities agenda through the back door.
Mhm.
So the question was asked by, I think, the head of JFLAG, not JFLAG, the head of Jamaicans for Justice,
Mhm.
asking who else did the Ministry of Foreign Affairs consult with? Where are the other comments in relation to those other civil groups in relation to this agreement? And I think somebody had also asked, why wasn't the reservation lodged instead of delaying the signing, or I just sign and lodge the reservation? So that is also that came out today. So
Mhm.
that is also brewing. So everybody is wondering if we are going to be prejudiced by the non-signature of this agreement, because it has other little, for want of a better term, goodies in it, other than the sexual education part that we are not so comfortable with.
Mhm. Okay, very well.
And I just want to, before Ambassador comes on, to just underscore that there's a difference. I see Kathy in the comments was saying it. There's a difference between Zionism and Judaism.
Judaism.
Yes, Zionism is, I think, extreme side of the Judaism, the religion.
Yeah, Zionism was actually created by an atheist who said that they would find the Israel for the people. So it's very ironic, but it mustn't be confused with Judaism.
Right,
I
precisely.
think public education is important for that. But I thank you for how you answered that question, because again, all of that you just says lead back to the Constitution, and a lot of the prospective considerations are already set out. We on this program certainly would have spoken about in terms of where sexuality and marriage and all the sanctities of what religious groups would worry about. The Constitution protects it. So it's kind of strange that the foreign ministry would have us lose the goodies, as you say, without taking a certain approach. And public education is important where that is concerned.
It's the same approach that they're taking with constitutional reform, but that's for a different program.
Okay.
Only listening to one set of people. But Ambassador,
Mm.
I know that you are.
Well, you know, we've gone through coming from Lome in the 70s to the Cotonou Agreement, now the Samoa Agreement. And this is the first of the three agreements in which I understand if Jamaica signs on to it, as it is, not because of the religious bias or whatever it might be, but we are actually surrendering our sovereignty. I have not had an opportunity to read the agreement, and I would guarantee that that group which oppose it based on religious issues probably have not read it either, but have been fed some little bit of gospel from these right-wing Christian groups who would prepare a document and circulate it to every country in the world, to their cohorts in these countries. So I haven't read it, but my understanding is that there are some sovereignty issues which, if you sign it, you are surrendering. And we would never consider negotiating or agreeing to those terms. We would have objected to them long ago. And the only reason why the foreign minister now is delaying the signing is because this group is opposed to it. But for what reason may not be the right reason, if you get me. And as Christopher was kind to say that there are some goodies in there. Yes, there are development assistance and grants which are tied to the agreement coming from the EU, and these are substantial. And by not signing it, you will not be able to participate in those programs. But you could sign but you have to have reservations.
Mhm.
And reservations are acceptable in any international agreement. But again, you know, I said Chris,
Yeah.
Herb, Mr. Rattigan. I don't know who's advising our foreign ministry. I don't know who's advising the Prime Minister on foreign policy, on international relations, and so on. But they need to figure that out. He used to have a national security advisor, and he was promoted to police commissioner and has not been replaced. So I guess his position wasn't really relevant. But he certainly need a team of foreign policy advisors attached not just to the foreign minister but to the prime minister.
Indeed.
I think the 21 richest Jamaican families are serving that purpose, Ambassador.
Oh,
I,
I
I, I don't think you can get away from that.
But Herb, that 21, that original list of 21, they
Has
are not the
changed.
families of today.
No, that's right. That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
but
They are not, they are
they're
not the
within the
21.
PSOJ, right?
They are not the 21 families of today.
Things
Yeah,
have changed.
You look at the people who are are leading the economy today
please,
compared to then.
I
please,
forgot to mention
if I can,
the
before
Hart family in Montego Bay certainly stand out when it comes to the American Friends of Jamaica and when it comes to Israel, right? There's no doubt in my mind that money is talking in Jamaica. Jamaica is not short on money, and the people who are making money are making it hand over fist or whatever they refer to it as, and and there is no uh, cause to celebrate because the people are suffering. You know, there's no programs for those who have suffered since COVID and probably have that post-COVID dilemma like most people here. We talked about in the past the people poisoned from bauxite and other industries that poisoned our people, and the government has failed to address that. Right? We talk about the high schools, Ambassador, that continually produce dunces, produce 44% of the grads who cannot read, comprehend, or write. So we have a lot of things that is happening
That's
because,
why the dunce backpack was so popular.
well, that's true.
I want you to leave me alone. I feel like I'm being attacked on this program as a super dunce man here. But listen, I don't want to get away from this because the comments is riling up. And so, Ambassador and Chris, I just want some clarity or expand on this. The importance of a reservation clause. Because the goodies, I hear people saying that we're selling out for the goodies, and people drift away from the importance of the international arrangements and when it comes to treaties and you guys can just assist me here, but a reservation clause is a declaration by a state, in this case Jamaica, which is made upon signing or ratifying a treaty, that the state reserves the right not to abide by certain provisions of the treaty.
Precisely.
I just want the public to know, and you can expound on that for me, so that if you sign with your right to reserve the very things that this one group is concerned about, you can address after you do that internally, that we're not going to implement the sexual education aspect of it because we are still dealing with it internally, and we reserve the right not to abide by the provisions of the form of sexual education that's going into the school. I just need your comment on that so people understand that when people act like it is difficult, the lack of knowledge, especially coming out of that ministry, to serve the Jamaican interest, that is not enough for the do-over mentality, or say we miss it because we were deliberating as if it's a learn on the spot, because international law includes some give or take and the right to reserve. That's just I need for the purpose of educating the public that aspect of it, please.
I thought you're absolutely correct in terms of the purpose of the reservation clause. And any international treaty, you can Google them, folks. You will see that countries register reservations, which are listed on the website of that treaty. So the whole world knows what each country has an issue with. And that reservation clause gives you the option of whether you wish to implement that particular provision of the treaty. And so I don't know that in this particular case there is any prohibition to reservation clauses. I can't imagine that there would be, because every government signing on to that agreement is a sovereign government, is a sovereign country, and they have the right of sovereignty to make those determinations.
Precisely.
So I don't see why the government of Jamaica wouldn't understand this and use whatever tools at their disposal to deal with these particular issues. It's a little mind-boggling.
You know, there's something else I need to add before we move on. And I think Isaac is up next to do his piece on self-defense, and then he's gonna use that to segue into the state of emergency. But there's another issue, another foreign affairs issue that's trending and pending. And that is the issue of sending Jamaican soldiers and policemen and women to Haiti. I'm being told that that is something that's going to happen very, very soon. And so I'd like to turn the mic over to Herb to lead the discussion on that. And then Chris and the ambassador and I will follow.
Yes. Up to last night, I don't know how many of you might have seen the Jeffrey Tavares Make We Talk program, but we had Professor Prosper, who has done her dissertation on, I guess, Latin America, Caribbean, with specificity on Haiti. And she, of course, is Haitian American. And what she hammered home repeatedly, and even at the very last question Jeffrey asked, what she said was, the people of Haiti do not want foreign troops of any kind on their soil. And this is the majority people of Haiti. Every time, and there's been the last 20 years, the UN has been on the ground in Haiti. And they are members of the UN made up committee of, I think, former Prime Minister Patterson, as well as Golan might be members of that committee. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ambassador. And this committee is the one that suggests to the current acting Prime Minister what he should or should not be doing.
Herb.
Yeah.
First of all, PJ Patterson is not a member of the committee.
Golan
The members of the committee is former Prime Minister Bruce Golding,
Yeah.
former Prime Minister Kenny Anthony, and former Prime Minister, what's his name, of the Bahamas?
Yes.
Davis. Not Davis.
No, Davis is current, if I
Pim-
no,
Pimblin.
a former prime minister of
yes, as
the
a former prime minister of the
Bahamas.
Bahamas.
They're called the eminent group of
Eminent
persons.
group.
Eminent group. That's what they're called.
And this idea of them telling Haiti what Haiti needs to do is not true. I don't care who said it, it is not true. Haiti, the interim prime minister for over a year has been calling for international intervention in Haiti. The eminent persons group is only a few months old. So, you know, I don't know where I get this. And when people talk about the people of Haiti, there are difference of opinions in Haiti, as well as in the Haitian diaspora, as to whether or not they need international intervention to stabilize the country and take it back from the gangs.
Yeah.
People tend to get up and say the people of Haiti doesn't want this or doesn't want that. That is not the case.
But
Because
let me clarify that, Ambassador. Let me clarify
Yes,
that. Let me just do that. The UN has been in charge and running things for about 20 years, regardless of what anybody might be saying. And the UN has brought, to use a popular politician in Jamaica's words, crosses to Haiti. They've brought infections with them. They have raped, they have caused serious problems to the population of Haiti, right? And then they turn around and say that they're exempt from prosecutions or being sued by the people of Haiti, right? We see that clearly. But the point she was making is that they want to put concrete down on lands where the farming can be done, and the farmers have always wanted to do their farming. Keep in mind that it was the US sending the cheap rice from Arkansas down to Haiti that ruined the Haitian farmers' rice production, because they could not beat the cheapness of that rice from Arkansas. So the Haitians want to go back to growing their own food, and that's not happening. So when you look at the population at large, a population of 11 million, and the fact that the 11 million has never been served well by the deployment of troops to Haiti. These are the points she's making. And they don't see a difference. And when I attended the meeting at State Department, one group wanted to see the military deployed back to Haiti. I recall the Clinton administration deploying folks and over 94,000 weapons being cleared out of Haiti. Then I saw they had Aristide to resume his office. And then here we saw G.W. Bush come in, and he pulled Aristide out there. He allowed shipments of weapons out of Florida and elsewhere to go into northern Haiti and to proliferate throughout Haiti to have the Aristide government overwhelmed and overthrown. After that, we saw Aristide sent to Africa, out in the middle of nowhere. We saw Jamaica's Prime Minister, P.J. Patterson, do everything in his power and sent a team to retrieve Aristide, bring him to Jamaica, and had him resettled back to Haiti. That didn't last long. He had to leave and go to South Africa because the U.S. didn't want him there, right? And then he somehow made it back again. So you may have the may be off on that that timeline with Aristide, but this is what the good lady was saying.
there are a
That
lot
the
of things
people
wrong
have
with what she
no
was
say
saying.
so.
there's a lot of stuff wrong with what you were saying. First of all, the UN became engaged with Haiti because of a military coup. And Kofi Annan negotiated a settlement to remove the military and return Haiti to a democratic path. Yes, the UN has had troops in Haiti, and some of those troops have abused Haitian citizens, and they have been found accountable back in their country. They may have immunity from prosecution in Haiti because they go there with international diplomatic immunity, just like any other diplomatic personnel. Some of them did abuse, but they are the ones who stabilized Haiti. And when they left, they turned over a stable Haiti to the then government of Haiti. And then the corruption within Haiti and the rise of the gangs reversed everything. The UN kept a presence in Haiti, doing humanitarian work and feeding hungry Haitian people. They don't talk about that. They talk about the abuse by some of the peacekeepers who were there. Now, this support mission was asked for by the interim Prime Minister of Haiti and supported by many of the political factions in Haiti. There is a group of political leaders in Haiti who want to see the current Prime Minister get out of there and no future for him in the politics of Haiti. And they supported the troops because they needed outside intervention to stabilize Haiti. Haiti does not have a military of its own. They have a police force which is under-resourced and under-equipped, under-trained, and they cannot handle the gangs in Haiti. The gangs have taken over large swaths of Haiti and control it. Now, this support mission is not going in very soon. I don't know where that came from. To put a mission like this together is not a quick insertion force. The Kenyans have to be trained up to deal with the Haitian situation. In operations, in planning, they have to be fully equipped to go in. The US government pledged $200 million to help with that purpose. They're waiting for more money because this is not just 1,000 pledged by Kenya, which has to be approved by the Kenyan parliament. They just don't pick them up and send them. That's not a decision of the Kenyan president. The Kenyan parliament has to approve it. And this is not just Kenyans. You have Senegal, who has pledged to send 350. You have Burundi, pledged to send 250. Chile, Jamaica, Ecuador, Barbados, Belize, Seychelles, the Bahamas, Spain, Mongolia. They've all said they would send people, police officers, as part of this mission. By the time the complete mission is filled out to be about 3,000. Kenya alone is asking for up to $270 million to fully equip and train and deploy their 1,000. So the 200 million pledged by the United States is not enough. But I do not find any credibility in those who continue to bash UN intervention when many Haitians, tens of thousands of Haitians, would be starving and denied certain health care if the UN did not have a mission currently in Haiti. And it's not a military mission, it's a humanitarian mission. So, people say things for political reasons. And I have to raise my hand whenever I hear it. I can't
All right.
sit idly by.
But Ambassador, let me intervene and say that unless it's a bogus document, we saw a document recently where a member of the JCF said that his men and women, they were going in, quote, to bust up the gangs. I think that's the term that was used. That doesn't sound like a humanitarian thing to me. So if you can't bust up gangs in Jamaica, where you have more than 200 identified gangs, or you're going to go Haiti and bust up gangs where you don't understand the language, you're not familiar with the terrain, you're not familiar with the culture, and you're up against armed, well-armed, and well-trained former soldiers and policemen. What kind of mission is that?
First of all, when I say humanitarian, I'm talking about the current mission, not the security support mission recently approved by the UN Security Council. That's a completely different mission. That is a mission of police to go in to support the Haitian National Police. I don't know whether the document you're referring to is genuine or not, but certainly anybody who would put out a statement like that really doesn't understand exactly
Well,
what their role is.
well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Ambassador. The Kenyan newspaper had an article recently, and it mirrored the statement made in Jamaica. It said they're going in to deal with gangs. Now, like you said, we're talking about two missions here. We're talking about the humanitarian mission. We're talking about the security mission. I'm referring to the security mission. I'm saying, how can you go in? How do you plan to go in and deal with gangs when you can't deal with gangs in your own country? And people are looking at you saying, what are you doing? So the question then is, are we making mercenaries out of our security forces? Is that what we're doing? Because one quick second here, because if you recall, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade said that they were waiting on funding to go in.
Just let me add this before our ambassador answers. The first mission, which started in 1993 and was established minister in 2004 to help stabilize the country after a rebellion that took most of Haitian forced Aristide out. That was the U.S. undermining of President Aristide. And that's when a ton of weapons hit Haiti at the same time. Now, the mission was replaced by the United Nations Mission for Justice Support in 2017, which focused on strengthening the rule of law and human rights in the country. Well, we see what has happened to that. It's been a failure. And
No,
then
Herb.
October,
You have your dates wrong. You have your dates wrong.
I just took this from
2017
this
mission.
website.
No. The 2017 mission was a switch from a military presence to a humanitarian presence. Different mission, different mandate.
But they say it was for justice. First one was security. 2017, they said, was to enhance justice. So, it was not military, the 2017 one.
You have to look at the United Nations resolutions of the
That's
Security
what,
Council.
that's what I copied.
Hold on. The resolution determine the mandate. And when a military mandate, which is a peacekeeping mandate, it's different from a humanitarian mandate.
I understand that, Ambassador, okay?
But don't mix up the two.
No, I'm not. In 2023, October, United Nations Security Council authorized the deployment of an international security mission to help Haiti's national police quell surging gang violence and restore security across its strife-torn Caribbean nation.
Right.
The force would not formally be under UN control and is expected to be led by Kenya, which has pledged 1,000 police to spearhead the mission. And all these other people you're talking about said they'll send 100 here, 50 here, and to probably bring the total up to closer to 2,000 or well over 1,500. All right.
It will be
But
about 3,000.
okay, all right, 3,000. I give you
But
that.
Herb, hold on. I think everybody who wants to speak on this issue must read the statement that was given by the Kenyan Interior Minister to the parliamentary committee which is considering the mission. And he has set out in his statement how the command and control by Kenya would be structured. How many commissioners, how many assistant commissioners, how many this, how many corporals, how many sergeants. And out of the 1,000, there will be 600 and some constables. The rest of them are from corporal, sergeant, assistant commissioners, and so on. They have outlined the structure. They need to train them up for this specific mission. Countries like Burundi and Senegal and so on, their police contribution will be French speaking. Mr. Rattigan raised the issue of Jamaicans going in without being able to speak French. There are other countries, the Chileans, the Spanish, the Bahamas, all of them who are going in from non-French speaking countries will be there and they will have interpreters. This does not mean they'll be on the front line. It doesn't. The lead will be the Haitian National Police, which has to be trained up in the process. This mission is approved for a year from the time it starts, and then the Security Council will revisit it, evaluate it, and make a determination as to its extension. But the Haitian, a main mandate in that mission is to train up and equip the Haitian National Police. And I would say there are not many former soldiers who are in the gangs. Former police officers, yes. There has not been a military in Haiti now for several years. Several years. And many of those folks got into crimes because they had no employment, nothing. And the Haitian economy and the Haitian government could not support them.
Ambassador, let me ask you this. Given everything you've said regarding our timeline and the training up and all of that, when do you anticipate, and you said it's a year from whenever they start, when do you anticipate this initiative taking hold? When do you anticipate it starting?
Probably January.
Oh, well, hold on. So the Haitian police, are they in the process of being trained already?
I don't know, but here it is.
The Haitian police ambassador were trained by U.S. elements in the past. There were 20,000 in the police force, and most of them turned around and resigned, deserted, and a lot of them were putting in for U.S. visas to come to the U.S. because things were getting out of control. So now they're down to about 12,000 members.
Oh, I was about to say that.
So they are getting relief from the Kenyans and from the rest of the forces that are about to come there. Now, the fact that Kenya is fighting Al-Shabaab in Somalia.
That's military.
the police are involved as well.
Military. No, no.
No,
Herb,
not just the military. Give
Herb,
me credit here, Ambassador.
come on, man. The
From
Haitian,
everything, from
Kenya
everything
is
I've
not
seen,
sending its police officers into Somalia.
you, Ambassador, when the Al Shabaab came and invaded that mall, it was the police who had to react to the and do the counterterrorism job that they were trained for, not the military. The military goes into to Somalia. They patrol the borders, but the police has the responsibility of internal security. That's why the interior minister is involved. So it is going to be a trained police force. The only thing that they're harping on is they want some of that 200 million right now. That's what Minister Kichor Kin Ikil has stated, that he wants to train and he wants the money, but it's more the money. These guys have
No, it's not. No, no, no,
counterterrorism
no, no,
training.
no, no, no. They need new equipment. They need special equipment to go into Haiti. They need to be trained on Haitian, all kinds of different Haiti. You know what the size of the Kenyan police forces? 80,000 persons. 80,000. 1,000 is a drop in the bucket.
Yeah.
So,
Right. But
you
but,
know,
he- but
The,
but here's the thing. Here's the thing.
the
Here's the question
US
I'm thinking
and
though.
Canada, let me just make this other
Right.
point. The US and Canada has said that they will provide, they're going to need more than that. They're going to need a security operations center separate from the Haitian National Police. And they're going to need to have uh, the training when they initially get there of operating with the Haitian National Police. They're going to have the Haitian National Police and them have to work out who's going to do perimeter um, within the towns and who's going to go after the gangs. Is it going to be a joint effort, or is it going to be Asian National Police making that effort while Kenyan and others hold fort within the various towns? We're talking about Port-au-Prince. We're not talking about the entire Haiti. But then if they do it like they do it in Jamaica with Zoso or state of emergency, these guys are going to scatter to the four winds, and they can't afford that. So they're going to have a containment plan as well as a plan to go after specific gang targets. They're going to have air support, which the Kenyans are not bringing. So that means either Canada or the US going to have helicopter gunships and other transports available to them to move these guys around. So there's a lot of planning that is going into it, but we don't believe that the Kenyans are going to need a tremendous amount of training. Jamaica's in training already, so I'm sure the Kenyans are doing the same thing with their police officers. But you do need things like uh, a map, a detailed map that you can study and look at the various impediments to movement within the country, within Port-au-Prince. And I suggested that they contact the mapping directorate at Mona campus, the guys who make the maps, and they can do an overlay of Haiti, and they need to train with that particular map because what they see on the ground now, a satellite imagery can be had to impose that on a desktop and create an entire city of Port-au-Prince to where the guys can train accurately. And the same thing is applied to the Kenyans as well.
Let me just
I agree with you, and I'm pretty sure that that's part of the preparation that should take place. And throughout this mission, as you know, Herb, the U.S. will be providing intelligence to those on the ground. The Haitian people don't want to see American soldiers in Haiti. unless there's an earthquake or a hurricane and they're bringing relief supplies. That's when they're welcome 1000%. You know, there's so much that people say and people don't say. And there are a lot of misleading statements out there. And we really have to see how Kenya takes command of this mission. Kenya has the capacity to do so. As I mentioned, their current force is 80,000. And they've already structured the mission. The interior minister, who is in charge of police in Kenya, already presented the structure for approval by the special committee that is dealing with it, which will then recommend it to Parliament for approval. So they are well on their way in structuring this mission.
Ambassador.
And I'm pretty sure they are training, but they need equipment and specialized equipment. Night vision, day vision, light armored vehicles, all these things. All this has to be paid for out of the money that is being contributed by the international community.
All right, Ambassador, I'll tell you what, because people are waiting and they want to hear what I have to say about the Kamina Johnson.
I want to hear too.
You want to hear? All right.
We all want to hear.
Yeah, well, please stick around because it's going to be quite interesting. So what I'd like to do now is, I just don't want to cut off the Haiti discussion. So,
Ratty.
So does anybody have anything to say before we turn it over to Isaac, because he has a significant piece to.
Yeah, let me just say this to the ambassador and to everybody. The Kenyan police and intelligence officers attended a 12-week counterterrorism training academy for the FBI in Quantico, Virginia in 2020. And the training was aimed at preparing them for the establishment of the first joint terrorism task force outside of the U.S. in Nairobi, Kenya. And the JTTF is a partnership between the FBI and Kenyan law enforcement and national security agencies, and is focused on investigating and prosecuting terrorists. So this is what I'm talking about, Ambassador. The center was set up when I was inside the intel agency, and they did not do the formal training. It's done seven years after I left the agency. But in the interim, between CIA and Special Operations Forces, they train people to run that joint terrorism. It's a counterterrorism center. So it just became more formalized in 2020.
I am aware, and you're right. But the cooperation and collaboration between Kenya and the United States goes back to the 1990s, when the U.S. Embassy in Nairobi was bombed on August 7, 1998.
Yep.
So that cooperation, I can tell you, following 9/11, every major country started pumping money into Kenya to build Kenya's anti-terrorism capacity. In 2001, I know this because when I was at the UN Counterterrorism Committee, we were literally getting these countries say, hey, slow down. Kenya can only take so much. Give some other countries some of the technical assistance. We know this.
All right. Let me just go around the horn and just get a quick yes or no to this question, and then we'll move on to Brother Isaac. Ambassador, let me start with you. Do you think this mission is going to succeed, this UN mission going to Haiti?
Let me put it this way, it's the only hope for Haiti.
The only hope for Haiti.
And we all should work to see it succeed.
All right. Isaac.
What was the question? I don't know nothing about Haiti. I'm sorry. I can't provide any assistance.
No, it's not that you were distracted. That's what happened.
Okay. What was the question?
But that's okay, no problem. The question was whether or not the UN mission, the humanitarian and the security mission, if they will succeed in Haiti
I
with the
think
3,000
Nick,
people.
Oh, yeah, I want to answer that.
Elon,
Nationwide is on your side. Ensuring a picnic on it. What are them got there?
Oh, the month. Okay. Sir Herb.
you see, that's what happened when you listen through the Elon Musk system, my son.
Yeah,
I agree with you, Herb. I agree with you.
Herb, you think it's going to be
Look,
a success? Or it's just going to be,
I
it's just going to
believe
be added to the annals of failure that we've seen in Haiti?
if they go there with the attitude of not shutting down the troublemakers, the people who are instigating and supporting the gangs, which they name as Vorb, Braun, and Accra, the three money men, billionaires who've been supporting the gangs. As long as their businesses flourish, they couldn't care less. And they set up and control a lot of these prime ministers or presidents, whatever they want to call them, because they rule the day every day when these guys are in power. But the bottom line here is, without an organized group like CARICOM helping to organize and train up government administrations, stuff like that, I don't know if the U.S. is going to want to get that deep, but I think CARICOM has a role to play to ensure that it is a success,
All right.
and to ensure all the people are served.
All right. Thanks. Although we don't have a CARICOM delegation going. When I say CARICOM bearing the banner of CARICOM, we have CARICOM nations going, but we don't have CARICOM as a community. All 14 countries.
Yeah.
All right. Chris.
I would echo Ambassador Ward's sentiments and really hope that it does succeed, because for far too long Haiti has been in very troubled waters, for want of a better word, and we'd hope that we can return some sort of stability via this UN mission to try to bring it back to some sort of semblance of peace and not to pardon the word prosperity. So
Yeah. Some people would probably
Rattigan, let me add. Outside intervention alone won't do it. The people of Haiti themselves
yes,
have a major role to play in the success or failure of stabilizing the country, security-wise and politically. So
Okay.
we have to bear that in mind.
Yeah, you know what? I think based on everything that I've heard, I think a cogent and reasonable argument could be made that maybe Jamaica need the UN intervention for security. It has the highest. It has the highest. If not, if it has one of, if not the highest homicide rate in the world right
The
now.
highest,
And
yeah.
the highest. And the gangs are just running rampant. And the idea that you're gonna implement a state of emergency and it's going to cut down on crime is just foolhardy. It's just nonsensical. It's not going to work. So maybe we ought to, the next time we meet again, we need to talk about whether the UN should send a delegation to Jamaica to deal with the crime problem, because obviously the people we have there and the organizations that are fighting crime right now, they cannot control crime. It's out of control. And having said that, let me just turn to Isaac. Isaac, please, the floor is yours. Start talking to us about the self-defense business.
I'm so glad you raised that, because you know the people of Haiti, if they were watching right now, they would want to know about self-defense and when according to law it is necessary. I'm bringing this up in the context that we have this chronic illness of constantly over and over reverting to states of emergencies. The effect of bringing a state of emergency is that the human beings, and I say this in spaces all the time, where the Constitution is concerned and where human rights is concerned, the Constitution is written for the people. It is for the people, even though, albeit it wasn't written by the people, the Constitution is there to protect the people and the least among us. And protect from who, you might add, naturally, the creatures of the Constitution and all the other language that you can use to make it clear that the public servants are those who are to serve the people and are given great power for the interest and protection of the people. When we live in a high crime society such as Jamaica, where the government is failing at fighting crime, so you would see the irony that Jamaica would lead any kind of intervention for Haiti is almost laughable. So I apologize to the audience for my lack of interest in having a discussion where that is concerned, because we have real trouble on the ground. But the common citizen who has a right to life needs to understand self-defense, because we are losing our rights, especially when the state of emergency is called. It means that we have no right. So in that vein, a case recently concluded, and this is the context that I'm speaking about self-defense, is a man, and we're going to refer to him as D, had to watch his son murdered by a police officer. And in doing so, he would have chopped the police officer. As I'm speaking to you, having chopped the policeman to prevent his son from being murdered, he failed in that attempt. As he failed in that attempt, he was hauled off to be arrested, not given bail until he presented himself to the court, and he was ultimately charged. There was the decision to charge him for wounding with intent, which is section 20 of the Offenses Against the Persons Act. And I'm raising that to say that means that you could go to prison for 15 years to life easily by virtue of being found guilty of that. Anyway, you as a citizen of this country who has your right to life and who the security forces during a state of emergency will have complete immunity when they murder you as they wish, you still nonetheless have a right under the criminal law and common law to protect yourself against unwanted violence and breaches of your constitutional right. The most somebody can give you during when they take your life or that of your family members or loved ones is sorry, or measly compensation, because the government is very stingy when compensating people for life, and the Tivoli incursion would obviously give you a demonstration that the life of a Jamaican, when government is paying out, is probably not more than 250,000 Jamaican dollars. You do the math. Anyway, in that vein, self-defense, it is usually asserted when somebody is charged with a crime of violence, such as battery, assault with a deadly weapon, or murder. So in this case, in Jamaica, you think about gun, and you think about machete, and you think about ratchet knife. Cutlass, shouldn't say machete. Now, the defendant in this situation, you're going to admit that, yes, I used some violence or the violence, but I was justified by the other person's threatening or violent actions towards me. So the key issue for self-defense is often that you identify who is the aggressor, and then you ask, was his belief that self-defense was necessary or a reasonable one? And 3, if so, was the amount of force that the defendant used also reasonable? So as the case I'm telling you about, police officer has his service weapon and is firing shots at your son, your brother, your wife, somebody in your community. The question is, how do you respond to that? If police are bust shot off of you, what do you do? Well, if you bring a machete to a gunfight, you must determine whether that was reasonable. Or if you also use a gun, if you use a gun to respond by a gun, the law says you have the right to do that. So keep that in mind. Now, it is rooted in the belief that people should be allowed to protect themselves. In part, this means that someone doesn't necessarily have to wait to the point of actually being struck in order to act in self-defense. Whatever the circumstances are, any force that would be that you use has to be reasonable under the circumstances, so that reasonableness must be one where you believe honestly that you need to protect yourself. So if you're in your house during a state of emergency and the security forces kicking off your door, coming in with the big machine guns, and you see them shooting your brother, at that point, if somebody is shooting at your brother or is killing or murdering your family, you can kill them back, because your response must be proportionate when we are in a situation where people are breaching your right to life. The key thing about it is the court thinks about what is reasonable force. So you claim that you held a particular belief in regard to the existence of any circumstance, and the reasonableness or otherwise of the belief is relevant to the question whether you genuinely held it. But if it is determined that you did genuinely hold that belief, then you're entitled to rely on it for the purposes of the law as it is. So if you honestly believe that somebody is killing you or your family, because self-defense also is in relation to another, then you can under law rely on self-defense. And even if you find yourself locked up, you're cloaked in a presumption of innocence, and you will go to trial and you will be found not guilty, because the law says that you can use self-defense. Doesn't matter if the person is a police officer, doesn't matter if the person is a soldier, doesn't matter that these persons are cloaked under the guise of having authority under the law. If they are breaking the law, you have a right to defend yourself. And the cases in point are Aaron Gladstone Williams, that speak about mistake and speak about the reasonableness of holding an honest belief. So that we're in John Public this week, a police officer, for whatever reason, he shot a taxi man. If the taxi man, if you are a good Samaritan and you were in a position, you also had at that time could have taken a machete and chop off clean the hand of the police officer after he shot the taxi man, because he would have been breaking the law, because there are less restrictive measures such as pepper spray, such as the baton, and of course your other officers who could have restrained an unarmed man at the time. So you don't have to sit down and watch persons kill other citizens. And as the ambassador would have said, it is the people of Haiti who will determine the success of a mission. It's the same. The people of the country will determine how we fight crime and determine when self-defense is necessary to take control of a society riddled by crime and riddled by, whether we call them violence contributors, a term that I reject, or gang members, criminals, whatever you call them, but you have to be able to take back your country from all of the criminality and insurgents that's happening. Your Prime Minister referred to it as terrorism. Now, the key case in Jamaica is Beckford and the Queen. And in that case, the appellant was convicted, and it went all the way to the place that nobody in Jamaica liked but ISAT, the Privy Council. And the Privy Council would have said, listen, if the officer honestly believes that he's under attack and the force that he uses to respond, even if it is anticipatory, it is justified and it is reasonable, and his conviction was quashed. He was called to the family member of a man called the police and said that he was terrorizing the mother and the sister. When he got there, somebody was running, him hear some rumbling, and he shot the man and he killed him. And the Privy Council says, no, he can use it the test to be applied for self-defense is that a person may use such force as is reasonable in the circumstances, as he honestly believes them to be in the defense of himself or another. So in that vein, once you are using self-defense, excessive force will be a problem. So that if somebody brings a knife and you go for AK and you empty the clip in the person, you have gone out of the realm of self-defense, because the response must match the force. The violence that's coming against you, you must respond to it that way. So that if somebody is shooting at you and you're taking a machete, you're not going to chop them in the head. You're going to chop the hand as best as you can, which is kind of sounding ridiculous, but you're going to try to diffuse the situation. So you're not going with the intent to murder, but rather the intent to preserve the life of yourself or another. And so if somebody's running away and you're bringing violence to them, that's not self-defense. If you're being attacked and you prevent the attack, that is self-defense. But it must be understood, whether it be by the law enforcement or other persons, that if you bring violence to somebody and they respond, then the justification for using violence, no matter how it seems to the common man, the objectively that you ought not to do it, the law allows you to do it, and that's what you need to understand. So when we are in a situation, and I'm making this clear and people can be upset, that is self-defense. Now, when we're in a situation where a state of emergency is called at a time when no emergency exists, then we are in troubled waters, and self-defense will always be necessary, or you might end up at the end of the day not having your life, because constitutional rights, human rights are suspended. So it means martial law is in force. So while we contend, certainly I do, because I was a part of the Everton Douglas judgment and a part of that case, and understand that there is a propensity, almost like insanity, to always use the state of emergency, because again, if you don't know better, you're only going to use what you know. And we always speak about Plato's cave. It means that a state of emergency is currently called in Montego Bay. And I'm going to put to the public that everything that takes place as it is called right now is illegal. It means that if you're being arrested, if you're being abused, all of that is illegal. I'm submitting. Until a court tell me otherwise, I'm submitting to the public that it is illegal and it's not a strategy that should be employed. We have Zozos, but you don't want to use Zozos because you need to suspend the Constitution so that you can arm the military and the JCF with powers to violate human beings and label them as, we're not even calling them violence contributors now, we're calling them terrorists. Now, why is it important? This week alone, we had, I think they say 85 bomb threats in Kingston. I just letting the public know. I blame Rattigan for this and Herb, because they had a whole thing about pipe bombs. And I said, listen, I object to educating the public about pipe bombs and all of these things, because you start to give the fully done screw in Jamaica ideas. Because in my 45 years on earth, I don't think I ever heard a bomb go off in Jamaica. We know clappers at Christmas time, and one time at Tropical Plaza, the man with the helium tank did explode, and that was a big disaster. Apart from that, we don't have the bomb situation. But why is that important? Well, the case law suggests that there has to be certain elements that exist for you to justify a state of emergency, which I submit to you does not exist. For instance, it speaks clearly on what is known as martial law. So martial law, and I'm quoting from the judgment, and it's from Dicey's Introduction to the Law of Constitution. It indicates what is material or what is martial law. What are the ingredients of martial law? And it quotes at page 398, Dicey notes that martial law, in the sense in which the expression is used, means the power, right, or duty of the crown and its servants, or in other words, of the government to maintain public order, or in technical language, the king's peace at whatever cost of blood or property may be in strictness necessary for that purpose. Hence, martial law comes into existence in times of invasion or insurrections when, where, and is so far as the king's peace, important to know, peace on the island, cannot be maintained by ordinary means, i.e. by Zozo, by ordinary policing, and it owes or owns its existence to urgent and paramount necessity. This power to maintain the peace by the exertion of any amount of force strictly necessary for the purpose is sometimes described as the prerogative of the crown. Rattigan love to talk about who have this prerogative power. I think it's the Governor General that he says has too much power. Well, this power to maintain the peace by the exertion of any amount of force are strictly necessary, and we call it the prerogative of the crown, but it may more correctly be considered not only as a power necessarily possessed by the crown, but is also as the power, right, or duty possessed by or incumbent upon every loyal citizen of preserving or restoring the king's peace in the case. So when you have martial law, notice I'm speaking about self-defense, it also gives every citizen of Jamaica the power to protect themselves in order to bring back peace. So when a prime minister calls state of emergency, he's saying to the whole country, we do all that is necessary to maintain peace. So no man, whatever his opinions as to the limits of the prerogative, can question the duty of loyal subjects to aid, subject to the command of the crown, in resistance by all necessary means to an invading army. Nor can it be denied that acts otherwise torturous are lawful when necessary for the resistance of invaders. So we have to ask, do we have invaders? No. Are we at war? No. Is there an insurrection? So much so, here's the key thing, that you look outside the window, the court cannot be open, ordinary measures cannot take place, schools are shut down because of the insurrection, an overthrow of the government that's similar to giving the governor heir his immunity during the Paul Bogle and George William Gordon days, and when he was able to kill them, they had their states of emergency. So put into you guys so you understand that what are we looking for when we talk about martial law? Well, first, martial law cannot exist in a time of peace. So it's a matter for you to say to yourself, even though as I'm speaking, because if I look out the window, it's a time of peace. There's no march, there's no war happening in Jamaica, so there's no need for a state of emergency. Secondly, the existence of martial law is not in any way dependent upon the proclamation of martial law. So the Governor General don't have to proclaim martial law. It has to be outside happening as we speak. He's simply giving effect or certifying that I have looked outside my window and martial law is taking place. Very, very important. Thirdly, the courts have, at any rate in time of peace, jurisdiction in respect of acts which have been done by military authorities and others during a state of war. So long as in any event, the court will always have the jurisdiction. And fourthly, the protection of military men and others against actions or persecutions in respect of unlawful acts done during a time of war, bona fide and in the service of the country, is an act of indemnity. So we know the Prime Minister wants to call the state of emergency so that he can give indemnity to the military and the JCF for any acts done for breaching the rights, and the country wouldn't have to compensate people when this is done. What you need to know is that if it is that when a state of emergency is called and the court has set out clear lines as to why or when a state of emergency can be called, if it is illegally called and you wish to preserve your life, you have to do so, and every citizen has the right to defend themselves. And in light of that, if the authorities are acting illegally and complaining that they wish for the opposition, or the opposition is the reason why they must join in illegal acts, it's a matter for the people to decide whether this is something that they want to partake in. But as this is happening, whether or not you have to step away and decline to vote on this issue, like we do in the international space, you don't oftentimes get a do-over in life. And so it is in that context you need to understand how to use self-defense, who you're using it against. Is it for yourself or another? And will the law, will I be protected when I'm calling to court? Well, authority for this now is the case, as I would have indicated to you, of a man called D, who was found not guilty for chopping a police officer who ultimately killed his son. The idea is to prevent those things from happening, and whether it's a police, whether it's anybody, whether it's the Don, whether it's anybody that's coming to take your life, you have a right to defend yourself, and the law will vindicate you, no matter who wants to prosecute you. And any questions on that, we can speak some more, but that's my submission for today. In the realm of an illegal state of emergency, the right to life being affected, you have a right to defend yourself. Those are my submissions. Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you. Let me start out the discussion. And again, people, tell your friends, tell your neighbors, we're going to talk about the Kamina. Well, I shouldn't say the Kamina. It's the Wilfred Rattigan versus Kamina Johnson-Smith decision momentarily. But before we do that, let's just pick Isat's brain a bit. No, Isat, if you're attacked, the rule is that you must defend yourself in a commensurate way. Meaning that if somebody's attacking you with his fist, then you can't use a gun and shoot the person. But let's say somebody's attacking you with a knife, or even a gun, and you have a gun. Are you saying that your defense should be limited to just disabling the threat or eliminating the threat? Which one is it? Because
eliminating the threat. And like I said, if you have an honest belief that this person is going to kill you, if you shoot them and they die, it's fine. What the gray area is that if you're going to empty a clip, as in you shoot the man, he's down, and you go over him and you go boom, boom, boom in the top of him head with 4 more shots, you committed murder, because you had eliminated the threat when you disarm him by shooting him, when you disabled him. So there's a key line from how you went from defending to attacking. And so RV Clegg is one. A car is coming at you, you're shooting into the car. Well, the cars keep moving and you dive, and the car is now let's say border patrol or state of emergency, and you go through with barricade. If the car is going away from you and you're shooting into the car, that's no longer self-defense, because the threat is now the threat has passed you and you're still pursuing it. You've gone from defense to becoming a murderer. But I will say this, and the best way to do it is a woman 5'5", Mr. Rattigan, Mr. Ward, you know, big man, you're coming at a little lady, and she have her 22, and she shoots you because you were trying to rape her. That's self-defense. And how she honestly believed at the time that the response warranted that, a court, she will be vindicated in a court, because the honest belief is, and the force that you use is how you honestly perceive the threat. And that's what Beckford and the Queen has said.
Yeah, you know, your comments, they remind me of a situation several decades ago, and I'm sure Ambassador Ward and Sir Herb, they'll remember this. There's a gentleman by the name of Bernie Getz, who was, I think he was attacked on a train, or he claimed to have been attacked, and he pulled a weapon and he shot a couple of the alleged assailants. And there was one of them that he went over and he looked at him and said, "You don't look so good. You need another shot," something to that effect. And he plugged him again. So you're saying in that case that would be overstepping the boundary of defending yourself.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That you go and say, you know, let me take a double take and make sure everybody dead, like a real bad man, Ninja Man style. But anyway, once you cross the line, that's when it becomes a problem.
I have another question. A dear friend of mine, Barry from Ashuka Road, Firehouse, he just put a question in the chat. Said, do police have immunity in Jamaica as they do in the United States?
No, immunity in a state of emergency, which is what I want you to appreciate, because those can certainly cure any insurrection, any flare up of violence in any community. The idea is community intervention. You set up Zozo and you kind of have the police presence. What the difference with the state of emergency now is that the Constitution is suspended. So I just can come in and say, you know something, you look like you think you bad, hop in at the truck back. And that type of authority is why the military and the JCF become one, and they do have immunity. And you recall in 2015, Peter Bunting would have given immunity certificates when they went up into somebody's house during the incursion or something like that. Yeah. So only during states of emergency.
Okay. So Herb, Ambassador Ward, any questions for ISAT? Because we're not going to open the phone lines right now until I'm finished. Then we'll open it and then you can ask us questions about anything.
I just have one question, ISAT.
Sure.
How much force, and I think this is important, how much force can someone use to protect property if there is no imminent danger to your life?
So if there's no imminent danger to your life, there is no self-defense. In the Jamaican space, that force, you have an honest belief that the force is saying my property is going to be destroyed, or my life is going to be taken, or that of another. Self-defense of myself, another, or property. So if that is not a real threat and is not imminent, I can tell you, your self-defense will fail and you will have a nice hotel room at Your Majesty's pleasure.
Right. Let me give two examples.
Yeah.
If a lady walking down the street and somebody snatch her purse and run, she can't shoot him.
No, not if he's running away, she can't shoot him.
That's right.
Right.
But if he's struggling with her to take the purse and she has a gun,
right,
can she shoot him?
She can shoot him right where he makes kids.
Okay. Final question. You're sleeping in your house and somebody entered your house and you wake up and see somebody in your house, a stranger. What if you shoot him thinking that your life is what's in your mind now?
That is it.
Right. What in your mind?
Here's my response, and I'm sure I'm not wrong on this. If I wake up and there's a stranger in my house, is must come, you come in here to kill me. And I'm going to shoot first and ask questions later. And
Right.
and you see, because I'm cowardly, the stupid dog. Believe me, my response is going to be what the threat is in my head and the
That's right.
fear that I apprehend. So the circumstances will all be different. Because
Okay.
I myself could be walking down the road being the good Samaritan that I am, and I see the man taking the purse from the lady, and I don't think she can handle herself. And if I am a licensed firearm and I firearm holder and I shoot this man, that's the end of it. And a lot of times the Jamaican people are upset, especially the ones who say, "I'm a pick me, him not do nobody nothing, him never did for dead." Well, he was robbing the woman, and I saw it. I was walking down the road and I have a licensed firearm, and it's a long time I want to use it.
Right. Let me adjust the facts one more time.
Okay.
You're in your home,
Mm-hmm.
but the burglar thought you were away.
Mm-hmm.
So when he entered your home, it was to rob you.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't know that,
Right.
but he may have discussed this with somebody else. The boy, Mr. Isaac, is out of town. Now is a good time to go rob him house. In other words, he started out to commit burglary.
Mm-hmm.
But you see him in your house, have a different thought process, and you shoot him.
Mm-hmm.
You are still protected, right?
Yeah, in fact, I'm gonna take off my glasses and I
hear you.
gotta do one of this, cause I can't see clearly, so I don't know if I'm have a gun or not. But you're coming at me. The danger, that's the thing about the threat, is that you're responding to the threat and how you honestly perceive the threat. And the case in point is Gladstone Williams. Once you have the honest belief, you can anticipate as well, so the person don't have to shoot you or attack you. It is the danger that you apprehend.
You know, it's always a question to be decided in a court or by a jury.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what is considered reasonable.
All right. So guess what? When it is that a jury decide that it was honest, that honest belief, and the facts will ferret that out.
Right.
As in the circumstances, because I can be in my sleep, as the comment section have been unkind to me. I think I have on a really nice bowling shirt, Ivy Park, Adidas shirt from Beyonce, and them say me in my pajamas. So if I in my house in my PJs, and you come in my house at nighttime is you want to go to Madden's funeral parlor. But and a jury, I would go on the stand and I would articulate myself like this, and I know I'm not going to be found guilty.
In Jamaica law, do you have this reasonable person standard?
So the reasonable person standard is the objective test. But
Yes.
what we need to understand, the subjective test is the most important one, and
Right.
it is the honest belief. So
Right.
if I put my case to a jury and say I honestly believe I was being attacked, I live on the 3rd floor and somebody find themselves in my apartment on the 3rd floor, what else could you be coming up here to do when I don't invite you?
Exactly. So
I have an honest belief, right?
Right,
So,
but the reasonable man test applies to that. What
no,
would
but
a reasonable person think under those circumstances?
Well, the good thing about it is that once the jury finds that I have honestly believe, it need not be reasonable.
Okay.
The force, though, is one where we look at the reasonableness.
Right.
As I say, if somebody, let me be, if I ordered pizza and the delivery craves or whatever they call it, the delivery person comes up on the 3rd floor and I kill the delivery man, they might say, but that don't make no sense. You order the pizza, they come to your door and then you kill them. That's not necessarily reasonable. And so the facts are important.
Exactly.
In the Jamaican space, where we not trust nobody, no police, no soldier, no bad man, no violence contributor, nobody we're going to Haiti, none of that, no foreign minister that don't vote. We not trust nobody. You defend yourself, you must defend yourself. And yeah, I trust the people at KFC. Don't ask me about my KFC. Mr. Ward, we're not gonna have that. I love me some KFC.
All right. No. I just wanted. I asked those questions so people have an understanding. What is
Okay,
absolute,
yeah,
what
the
is
lines.
absolute, and what is not.
Mm-hmm.
Great job.
Excellent. All right,
Great job, Council.
Very well.
Yeah, Herb, Christopher, you have any questions for ISAT?
Yeah, ISAT. They spoke about in the past that the Jamaican government was working to reform the police force and reduce the level of police fatal shootings. Right? Do you know what specifically they have done? And one of the alternatives that they were alluding to was receiving better training in non-lethal options and having access to a wider range of non-lethal weapons, and that every officer understands how to respond to threats in a proportionate. Now we talk about proportionality now, proportionate manner, and does not resort to deadly force except when it is absolutely unavoidable.
Right. So I like this because the force orders. There are force orders, and certainly the JCF has something called a pressing. So this is where everybody's good. Don't be shocked. I promise you, Starlink is working. Nobody has invaded my mind. I'm about to defend the JCF because they have actually done all that they need to do to train these officers. There's not one officer in blue or in whatever pretty uniform them give them that don't know what less restrictive measures mean. And this is why it is important for the citizen to know to defend themselves. If you are if you get a traffic stop, see there? So them know say it's not like I'm telling. When I ask them about the pressy, everybody frightened. Well, I know because I can read and write little. But hear this. They train them properly. And not only that they train them, they give them pepper spray, they give them baton, them give them handcuff, them give them another officer to walk up and down to them, and they give them the uniform, which is very intimidating, especially the new blue one. The new blue ones are nice.
Very.
I mean them police force, but me not join the police force just so I could wear the blue uniform. That's how intimidating and James Bond shit look, military style. And they have less restrictive measures, and they are trained, even though I would say to the JCF they could do a little bit more in terms of constitutional rights and when to employ it. So they know step by step, they're told if you're at a traffic stop, even if the citizen is being, speaking, talking out, cursing bad words, all of that, if they don't have a weapon, you can't justifiably apprehend fear to cause you to pull your service pistol and discharge your firearm. So if you're not doing anything, so they are trained, and usually when that is why Indicom always in their excellent investigations cause so many officers to be charged.
I can recall a specific case where there was a shooting of a schoolboy in a taxi cab. And the taxi cab was moving away from the officer. Right? The officer fired, but later on they changed it to say it was her husband who fired the weapon.
Right.
She didn't actually fire. She's an inspector. But the kid died, and nobody went to jail. Right? Now, in an instant like that, and I think the ambassador alluded to it, when you're moving away, you're running away, are you still permitted to fire?
No, you're not. And the case in point is R.V. Clegg. And the
Mhm.
Privy Council or the House of Lords would have said it. There is no special treatment for military, police officers, border patrol, DCS. When a man, whether armed or not, when the threat has passed you, you get no immunity from that. And the House of Lords actually decline to answer a particular question which affects the whole Commonwealth as to whether or not officers should be charged with manslaughter or murder because they were on duty. No, you get no. There are no concessions in the criminal law because the law is clear. You're either defending yourself and the threat is real, and if the threat has passed, whether you're a citizen, whether you're a serviceman, if it has passed, you've committed murder. And the law is very clear on that. What we have is, I think that in our jurisdiction, even the court, there was a judgment that came out just this week, just on Friday, yesterday. Yeah, that came out, and the court is kind to police officers, and rightly so, because you are in a high crime society and things can get out of way. So I'm not even going to play hypocrite in terms of what a young police officer goes through. But we have to make the distinction that heavy is the head that wears the crown, and the crown respectfully shouldn't be protecting murderers when they're in the police force. We have to ferret them out. We have to ferret. Mental health is something that we've discussed this on this show a lot, but I believe that we have post-traumatic slave syndrome and we're just not dealing with it. And until we deal with mental health, just know that is a lot of people, not in pajamas, but a lot of mentally ill people in clean clothes walking around, and some of them get reins on government, in military, in service uniforms, and it affects how good governance and good policing, good military works, because we're not doing mental assessments.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, Christopher.
Well, I just want to. Most of what Isaac said is what we have been saying, that they refuse to use the crime fighting tools that they have, as well as they've just turned something that is not a crime fighting tool into a quote unquote crime fighting tool. I just have, the only comment I have is that I wish ISAT would leave the Privy Council alone and join the rest of his noble profession and support the CCJ, but we can agree to disagree on that. Right?
I'm not gonna so let me tell you something. I have high respect, high regard for the CCJ. I have on this platform, I would have said to people on this platform that in fact there is even greater benefit if Jamaica were at the CCJ. There's no question in my mind where that is concerned. My only departure is any idea and concept that Jamaica could ever, in a free and democratic society, control its final court on Jamaican soil. That's all I have to say. What I understand of the Constitution and how deeply entrenched the Privy Council is that as we deal with referendums and as we deal with the rushing of change in the Constitution and for political points, we behave like we're doing something by becoming a republic at this time.
Yeah.
But potato, I will say I think that the Privy Council, even though they do not want to do it, is serving justice in the region. And the judgments are for the Commonwealth, and it applies across the board. And I just appreciate them having been able and blessed to argue, as in to appear before the Privy Council multiple times this year. That's all.
I appreciate that. All right. Thank you.
All right. Good.
So Ratty,
Yes, sir.
I didn't hear Isaac says if he was at KFC, he's turning around with his bucket and somebody grabs it. Is he authorized to shoot?
Self-defense. Argument done. Once I join the line, anything that interrupts collecting my chicken, it's gonna be self-defense. Everybody.
All right.
Now, is that defense?
Okay.
Is that defense of self, or is that defense of the
chicken?
Defense of life, deprivation of food and liberty, and barbecue chicken.
Oh God.
All force is reasonable. Back me up on this, Mr. Ward.
Well, that ambassador, we're gonna need a new law in Jamaica concerning KFC.
All right. Let me
Especially,
start off-
especially if you're hungry.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
All right. Let me start out by saying that the state of emergency, ISAT mentioned that it's probably unconstitutional, or definitely unconstitutional. All I'm going to say to folks, the 1,700 plus of you out there, is that go to the website, oljdf.org, because my letter to the king is there. And I suggest that you write letters to the king, because writing to anyone in Jamaica is not going to address the issue. The Governor General's boss is the king, and I vehemently oppose the idea of sending one letter with 10,000 signatures, because that's just one letter. I would much rather see 10,000 letters going to Buckingham Palace. So just go there and take a look at the letter, and you can use that as a template to draft your own letter, or you can even copy that letter and just, change a few things, put your name on it, and just send it off. That's what we need to do. The One Jamaica Legal Defense Fund, didn't speak about it in my early remarks. It's very, very significant, especially now. So I need you to go to the website. In fact, it's right there on the ticker at the bottom of the screen. It says visit ojldf.org to make your donations. And the presentation I'm about to give you should encourage you to do so, and probably do so today, because we had a decision this week, and it goes beyond Rattigan, well beyond Rattigan. So let me start out by saying I started on this journey with the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade because it came to my attention that and I won't put up a whole bunch I have a lot of documents, but I'm just going to try and abbreviate the thing so that we can get to some telephone calls and, have a further discussion. It was my belief at the time, and still now, that she violated at least one law and one administrative regulation at the time. It's come to my attention that there may be more. And how did she do this? She was the cabinet of Jamaica, facilitated her to be the candidate for the Secretary General's position. Oh, let me go back. Jamaica was part of a consensus in CARICOM that said that we are going to support Baroness Patrice Scotland to continue in the role as Secretary General of Jamaica. Secretary General of the Commonwealth. And within a few weeks, Jamaica reneged on that consensus deal. And Jamaica said, no, we're putting up our own. And people started, there was a great hue and cry in CARICOM. People were saying this is going to cause a rift in CARICOM because we had an agreement, and then Jamaica decided not to abide by the terms of the agreement. So Jamaica said, okay, we're going to, it was decided that Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, and I hope her attorneys are listening, because it would do them well to listen to this argument. So she was the candidate to run against Baroness Patrice Scotland. Now, here is what happened that's quite interesting. You have a group of private sector men and some companies, and they decided that they wanted to support her in this venture. And in an interview on Nationwide, the Minister of Information said that these people, what they call them corporate Jamaica, that they reached out to the government. He was asked, they reached out to the government to support the government's effort. Yes. And he said, quote, and we told them that we would be very happy if they would assist. So now what we have is corporate Jamaica going to the government of Jamaica and saying, we want to support Kamina Johnson Smith. The government said, we would be very happy for you to do that. Here is where it gets tricky. They did not give the money to the Jamaican government, because if they did, it would have gone into something called the Consolidated Fund. That's how you give a gift to Jamaica, a gift in cash. That's how you do it. It goes through, I think it goes through the office of the cabinet, then it goes to the Ministry of Finance. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how it entered the system, it's going to end up in the Consolidated Fund. So they didn't do that. What did they do? They went straight to a company in New York called Fin Partners. How did they know about Fin Partners? And what's going to be interesting is the payments. How did they make the payments? Because they didn't pay Fin Partners in full all at once. They didn't. But anyway, they went to Fin Partners. Now, Fin Partners is an internationally known company. They do consultancy work for a variety of people, for a variety of things. So what they did was they started providing consultancy services in April to Minister Kamina Johnson Smith, because the election was going to be held the last week of June in Kigali. So they started providing services to her in April. She got the services. In June 7th, just before going to Kigali, she did an interview on TVJ, and she said, look, my campaign is supported by the government of Jamaica, no other government, because there was talk about the British government supporting her. She said, no, my campaign is supported by the Jamaican government, and I have no secrets, I have nothing to hide. What she didn't do, she didn't tell folks at the time that, look, my campaign is supported by corporate Jamaica, who paid money to Fin Partners to give me consultancy services. She didn't do that. So I started doing some digging, and it came to my attention that there were at least one law and administrative regulation that she violated. Let me put up the law. All right. This is from the Financial Administrative and Audit Act, right? Now it says guidelines for the acceptance of gifts. And this is for government officials. Oh, let me go back. There you go. And it talks about, conditions to accept a gift. It can be in money, services, blah, blah, blah. It must be accepted from reputable individuals, so on, and so it must provide social, economic, or financial benefit, net benefit to the government. And by the way, when we say government, some people seem to think that government is some nebulous, just something that's just existing out there. The government is composed of people. So when you say the gift to the government, somebody in the government must get the gift. Let's get that straight. The government is an organization composed of people. So when you say you give the gift to the government, somebody has to sign for it, somebody has to receive it. So here we go. Approval right here for acceptance of gifts. And it talks about what you need to do. Look at this one here. If the gifts are likely, I don't know if you can see it on the screen. All right, let's 9.3.2, this one right here, the first one. It says gifts that are likely to have a significant impact on the country's national programs and policies, and which satisfy all the conditions that up above require the prior approval of cabinet before acceptance. So if you're gonna get a gift, and it has to do with being elevated, being promoted, or being elected to a position that you think is going to benefit the government, the country in some way, then you have to get the approval of the cabinet before you do that. And if it's not going to have a significant impact on the country, then you need the approval of the permanent secretary. All right, so that's that. Now let's go here. Here's the key: donation in kind. So if you don't give the government a gift in cash, you can give the government a gift in kind. Look at C, consultant services. And if somebody's saying, well, donation and it's different from gift, look at number 2, right here. It says upon the acceptance of gift in kind. You see donation in kind here, they're interchangeable. So when you see donation, just think of gift. And if you see gift, just think of donation. All right. So that's one. I won't go any further with this one. Let me go to the second one. This one here. This is something called, this is an administrative regulation, circular number 17. All right. Guidelines for the acceptance of and accounting for gifts to the government. And it tells you, essentially, it mirrors the Financial Audit and Administrative Act. The language is pretty much the same. You have to do your due diligence. You cannot get a gift as an incentive for hidden benefits. So, for example, you can't get a gift from a company if getting that gift means when you become a promotion, or when you're elected to that position, then you do things for that company. You can't do that. And say approval for acceptance of gifts. It's basically the same thing, right? And it tells you how you have to get the money into the stream of government. All right. And then it is gifts of services, and if it's more than 2 million Jamaican dollars, and in the minister's case it was more than 2 million, then you have to do certain things and so on and so forth. All right. Now, let's go to the judgment. Let's go to the judgment that was rendered by Justice Staple this past Wednesday. Here we go. All right. You see right here, the caption right here, between Wilfred Rattigan, the claimant, on behalf of who? Himself. All right? On behalf of himself and Jamaicans in the diaspora in Jamaica. So I'm bringing this claim on behalf of everybody who's Jamaican. All right. Let's go down and let me just go through a couple of things. Here it says, history will record the result of that campaign. He's talking about the campaign of the minister. And he said, however, what followed was a political firestorm. Oh, by the way, this document is on the website. So you can go to the website when you're making your contributions, and you can browse and peruse and look at this document. It says, what followed was a political firestorm. Political firestorm means big issue surrounding the candidacy of Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith and how her campaign was funded. Right? This is a big case. This is what the judge is saying. Keep this in mind, number 2, because at the very end, I'm going to tie what the judge said to this. All right. Oh, and by the way, let me just say this. I have to stop and say this. I respect the judge's decision. I don't agree with it. But if you believe in democracy, if you believe in transparency, if you believe in good governance, if you believe in all of those things having to do with the effective functioning of a society, you have to respect his opinion. But the judge is like all of us. He's human, and he's susceptible to making mistakes. And so while I respect his opinion, I believe he made a mistake here. And that's my assignment tonight, to point out to you where the mistakes were made. So we're not going to curse the judge or anything like that. We're just going to bring things to his attention. Now, standing. See this right here? He says, in order for me to show standing, I must demonstrate that I have sufficient interest in the matter to bring the claim. And in his view, I did not. I did not demonstrate that I have sufficient interest in the matter. Now, what's the matter? The matter is that a government official, monies were paid on her behalf to a company to provide services to her. She's required by law to report that, and she didn't. Now, think about this, folks. Why do we for the most part, why do we create laws? We create laws to prevent things from continuing. We prevent laws because something was done in the past and we said, look, we have to stop this. No, if you take my argument to its logical conclusion and you look at what's going on in 38, it's very easy to see where corruption could be pervasive as a result of something like this, where people are getting funds and they're getting gifts, and those things are not reported as required by law. This is not something where I'm saying, I think she should have reported it. This is something where I'm saying the law said she should have reported it. The law says you must report it. Oh, that's what the judge says. I didn't show that I have. Oh, no. He says right here, this is 43. He said, the diaspora is a vast body of people spread over nearly every continent in the world. Yet there is not one line, letter, or 50-cent stamp from anyone giving him authority to represent them. So he's saying nobody gave me authority in the diaspora or in Jamaica to represent them. Because, and below it says that, you know, if you're representing a group, then you have to get affidavits from at least 5 people in the group and so on and so forth. Right? So for example, if I live in Westmoreland and there's something wrong with a road up in Blue Mountain, then I would have to get 5 people from up there who are affected by the bad roads because I live in Westmoreland. I'm not, it doesn't affect me. And then I can bring an action, right? That's fine. But here's what's troubling. What's troubling is when he says there's not one line, letter, or 50-cent stamp from anyone giving him authority to represent them. No, that line comes from a very popular song. The song is called Deportees. The song is called Deportees. And that song was done by an icon, reggae icon, Buju Banton. So folks, if you never heard the song, you can YouTube it now while you're listening to me. It's called Deportees. Now let me tell you about that song. That song is about people who left Jamaica and they go abroad, and through illegal means they accumulate wealth and they never look back. They never look back. And they're caught and they're deported. And one of the lines is that not one line, a letter, or a 50-cent stamp they even sent from overseas to Jamaica. I find that to be very unfortunate that the judge would use a line from that song to describe my representation, or what he's claiming is my alleged representation of people in the diaspora. I find it to be unfortunate. In fact, I find it to be insulting. I'm not a deportee. There are other songs he could have used to describe what happened here. Or he could have said, you know, the diaspora is a vast body of people spread over nearly every continent in the world, and Mr. Rattigan or the claimant did not have the authority to represent them. That would have been fine. But once I think he overstepped the boundary when he started saying not one line, letter, or 50-cent stamp, because that came from deportee. I'm not a deportee. And I'd just like the judge to know, and I hope he's watching, or his colleagues are watching, his family members, so they can report to him what I'm saying. And I'm not going to spend much time on this. But Judge, I send remittances to Jamaica on a monthly basis to family, to friends, and to strangers. I cannot begin to tell you, Judge, how many times people call me and they say to me, hey, look, there's somebody in the community. You don't know them, but they need a pair of glasses. You don't know them, but they need money for this. You don't know them, but they need money for that. You don't need, but they need money for school, whatever. And I've always sent the money. Very few times have I not. And I can tell you this, Judge, Jamaica is a small place. And it's quite likely that some of the people who have benefited from my beneficence, they may very well be your family members. They may very well be your cousin. So I take umbrage to the fact that you're going to use this line to describe what I was trying to do. In fact, here's a song I would use to describe me. You've used an icon talking about deportees to describe me. Here's the song I would use. I would use a song from the king of all icons, Bob Marley himself. And the song goes like this. Them I got tired facing me face. Can't get me out of the race. Judge, I'll leave you with that on that point. I'm not going anywhere, Judge. I'll be here. I'll be here. But this song, it rubs me to the core. Next highlight. He said, when the rules say an interest, it means a legal and justiciable interest. That is, they have been or are likely to be personally affected by the outcome of this case. So what he's saying is that whatever I was accusing the minister of doing, it wouldn't affect me. In fact, he went on to say it wouldn't affect anybody. It wouldn't affect people in Jamaica. It wouldn't affect people in the diaspora. What she did, she failed to if it's true, it wouldn't affect anybody. That's not true. Look at the index, the corruption index. Not only that, there's a program called Vision 2030, where the Jamaican government is asking people in the diaspora to come home and help with the development of Jamaica, make Jamaica a place to live, raise a family, retire. There's also another program. Actually, it's an organization established by this government in 2020, and it's called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, where every member of the Jamaican community living overseas is represented. And they're asking the same thing. Come back, and the purpose of it is to garner interest, and so that we can help each other. Because at the end of the day, as Junior Reid said, we are one blood, right? So I have an interest in what goes on in Jamaica. And to say something like this is almost as if to say, once you get on that plane or that boat and you depart the shores of Jamaica, you don't have an interest in anything that's going on in Jamaica if you're not personally affected. So, for example, corruption could run rampant, as it is right now, and we don't have the argument is that you don't have an interest. You're not personally affected. We're not personally affected, but time and time again, they come to us for help simply because of corruption in Jamaica. The money has been stolen, and they come to the diaspora and say, can you help with this? Replace this. Time and time again. We see it in the medical field. We see it in the education field. We see it all over. But moving on. Here at 48, it says, it is interesting that the claimant, Mr. Rattigan, has only said that he has a legitimate interest to bring this claim as a Jamaican. He has not elaborated on what special damage he has suffered or will suffer as a consequence of any of the alleged breaches by the respondent. This is so wrong. And it goes on to say, so whilst he might wish to know information surrounding the money to fund the campaign for Secretary General of the Commonwealth, he has not demonstrated that he has any legal interest to ground the claim for the declaratory relief he has sought. No legal interest. Folks, you understand, this goes beyond me. What he's saying is that no can file anything against a public official unless you can show you personally affected by it. So I guess we're all not affected by corruption. I guess we're not. I guess they should just close down the Vision 2030 program. I guess they should just disband the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. And here, let's look at 51. The admonition to bear in mind the relief sought is pertinent at this point. Forget the first sentence. Second sentence. The claimant has not demonstrated that any right of his or here it is. The claimant has not demonstrated that any right of his or any Jamaican in Jamaica or in the diaspora has been substantively affected by the alleged breaches. There you go. So all I want Jamaica watch this happen. Uno no have no right to bring no case against this lady. All I want in the diaspora, uno no have no case. No case. The effect of this is saying, make we make we deal with our corruption and violations or whatever. We will deal with it our own. We don't need nobody. And when I say we, I'm talking about the courts and the government, not the people of Jamaica, because it says right here, any Jamaican in Jamaica or in the diaspora. All right? We're coming up to the end. Coming up to the end. All right. Conclusion. On standing. Mr. Rattigan has failed to demonstrate on a balance of probabilities that he has any sufficient legal interest in the matters, and he has not shown in any of his affidavits that he has been or will be materially or specially affected by any of the breaches complained of. So what he's saying is that because I don't say, well, you know, it's not a case where I say, oh, she took the money and the money was supposed to build a road in my community, so therefore I'm not affected. Right? If I can't make a claim like that, if my claim is that, look, something is not right here, and I just need you to make a declaration because she's saying one thing, I'm seeing something else. It doesn't look as if she did what she was required to do under the law. He said no, and he said basically, whether you're in Jamaica or outside of Jamaica, doesn't affect you. So diaspora people, keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. And he said, the question is, can the relief sought by the claimant, even if he had standing, be granted by the court? And 81, the answer to that is plainly no. So even if I could prove that she had standing, he's saying, can the relief that I'm seeking be granted? And he said no. He says right here, the claimant has adduced no evidence on which he can get the relief paid, meaning that I haven't produced any evidence to get what I'm asking the court to do, which is to issue an administrative declaration. He said there is no evidence adduced that the respondents, and the respondents mean the Ministry of Finance and the Minister of Finance, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. He said, I've committed any of the breaches he wishes to the court to declare that they did. All right. Now, this is quite interesting, and here's where the judge has placed the government of Jamaica in serious problems. He said here, it is my finding, right here, it is my finding on the evidence that when the first respondent, that is Kamina Johnson-Smith, minister, was put up as the government of Jamaica's candidate for Secretary General, there is no evidence that she was then doing it as Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade or in any capacity as an official of the government of Jamaica. So what he's saying is that she was doing it on her own. He said she was simply the candidate chosen by the government of Jamaica. He said, I accept this evidence as being the truth, and it was not contradicted. Not true, Judge. So keep that in mind. He's saying that the government only put her up, but she was doing it in her private capacity, not in her official capacity. So in those circumstances, the question that arises is, which entity would then be responsible for filling out the required form? Who would fill out the form? If she's getting it in her personal capacity, would it be the government required to do that? And if it's the government, there's no such thing as a government signing a form. It's an individual signing on behalf of the government, right? So then he said Mr. Rattigan would have had to do more research and then present the evidence to support the case that it was the first and second respondents. So he's telling me that I didn't do enough work. I must and do some research and then I guess come back. All right. Here it is right here. Now, folks, look at why I'm telling you that the judge is I respect his opinion, but I disagree with it respectfully. Because look at this. He said, it is my finding that there is no evidence that when she was doing it as that she was then doing it. Oh, there's no evidence that she was then doing it as Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade or in any capacity as an official of the government of Jamaica. So he's saying she was doing it in her personal capacity. The government only nominated her, but she was doing it in her personal capacity. That's 85. Now contrast it with this. The evidence, look at 92. the evidence presented shows that the first respondent was not acting as a private individual in her candidacy. So which one is it? He just said she wasn't acting on behalf of the government. She was acting in her personal capacity. And now he comes right a few paragraphs later and he said she was not acting as a private person. He said the principal actor there was the government of Jamaica who put her forward as its candidate. Listen to this. So the monies would have been given to the government of Jamaica for the benefit, not of the first respondent in a personal capacity, but of the government of Jamaica so they could field her as their candidate. Folks, you realize what the judge just did. I have to go back. Look, folks, look. He said it right here. It is my finding that she did this not as Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade or in any capacity as an official of the government of Jamaica. So she was doing it in her personal capacity. That's 85. Look, 92, 7 paragraphs later, he said she was doing it. He said she was not acting as a private individual. She was acting on behalf of the Jamaican government. But then he creates even more problems for the Jamaican government because he said, so the monies, look at this one, look at the third sentence. So the monies would have been given to the government of Jamaica. Ask the government of Jamaica if they received any monies. Ask them. Ask them. But no, you don't get to ask them, family. And you will be denied that opportunity. You know why? Because Rattigan asked them. And I'm going to show you what they said. The plot thickens. So he said that, oh, and then this idea of for the benefit, family, that's a red herring. The law does not speak to benefit. The law speaks to gifts and donations. So the idea, and the minister threw this out in her affidavit, and we're going to get to her affidavit. She threw it out. She just threw it out and said, hey, whatever can stick, we'll just see whatever can stick. But the statute does not mention benefit. It doesn't say who get the benefit. It says who got the gift. So what she's saying, in other words, is that in one instance, the judge is saying she got the gift, but the benefit went into the government. There's no such thing as benefit in the law. All right. So then he says, in those circumstances, meaning that if she's representing the government, I do not see any reason for her to have been a duty to file declarations. Right? Okay. But he said, but let us assume that she was so required. There's no evidence from the claimant that she did not file. I don't know what the judge was thinking because he quoted from her affidavit. And in her affidavit, I'll show you, family, where she said, I received no gift. I received no benefit. If she did not receive a gift, if she did not receive a benefit, there is no requirement for her to file a document. So when he's saying there's no evidence that she didn't file, it's clear she didn't file. She's telling you she didn't file because the requirement is you only file if you received a gift. If you did not receive a gift, there is no duty to even file and say, I didn't get a gift. That's not how it works. So here it is. He said, it is also my finding that even if he had standing, to bring the claim, there are not sufficient grounds upon which to bring the claim. There is simply, in my view, no evidence of the breaches the claimant is asking the court to find that the respondents committed. And then he said, he's striking it out against everybody, meaning he's throwing out the case. And then he said, then he's ordering costs. Now, let's talk a little bit about costs. Costs. And I purposely choose this type of case because there's another type of case. It's called judicial review, which is more involved, and costs are involved there. With this case, administrative regulation, it says that generally speaking, and it's written in the procedure, civil procedure of Jamaica, it says that in administrative declaration cases, you don't get costs, except if you can show that the claim was basically frivolous, like it's a nonsensical lawsuit, all right? But remember what I said to you in the beginning of the judge's opinion. He gave the impression that this case was of great public interest And in fact, he said so during the hearing. He said, because it is of such great public interest, I am going to release it to the press, my opinion. So if it's of great interest to the public, why is it then now being viewed as a case that shouldn't be brought? Why? But we will deal with that. Now, what I'm going to show you now, remember now, the judge is doing it both ways. He's saying she's a government, and then he's saying no, she's not. She's in her private capacity. I'm going to play you now a video, and it's an interview conducted over at Nationwide Radio. It's actually a commentary, and then they splice it with an interview that was done with the Minister of Information, Robert Morgan. All right. I hope this thing works. Let me see.
The other senators that may be necessary.
Prime Minister Andrew Holness. Now, the opposition People's National Party is accusing Information Minister Robert Morgan of misleading the Jamaican people regarding the contractual arrangements between a foreign public relations firm and the Jamaican government in support of the Commonwealth Secretary General campaign. In a statement yesterday, the opposition spokesperson on information, Senator Don Scott Motley, said Minister Morgan's actions exposed the country to direct conflict with the U.S. authorities. Siobhan Campbell reports.
According to Senator Scott Motley, Minister Morgan misled the Jamaican people. He described the Finn Partners PR contract for the Commonwealth Secretary General campaign as a private transaction between Jamaican companies and a U.S. company. She says the 11-page U.S. FARA filing done by Finn Partners lists Senator Johnson Smith as the foreign principal, with her address listed as 2 Port Royal Street, Kingston, Jamaica. That is the same address as Jamaica's Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Scott Motley says nowhere in the filing does it mention any Jamaican private sector company as claimed by Minister Morgan. The opposition spokesperson said Minister Morgan's public statement exposes Jamaica to direct conflict with the United States Foreign Agent Registration System, as it is now clear the contract is not between private parties, but the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Jamaica. She notes that the filing also states that the business of the foreign principal is Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Jamaica. Senator Scott Motley noted that in the filing there are a number of references to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and she's questioning why was it necessary to refer to the ministry if the contract was between private parties. The opposition spokesperson said the government should come clean with full disclosure of who paid for the contract for or on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. She also wants disclosure of the payment dates and the purpose for which the payments were made. She said only this will satisfy the question of transparency. Siobhan Campbell for Nationwide News.
Meanwhile, the Information Minister is dismissing the PNP's claim he misled the country. Speaking with Nationwide News yesterday, Minister Robert Morgan says this is yet another attempt to attack the reputation of Minister Johnson Smith.
Well, it's clear that the opposition spokesperson doesn't know what a principal is based on the fact, based on the law in the U.S. The principal is the beneficiary of the work. So I'm trying to...
Stop it right there. You hear what he said? The principal is the beneficiary of the work. And the principal in this case is Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith. It doesn't get any clearer. It does not get any clearer. So now we have a problem. The government is saying she's the principal, she's the beneficiary. The judge is saying she's the she's the beneficiary, but she's not the beneficiary. It's the government is the beneficiary. The judge is rather confusing in his assessment. And then I'm going to show you what she said about herself. But let's continue. But keep that in mind. The Minister of Information said that the principal is Kamina Johnson-Smith and she's the beneficiary of the work provided by Finn.
Understand what the problem is. Is it a lack of understanding by the spokesperson? The reality of it is that People's National Party has consistently been trying to undermine the credibility of Communists. This is such a straw attempt. Anyone who understands and how the foreign agent regulation works in the United States would know that the principal is the person who benefits from the work, which is what's listed. This fact.
You hear what he said again? The principal is the person who benefits from the work. And the principal in this case is Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith. Let's continue.
The public in June. This is nothing new. It's that document that has been in the public domain.
The minister says that no point did the government.
Let me see. All right. I think we've gotten the point. Their
contract fee, nor did it pay the PR firms $99,000 fee.
No, we have said it consistently that the government of Jamaica was.
What he's saying there is that he's distancing the government from Finn partners. He's saying the government had nothing to do with this, right? This is all between private concerns in Jamaica, Finn partners, and the minister, because she's a principal and she's a beneficiary. Let me see if we can get a little piece more.
It was not a party. It was private sector corporate Jamaica who paid in, and Kamina Johnson-Smith was the foreign principal, meaning that she is the foreign political person.
Mm-hmm. All right, this thing is acting up. So let's move on to the next thing. All right. No. Remember now, folks. Remember that what the judge says is that there's no evidence. There's nothing showing that she received the benefit. It was the government that received the benefit. Now, keep in mind, the statute says nothing about government. What the judge, if you notice, what the judge failed to address was who got the gift. The law speaks to gifts, not benefit. But I'll give him that. I'll say, Judge, yeah, let's look at benefits too, even though it doesn't say it in the law. Because if they go by gifts, she's guilty. But they said, no, it's a benefit. All right. Look at this. This is coming from her own ministry. Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. All right? Because she said that the government received it. Look at the response. The ministry did not receive a gift of consultancy services from Finn. Accordingly, there is no official document in this ministry concerning consultancy services provided by Finn. Then at next question, advise, how did the ministry derive any benefit? Look at the response. See response at bullet point 1, which is this, saying that they did not receive a gift. They did not receive a benefit. And third question, if the ministry derived a benefit, please provide documentation that this benefit was recorded with blah, blah, blah. They go back. See response at bullet point 1, which is this. Ministry did not receive a gift. All right. That's one. Keep that in mind. This is Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Now let's go to another letter. This one now is from Tourist Board, Ministry of Tourism. Ask them the same question. Look at what they said. They might try duck and dive and zigzag. But look at what they said. They said the Jamaica Tourist Board wishes to advise that its contract, because they had a contract with Finn partners, came to an end on March 31st, 2021. So what they're saying is that, and it says the Jamaica Tourist Board has not conducted any business with Finn partners since that day. In essence, they did not get a gift. Their contract with them finished the year before. So they're saying we didn't get a gift and we have no benefit. Moving right along. Here's another one. Office of the Cabinet. Right? Same question. This one is asking kindly indicate if the offer was submitted. It's right here. Let me see if I can pull it, make it up bigger. So Okay, here we go. So they're responding to me, and there are the questions I asked. They're the questions. So I'm asking them about this gift, if they know anything about the gift, if the gift was submitted to them, any discussions, all of that stuff. Look at what they said. They said the Office of the Cabinet is thus unable to provide a response to the reference questions as no existing document containing the requested information resides within this ministry. They have no documentation regarding this gift. All right, this benefit. Moving right along. Here's another one. Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. Look at this. Please be advised. Let me see if I can big up that one. Yeah. Please be advised that the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service did not receive a gift of services, nor benefited from any consulting services. Very clear. Moving right along. This is another one. Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This one has to do with the benefit. See it right here? Let's big this up. Oh, no, go back. Indicate right here. Number one. Indicate whether your ministry received a gift of services or benefited from the consultancy. Response: the ministry did not receive a gift, and there is no document in this ministry concerning consultancy services. See that? I think we even went through this one. This might be no, it's a different one. This is a different one. All right. Next one. Office of the Prime Minister. Wow. Indicate whether your minister received a gift. Here it is. Or benefited from the consultancy services. Look at this. Hold on. I have to draw something with this. Hold on there. No, sorry. Look on this. Look on the answer. We did not. Look at the question. Indicate whether your ministry received a gift of services or benefited from the consultancy services. We did not. Moving right along. That's the Office of the Prime Minister. All right. So we have, there's one here where we also have an email from, we also have email from the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of National Security. And they said, no benefit, no gift. So we had, we have responses from Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Office of the Cabinet, Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, Office of the Prime Minister, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of National Security. Every single one of them, without exception, said, no, we received no gift, no benefit. None. All right. This one, I'm going to come back to this and show you something. All right. This is the affidavit that the minister submitted. All right. Affidavit of whom? Kamina Johnson Smith. And affidavit, everybody knows. It's a statement made under oath. And it's for the truth of the matter asserted. Meaning that whatever the issues that you're talking about, you're saying this is the truth and you're swearing under oath. Now, she's a senator, she's an attorney at law. Let's go here. Look at number 9. I derived no benefit from either the funds expended by the Jamaican government or from the private sector. It was the Jamaican government that derived the benefit of consultancy services. The Jamaican government. This candidacy was outside of my role as a senator and a minister, and the campaign was not spearheaded through my ministry. So here's what she's saying. I derived no benefit. Oh, here it is. The last the last sentence in 8. It is further in the public domain that the public relations work done by Fin Partners was paid for by third parties who were in support of a Jamaican government-sponsored activity, and so at no time did I receive any gift in either my personal or official capacity. Let that sink in for a second. Very last sentence of paragraph 8. At no time did I receive any gift in either my personal or official capacity. And also let number 9 sink in. I derived no benefit. So she didn't get a gift. She got no benefit. And then she went on to say, it was the Jamaican government that derived the benefit. Now remember again, people, the law does not speak to benefit. Law speaks to gifts. So the question is, who got the gift? The judge didn't decide that. Up to now, he hasn't decided that. Let's move on. No, this is a document provided by Fin Partners, right? You remember what Minister Morgan says? He says that the principal is the one who got the benefit. Look who's the principal. Look right here, number 4. Look at number 4. Name a foreign principal. Them never even give our title like minister. Let's say Kamina Johnson Smith. There it is right there. Number 4. Then they had the choice to determine who's Kamina Johnson Smith. Look at this. For 7, indicate whether the foreign principal is a government, a foreign political party, a foreign or domestic organization. Look what they checked. Individual. Right here. Individual. And she's from Jamaica. So what they're saying is that we provided the service to Kamina Johnson Smith in her individual capacity. Minister Morgan is saying she's the one who got the gift and she's the one who benefited from it. But the judge is saying, oh, it's the government. Right? Let me go down further and see if there's anything on this document. And there it is again. Name of foreign principal, Kamina Johnson Smith. And then they said they have a contract with her right here. This is right there. Formal written contract. Right? And here's what they're supposed to provide for her. Public relations, strategic counsel, media monitoring, media relations, thought leadership. All the stuff that will get you elected to the office. All right. That's the scope of it. That's the contract that you're talking about. But let's go to, is it this? Okay, that's this one. Here it is again. Kamina Johnson Smith, right here. Foreign principal. It doesn't say the Jamaican government. Kamina Johnson Smith. And here are the things that they're going to give her. She's the only person mentioned in all of these contracts. And there are about 4 of these documents, 5 that they file. She's the only person mentioned from Jamaica. As we say, uncle. She's the uncle person mentioned. Right? Let's go here. All right. Now, this, ladies and gentlemen, is when remember I said to you, why is it that the private industry, they didn't just give Jamaica the money? You know why? I believe that they were trying to hide the fact that they were supporting her. Because it would make more sense for them to give the money. They live in Jamaica, right? The consolidated fund is in Jamaica. The government of Jamaica is in Jamaica. They could have given the money to Jamaica and said, listen, put it in the consolidated fund and use it to support her candidacy. But they didn't want anybody to know. And also, it appears as if they didn't want the government to be seen anywhere near this. So here's what they did. And tell me if this makes sense to you. These are all multimillionaires. These are all the companies are $1 million company, and the people mentioned, they're money people, right? They don't scrounge for money like all of us. Look at the way the payments were made and tell me if this is not suspicious. Look at the payment right here and look at the dates. The 26th of April, Keith Patrice Duncan paid 10 grand. 3 days later, and look at the foreign principal. It's all Kamina Johnson Smith. The 29th, 3 days later, Sandals, 15 grand. 4 days later, Grace Kennedy, 15 grand. 1 day later, Seprod, 7 grand. 1 day later, AIC Barbados, which is linked to Michael Lee Chen, 14,980. 1 day later, the Jamaica National Group, 9,634 and 53. You remember the judge made a statement that my name send a 50-cent stamp home. It's a 53 cents, yeah? I guess that can buy a stamp. That's a weird number. 9,634 and 53. That donation doesn't seem right to me. And on the same day, Barita, 10 grand. Well, who we don't see? We don't see Musson Group of companies, even though it was stated in Parliament that Musson contributed to her campaign. So we need to ask some more questions. But this is what's going on. Now, there's something else I wanted to show. Let me see. Letter office. No. Yeah, I think that's it. Right. Yeah. There's some additional documents, but let me take this one. There's some additional documents. But folks, I hope you understand that what Judge Staple did was to put the Jamaican government now squarely in the crosshairs, because he's saying the Jamaican government, it was first he said she did it in her personal capacity. You know what? I don't want to. Let me go back to the judge's opinion. Let me go back to the judge's opinion. What was it? 80 something. Okay, here it is. 85. He said that it is my finding on the evidence that when the first respondent was put up as the government of Jamaica's candidate, there is no evidence that she was then doing it as Minister of Foreign Affairs or in any capacity as an official of the government of Jamaica. So she was doing it in her personal capacity, people. Personal. And he says right here, I accept this evidence as being the truth and it was not contradicted. He accepted it and it wasn't contradicted. That's paragraph 85. Look at paragraph 92. He said the evidence presented shows that the first respondent was not acting as a private individual in her candidacy. The principal actor there was the government of Jamaica. So the monies would have been given to the government of Jamaica for the benefit not of Kamina Johnson Smith in a private or personal capacity, but of the government of Jamaica. No. We know that no money was provided to the government of Jamaica. So how did the judge get here? How did he get here? Not only that, to date, this money has not been accounted for with the Jamaican government, even though a Jamaican government official received the funding. It has not been accounted for. There is no filing. You can look anywhere. Consolidated fund. You can look over at the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You won't find it. You won't find it. There is no money there. So how did the judge end up here? How did he end up saying that the principal actor there was the government of Jamaica? So the monies would have been given to the government of Jamaica. No money was given. Right? So the judge, I don't know what's going on with him. Like I said, I respect his opinion, but I disagree with his opinion. Because you cannot say that she's doing it in her private capacity, and then 7 paragraphs later you said she's doing it in her personal capacity. It's one or the other. And then you can't say, see, he got himself into a little bit of a problem now, because now he has to say that the government got the money. But the money did not go to the government. The money went straight from private sector to Fin Partners in New York. It did not touch the government at all, except when the government official received the consultancy services. And then she said, I got no gift, I got no benefit. Then who the hell was Finn talking about when they said our principal is Kamina Johnson-Smith? Who the hell was Minister Morgan talking about when he said the principal is the beneficiary? Who was he talking about? None other than Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith. None. There's another thing that came up this week. Fatima said she'll sign it. There's another thing that came up this week. And here's what came up. It's come to my attention that for 92, right? Let's use 92 to apply to this scenario I'm going to give you. If you're a Jamaican government official and you are vying for an international position, right? It's an election and you want to run for something in the UN. The Jamaican government will nominate you, but the Jamaican government, as a policy, they will not finance that campaign. They will not finance the campaign. Ask anybody, ask any ambassador, ask anybody over at the Foreign Service. They will nominate you, but here's how you get the financing. Private concerns. You have to go to PSOJ or some other organization, business organization. And then they'll give you the financing. So now the question is, if he's saying that the government that the money came in and the government financed her, then everybody know who wants a position in the UN, European Union, or whatever, and they have to compete for it. They can now turn to the government and say, look, the judge says you gave her money. The judge says you gave her money for her campaign, so I need money for my campaign. Putting that aside, do not forget that the government, out of the public coffers, taxpayers' money, spent approximately 18.2 million in support of Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith's candidacy. And that money was spent for meals, transportation, COVID testing, and public relations support activities. The same damn thing that she got from Fin Partners. Same thing. The government of Jamaica spent money on her campaign, and as a policy, they weren't supposed to do it. So we're not even talking about private funds now. We're talking about government funds. Ask anybody in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs if the government is supposed to finance people when they aspire for an international position. And she also testified that she would have to leave the job in Jamaica. She would have to quit the Senate, quit the ministerial position to take up the position as Secretary General. So you see what the problem is. So now she's getting money for for an international position, a different position outside of Jamaica. Makes no sense, folks. Makes no sense. And so it's difficult to walk away from this because this decision is riddled with inconsistencies. It's riddled with assessments that defy logic. If you look at the facts and you look at the law, there's no way this decision should have been written. But it's written. And like I said, people are susceptible to making mistakes. And I believe the judge made a mistake here. And that's why they have the appeals process. That's why they have the appeals process. So now we can go and we can appeal. And the same thing I'm showing to you now, the lawyers will show the judges in a higher court that, look, the judge erred. The judge made a mistake. And so we need to make some changes. We need to address those things. And the mistakes, they're they're patently clear. I mean, you don't have to, do mental gymnastics to try and come up, to get creative, to come up with something. It's right here. Oh, and by the way, esteemed people in the profession, legal profession, they have commented on this decision already. And they've said this judge, he's basically put the government in a very, very bad position. He's also put Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith in a very bad position. Now, when my allegations, I think the day before they were filed, they were public, social media. The minister said, and I'm paraphrasing, she said, Rattigan's allegations, they are, and I'm quoting now, she said, baseless, untrue, and defamatory. Baseless, untrue, defamatory. On Wednesday, when she got this decision, she was reveling in the victory and she put out another statement. And that statement says, this just goes to prove that what I was saying is true, that Rattigan's statement is baseless and defamatory. She left out untruthful. And it wasn't by mistake. That was by design. That was purposeful. Because she knows what she did. And she knows that what I'm telling is the truth. Because I'm not saying Christopher told me that she did this, or Isa told me, or Herb said his uncle, neighbor told him this and that. I provided you with the documents. Finn partner said she was the principal. She's the one who got the gift. The Jamaican, she said, no, it's not me. It's the Jamaican government. The Jamaican government said, no, we didn't get any gifts and we didn't get any benefit. And then the judge says, no, it was the government who got the gift. But first he said, oh, no, it was the minister who got it. And then he said, oh, wait a minute. No. 5 paragraphs later, no, it was you see what's going on here. And this is not hearsay. It's pure facts. No, twice she said what the minister said, that my claims are defamatory, meaning that I've defamed her, meaning that I've spoken ill about her. I've spoken ill about her in an untruthful way, and that it's damaged her reputation. So what is her course of action for that? Her course of action for that is to sue me for money damages. And as I sit here, I submit to you that I welcome that lawsuit. I welcome that lawsuit because truth is a complete defense to any defamation claim. If somebody says you defame me, they're saying you lied about me and my reputation suffered. And if you can prove that what you said about the person is true, then the person has no claim. The claim is defeated. Now, she called me, at least my allegations, which is attributed to me, she called them, said that they were untruthful, meaning she's calling me a liar. I believe I have a claim against her. And I'm doing my research. I'm meeting with lawyers. And in the fullness of time, we will see what becomes of that. Because if I'm able to bring a claim against her, I'm going to bring that claim in the United States. And if she believes that there's no personal jurisdiction, tell her not to fly to New York, tell her not to fly to Washington, D.C. Because she's going to be served. That's if it's decided to file a claim against her. So this thing is not over. And I would just like her attorneys, they're watching, she's watching, and her friends are watching, and family members and well-wishers. Although I'm not so sure she have a lot of well-wishers now, because a lot of them start questioning the judge's decision already. But I would like them to know that this is my take on the whole thing. I view this as a marathon. They view it as a sprint. They've done the 100 meters. World record time. Let's give them 9.2. But they never trained for a marathon. They've never met anyone like me. Now they're going to see who Wilfred Rattigan is. They're going to find out now what the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, what it stands for. It stands for good governance, democracy, rule of law, transparency. The aim is to rid Jamaica of corruption. The aim is to rid Jamaica of preferential treatment for politicians. The aim is to make sure that they comply with the laws, because Jamaica does not have two sets of laws, one for politicians and the well-heeled and the titans of industry, and another for everybody else. It's one set of laws for everybody. That's what we stand for. And we are going, as they say, we're taking them to the proverbial mat. We're going to fight this. And we are supremely confident that we will win. And by the way, the judge, I will reserve my comments about what my options are against the judge. If any, I will reserve them. But as far as this is concerned, Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith cannot be sleeping well at night. Not after tonight. Not after tonight, because it's patently clear that somebody's lying. Somebody's lying, and it's not Rattigan. And somebody lied on an affidavit, and it's not Rattigan. You cannot have it both ways. You cannot receive consultancy services and then turn around and say, I didn't receive a gift and I didn't receive a benefit. It was the government. That position is untenable in light of the government saying, no, we never get anything. We don't know nothing about no gift or art. No. Not only was it expressed in writing, it was expressed by the person who's charged with the responsibility of representing the government before the media, Minister Robert Morgan. And there's another video where he said even more than that. He said in another video, I didn't put it up. He said, this is a transaction, and this is a quote, by the way. He said, this is a transaction between private Jamaican companies and a private US company for the benefit of an international campaign. He went on to say, the government of Jamaica was not a party to this contract. So then he goes on, he went on to say, I don't know the fullness of the arrangement. There's nothing on that document that says government of Jamaica, and there's nothing on that document that says anything about another government outside Jamaica. He's talking about the Fin Partners document. There's only one person's name mentioned in those 5 documents. What time and time again, page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, one person's name. And they didn't even attach a title to her. You know why they didn't attach a title to her? Because they said our client is not a government, is not representing the government. So they put Kamina Johnson-Smith. And at the bottom of it, they put individual. They did not check government. They did not check organization. So I'm about to rest my case. Let me just say that I want to thank all of you out there who have reached out to me, you know, because you understand that this is just much more than me. Now, broad shoulders, you know, broad back, because there's a certain government who can tell you, say, I take them on. And I'm still here, living and breathing to talk about it. Right? My father, my mother didn't sacrifice for me, grew up to be a coward. You're looking at somebody who used to sleep in a tree when night come. You're looking at somebody who used to sleep on Spanish Town Road. On the road itself. On the sidewalk. You're looking at somebody who didn't know where his next meal was coming from. I am battle hardened. I hear the Prime Minister make a speech saying, born with a gold spoon in his mouth. He may have been born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Or a wooden spoon. Looking at somebody here who never have a spoon. And all I'm doing, I've reached the stage in life where I could afford not to do this. But I'm compelled to do this because of what you say behind me. I still have relatives living there. I still have friends living there. And it would be a disservice for me to turn my back on those people and say, look, I've made it so, you know, let them figure out for themselves. And when I said them people, I'm talking about all of Jamaica. Not just Firehouse. Talking about all of Jamaica. And that's the beauty about a program like this. When you come here so that we can share ideas and we can expose behavior of this sort to you. Because look, this was truly a 9-day wonder, you know, or it was supposed to be a 9-day wonder. But we're not letting it be a 9-day wonder. And as for the former permanent assistant permanent secretary, Dr. Grace McNeil, that's not going to be a 9-day wonder either. And there are other things, the Prime Minister's wife and what she's doing up at Lee's flat, that's not going to be a 9-day wonder. And there are things about other people in the government will not be a 9-day wonder. But how do we get it to go beyond that? With your donations. Because we have people at the ready to conduct the intelligence gathering. We have lawyers ready to make the filings in court. And we have public relations people ready to make the videos, to do the lobbying work for us. But we cannot do it without funding. If you have a conviction about what we're doing, then you need to follow that conviction up with your donation. Because once you do that, we will get the conviction for you. We will get the conviction. And for some of the people, there are some people saying, well, you know, Kamina Johnson Smith, it was just a little matter. And that's how corruption starts, as a little matter. Little matter. And you turn a blind eye to it. And then if you turn a blind eye to that, what else will you turn a blind eye to? If we're going to be truly vigilant about fighting this scourge called corruption, we have to do it at all levels. And the best place to start is where people consider to be immaterial. Like it's no big deal. It's a big deal. That's why they have a law. It's that simple. The law is there for a specific purpose. It's there so that people don't do this. Because think about it. Just think about how much money could actually pass through to people as gifts, unreported to the government. Is that what you expect of your public officials? Think about how much money could pass through and provide services to them. Is that what we've come to? Is that we've devolved into? I don't think so. I think when a politician has deviated we need to hold them responsible. In fact, we need to hold them to a higher standard. We need to hold them to a higher standard, people. And so, another thing. I'm disappointed by the analysis provided by the judge and his decision, but I'm not surprised. And here's why I'm not surprised. When this action first started to take shape, I was contacted by people in the JLP. I was contacted by senior supporters of the JLP and MPs. And they told me, drop the case, man. Where you go with this thing and where you embarrass the woman and don't bother with it. And I received those phone calls. I received those messages. I received them directly and indirectly. I received them. People call me and they call friends of mine who told me. And a week before the decision, politician told me, JLP politician said, you will not win. You can't win. Because if you win, the party will have tremendous problems if you win. I'm telling you, you're not going to win. The night before the decision, a senior JLP operative contacted me and said, listen, I'm telling you right now, you're not going to win. So don't get no hopes up. This is not going to happen. When the decision was announced, he and I were in contact. And he said, I told you. And then he followed up by saying, don't even bother appeal. So these are the things we face, and yet, we talk about this, the effect of corruption on the economy, the effect of corruption on the quality of life, corruption in various ministries, various aspects, everything. We talk about corruption, and yet, people, when we get the chance to do something about it, we don't do it. But I am here to tell everyone that Rattigan not gone away. I have a dear friend of mine who wrote to me, and he essentially was saying, Rattigan, spend your retirement, I deal with other things. Don't worry about the people of Jamaica because they're not concerned. They're unconcerned about what's going on. Respectfully, I disagree. The same person wrote to me again and said, after the ruling, he said, and he took excerpts from the judge's opinion, where the judge said that it is my considered view that Rattigan does not have the required standing to bring this claim, and it should therefore be struck out. Person wrote, Rattigan is a Jamaican citizen by birth, but he doesn't currently reside in Jamaica. Oh, so the fact that the man has a Jamaican birth certificate means nothing. I am the same person who applied for I'm so concerned about my country that I applied for the position of police commissioner to deal with the crime issue on several occasions. And if you apply the judge's reasoning, what he's saying is that even if you're in Jamaica, unless you can show that this thing will directly affect you, then you have no argument. So just think about if you live overseas. And Barrington, you're right, Barrington, because we need to start taking away some of these visas. And there's something called a poison pen letter. I don't know if most of you know about this. There's something called when I used to work overseas, I used to work hand in glove with the consular section, because one of the things that I would do is I would help people to get visa. People who were of support to us, right, and others. And poison pen letters would come in, and a poison pen letter is where somebody writes into the U.S. Embassy and they say, Mr. Rattigan, is involved in this, in that, in that, in that, in that. And what the consular section will do is they don't have to prove anything. They just have to say there is a strong suspicion, or there's a suspicion that you're involved in this activity. And that poison pen letter, without any evidence, will cause you to lose your visa. It will cause you to lose it. I've seen it happen time and time again. So let me just, first of all, let me just say to my colleagues, thanks for sticking around. I know Kevin left me already because Kevin had to go do his radio show. And by the way, folks, don't forget, listen to Relax with the Rebel tonight at midnight. We have some serious music we're going to play. We're going to take you on a journey, and you're going to be completely relaxed. But before we do that, let me turn on the phone, and let me just ask, well, before I turn on the phone, let me just ask my colleagues if they have any questions for me.
Look, Ratty, the thing is, we kind of expected this. I expected it because I know there's no honor amongst thieves, especially among this set of thieves. And if this can happen to you, think about what they're doing to the people in the neighborhood behind you, right? So the bottom line is, if they want to play the society games and the social games, then when we bring a particular set of skills to the table that will reveal stuff on a bunch of them, and it gets out in the public eye because it's nastiness that the public need to be aware of before they vote for any of them. We've been trying to stay away from that all this time. But when you bring some judge into it to give you the ruling you want, and to come up with let me finish. They come up with their own set of facts. That, my friend, is malfeasance. And this needs to stop. Stop right now. Don't go no further. Right? I've sat around and I've watched Jamaica and Jamaican judges undermine systems from the Michael Manley system to today, what we're seeing. And this is what I'm talking about, Isaac. These people do what they damn well please to whomever they please, whether they're representing the 21 families running Jamaica or they're representing some other corrupt influencers like the cartels and others. No, we need to take action, and we need to bury some of these people so we can get their goddamn attention. That's what's going to happen.
All right,
and believe me, brother, it's already underway. So we don't have to worry about this.
No. And yeah, I'm gonna have my KFC yet, but let me just respond and say something. Christopher is like, oh my God, Isaac speaks. Listen, the beauty of litigation, and Chris can back, I don't know if he'll back me up on this. He may rubbish me, but just hear this. The beauty of litigation is that the litigant at first instance, always, the response is always like this. The law is a jealous mistress, and sometimes at first instance, a single judge may miss a point that is very crucial to the substance of the case. A preliminary point was taken. There are certain things that Mr. Rattigan's attorney ought to have done and failed to do. That is not necessarily critical, and so there are technicalities that when we go to the second stage of the legal process, which is the appellate court, a different outcome is likely to take place. So we don't have to be, we never have to be angry at judges who, whilst they look at the law in real time, they come to a different view. I've seen cases, i.e., the Jambar case where the judge at first instance said something. It went to the Court of Appeal and they said something. And when it got to the Privy Council, the judge
Based
at
on
first
something.
instance was right. I've seen cases where the judge at first instance, in all their glory, radam you. And you go to the Court of Appeal and the Court of Appeal said that judge must have missed the law. And then the Privy Council agreed. The beauty of the law, and certainly why I love the Privy Council, that ends there. I can tell you the minds of the judges who sit on the Court of Appeal is 3 of them, and there are issues ripe for consideration. So we don't need to scandalize the court. We don't need to make assumptions. Simply to say round 1 for the learned minister, and Mr. Rattigan, how dare you say 9.2? You saying both change the record. Nobody not running no 100-meter faster than 9.58 seconds. So I ask you to withdraw that. But Herb, I know how you feel. People in the comments, I know how you feel, but I promise you, and I'm not trying to curry favor, the justice system is not broken. And it is exciting. Don't get caught up in what the media does. People can, and I'm borrowing from the word of the Baroness, because nobody better than the Baroness. At the end of the day, all the media or something that is just chat and nothing else. And you just have to feel that way and say, round 1 for you, tie up your boots. We are coming at the Court of Appeal. And when we get there, if we don't get what we want, we are going to be at the Privy Council. But all that chatting, you can get your media day and feel nice and put out and miss words like true and factual, and it sounds nice. That's a 9-day wonder, but it's not going away. But Herb, we don't scandalize the court. And big up to the judge, big up to all who did what they have to do. There's another. It doesn't end here, and just leave it at that. Say less and let the law take its course. It works. I promise you that. That's my comment.
You know, I hear you loud and clear, Isaac.
No,
The
I
other
am
day,
not gagged.
okay, the other day we were talking. I can't remember which show it was, but in having a discussion as to how the Jamaican troops, I think it was on Lonesome Show, the Jamaican troops are going to be supported in Haiti, and the Kenyan police as well. And I said to them in a nice way that, look, the US and Canada will ensure that when the troops deploy, wherever they're going to, there's adequate intelligence and there should be close air support. Now, what I didn't say was you take one individual to fire a shot on them troops, and the close air support got chain guns that can open up to 8,000 rounds a minute. So if when people want to test the system, they want to test it to see how far they can go, how far they can take it. And God forbid, I look at the Israelis and I see the Israelis having a right to retaliate and to wipe out Hamas if they can. But at the same time, in between Hamas and them are 10 to 2.5 million Palestinians. And over 10,000 of them are dead right now. So when you have force, when you have lethal means you can utilize, and you don't do it, people won't get the message until they pull some crap that they figure, oh, we can use the legal system to defeat Mr. Rattigan. I hear what you say. I know it's a system of, one attorney against another, or you convince the judge and the judge rule in a certain way. One judge can't make so many mistakes in deliberations, right? So when this idiot comes out with his opinion, he can say what he wants to whoever. We're going to scope him out and every one of his people around him. So we'll see what comes out in the wash when we get done. I mean, this is stupid. The woman get the money, she signed for it, and at the same time, him say, no, the government got it. Where the hell did the government put the money then if the government got it?
But I
You
can
know?
answer that for you, Herb. The government said we didn't get it. So I don't know why you're responding to facts that are not there. There is
This is
legal
what I'm
documents.
saying.
There's a document clear as day that says A, not for the government. B, is it for the people of Jamaica? No. Is it for people personal capacity? Yes. What's the issue? Why are you arguing phantom issues? That's a matter for another court to review.
Yeah.
Precisely.
And believe me, there are legal points and anyway. I don't want my colleagues them beat me, so I'm gonna shut my mouth.
All right, I hear you.
So
I
that's
hear you.
you have
Well, Ratty Christopher is going to have to figure out now who is going to drop them 500 or 2,000 bombs on top of, right? When he go to the next level.
Did somebody say drop bombs? Did somebody say my name?
I'm not going to bring our argument. But as I said, that's why we have tiers of court. And usually first instance comes with something, and then second instance, third instance, if necessary, comes with something else. This will be my parting shot. Godfather here, so you're sending money here, there, and everywhere in those submissions, kindly reminding you that I am the candidate against Carl Samuda in St. Andrew North Central, yes? And it takes money, it takes cash to care. That's all I'm gonna say. But I think I was one of the first people to point out to you what Gavin Goff from Miles Fletcher and Gordon had indicated, that there's some problems in the judgment, and that there's a good chance for you for appeal. So I would encourage you to appeal, and encourage you to get that appeal in as soon as you can. For some reason, I'm not hearing you.
Said you were the first person to send it to me, and
Okay.
it was a nice early morning gift, because when I saw it, I said, "Oh, look at this." I was
Yeah.
expecting it like maybe 3 or 4 days later, but it was like less than 24 hours later. It came.
It was, yeah.
Yeah,
All
and
right.
I've seen a few since then,
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen a few since then, but no, I remember that you're the candidate against Carl Samuda. So
Yes.
is he running this time? Is he running again or no?
He seems to have indicated that he is running again. The rumor mill has it is that he is not happy with the hierarchy, and the hierarchy can't send anybody to feed neck of the woods. So he is standing, to use a PNP term, he's standing firm. He's standing firm. So yeah. So this is going to be very interesting, because I relish the thought of sending home an old man to his farm. Relish the thought.
You can say that? Wow.
Yes, you can say things like that. Isaac. There's other things you can't say, but I'm not troubling you tonight.
I didn't see your account.
And we know what those things are.
Yeah.
Chris, if you have to leave, I understand. We just open the phone line so people, you can call in with your comments or with your questions. We're gonna be here for a little bit longer. We still have 1,747 people out there. Our devices listening is probably more. Big up all of the people in the rural section who have to go to a bar, and the bar then put up the TV, and you have 10, 20 people listening, watching to us. Let me take this caller. Yes, caller. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. You have the distinction of being the first person calling. So
Night.
Talk to me.
But you know, say,
Where you calling from, by the way? Where you calling from?
Live Jamaica, man.
Okay,
Jamaica.
sir. Go ahead. Talk to.
I call you all the while, man.
No, man. No, that's no problem. But we just want the
All
people
right.
them know so me I get calls
We
from
may
all
have,
about the place.
miss two things in Miss Johnson program.
Okay. Tell me then.
In at the same time, when Miss Johnson start run for the position, and Jonas had 2 state visits with 2 Commonwealth presidents, you know.
Uh-huh.
To sure up our vote, you know. You know, remember that? Me no hear you talk about, you know, you left you out of the equation.
No, here's why I'm not left it out. No, here's why I'm not left it out. Because remember there was a consensus, you know, and Jamaica decided to go a different route. So the travel was just wasted taxpayers' money because by then there was a
you know, hear what me just say, man.
You said that the prime minister make two
you ran the president. Him came here on a state visit, and the India president came here on a state visit.
Yeah, Paul Kagame.
For vote, you know.
Right.
For sure, power vote. Remember that too. Commonwealth country, you know. And you know, never make you do your research, because you might not remember. You know, say the UN president, when he came here, the function where them put on him, you know, him not attend, you know, he's saying tired, and him not go. I'm second go. So that means there's no interest, no in there, just for sure vote, and you can't tell where we benefit from it. Remember, say state visitor, you pay for everything, you know, for the whole traveling party, you know.
Right. No, here's what happened with that. With that, it's a very simple argument. They were trying to, after they mess up with CARICOM, they realized that I think only up to 13 countries, you know, we're not counting Jamaica. Think of the 13 countries. I think only 4 voted for her.
Yeah, man.
Right. So what happened? They decided that okay, we're going to court the African vote. But what they didn't, I don't know if they were thinking that Africans stupid or what. But because they went to them and said, look, she's only gonna ask for 4. She could have stayed. I mean, the minister. She said she's only gonna she's gonna run, and if they vote for her, she's only gonna stay 4 because generally speaking, if you do the 4 and you want to stay for an extra 4 years, another term, it's a handshake agreement.
Yeah, man.
Everybody gets it.
I know. You still a miss the point to me. I try me.
What the point?
The 2 countries where Andrew Owners invite to Jamaica on a state visit. It was to shore up Miss Johnson vote.
Yeah.
So may I say you know
no.
the equation with the amount of money where Jamaica spend because we
okay. I see what you said. All right. So you said we spend more than the 42 million you said no because
more because the whole entourage we pay for kind of state visit and it was only for that reason.
Okay. You sure about that? That we pay for everything?
Yeah, me sure. Because when people start talk about it, him say they want to UN the president
Rwanda,
but through COVID.
Right.
It him postpone. And then him invite India and then him even want name one piece of road off of the India president and I tell India say I've thanked them for the vaccine and ray. But nothing, you know what not trade, nothing at all invite a man to start a business, to start you know? So never in it. And there's no way you could have invited me for a state visit. It's like for a state visit and the function of me put on for you don't attend.
Okay, I see what you mean. It was a slapping on the face. It was an insult then.
Yeah, that means
So we asked them that.
Help sure up your vote.
So we asked that should have conveyed to Jamaica that they weren't going to get certain votes then. Because if you invite a man to, okay, I see what you mean. All right, I see your point, Bertrand.
And then the money if he had to it, if it cost with the 2 state visits should have had to it, Miss Johnson bill. Because that was the only purpose why them come.
Okay.
And the next thing, you know, Miss Johnson, I don't know if I can find a newspaper if you send to you. But when the Jamaica public start attack the problem first, you know, Miss Johnson say she was doing what she doing in the capacity of a foreign affairs minister, you know, and then in her spare time she do the campaigning. So maybe the material we say no Jamaica money do, you know. But money in it, me just feel say in fact the people them where the name them where they use, we say them are the donor. If he say just buy them, I buy, you know. Then just a use their name to cover certain track, you know. But if he say, because of Miss Johnson's statement, she was working in the capacity of a foreign affairs minister. Right? So at the country, she admits that the country appear for because she had a Jamaica work she had do. Me go find a clip and send it to you. Me must can find it.
All right. Well, if you can't find it, then I'd appreciate it.
So me just feel that some of them man they I buy, then just take it blame. You know? I say because the price, then take it as none of them not take it as them country, you know, like Grace Kennedy. Everybody take it in them own business. Then not take it on the behalf of them company, they notice what they do.
Okay. All right.
And I'll look at muscles. Our finance minister have shares in our muscles, you know. So all of them the thing that a conflict of interest, all of those.
Well, those are the things that we have to go fight, you know. And I want to show a video. But brethren, look, thanks for the call. Thanks for the call. I much appreciated here. And just take care of yourself, spread the news, tell your friends and to watch your program. And if you can give $5, $10, whatever you can give, right?
Yeah, man.
You just make the donation. So we will talk soon. I want to show
all right, cool.
All right then. Let me hold on, folks. Let me just turn off the phone for about 5 minutes or so because I'm going to show you something. I almost forgot that there's something here I want to show you about how people really fight. People serious about corruption. Let me show you. How could I forget this? Here we go. All right. All right. No. I almost forgot, people. This is the Portuguese Prime Minister, Antonio Costa, right? And what happened? He's in trouble. Why is he in trouble? Because his government got involved with some corruption matters, right? And here it is. It says that there were numerous schemes to extract lithium in different parts of Portugal to secure critical raw materials. But these projects have been mired in controversy because of the low quality of the elements set to be extracted and the disproportionate environmental damage expected from the operations. Did anybody say bauxite? Did anybody say bauxite? Disproportionate environmental damage. And now, this man, he went to see the president, right? To try and help him out. That didn't work. So guess what? The police went to his house and they conducted a search. Now people are asking for him to resign or the president to dissolve the parliament if he doesn't go on his own. This is how you take action. This is what action is about. Oh, somebody said, oh, mute your mic when sharing video. Oh. So I just wanted to point that out to you that this gentleman here, Prime Minister of Portugal, having issues. Why is he having issues? Because people saw it fit to speak out. People saw it fit to take action. And if we don't in Jamaica, then we shouldn't complain. And the majority of Jamaicans will tell you that Jamaica is a corrupt country. These are not my words. People have said that. And it's true. And so, like Portugal, we need to start taking some action to rid ourselves of corruption. And so I ask you to join me in that effort. Because that's the only way we're going to get it done. Through a community effort. One person is not going to do the job. One person might be a catalyst, but the catalyst means that something else will happen. You cause a change or something is asked. One person cannot do it by him or herself. So I'm hoping that the people in Jamaica, they're taking note of this, particularly government officials. what's happening to this man right here. So let me turn on back the phone. And then we can continue with the phone calls. We'll go for maybe another 30 minutes or so. If we get calls. Let me move this. All right, folks, the phone line is open. Let me see if... Okay, there's a phone number at the bottom. So you can call in with your observation, with your criticism, with your questions, with your concerns. Can you say who's the lawyer you had that represents you with the case? I'd rather not say, Don. Just go to the website and you'll see, because there are some things done. ISAT mentioned some things, and you can go read for yourself, and you'll see what ISAT was referring to. And then you'll also see the name, but I don't want to mention the person's name.
To be clear, it wasn't me.
It was not. Caller, good
Hello.
night. Yes, welcome to Reason Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Mr. Rattigan.
Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Jamaica.
Yes, welcome, Jamaica in the house.
Right
Go ahead.
next to your door and in Copper and Pen.
Yeah.
So what I call about this program interested.
Thank you very much.
To call about the OJ something that to donate. I want to know if Citibank.
Yes.
The Citibank, you can go and do your donation. I think you have one in Avachi and one in downtown.
Yes, you can go there. If you have a check, you just write the check and put the
No, I don't have a check. I have cash.
You have cash. Okay.
Yes.
Well, go to the bank. Well, what you do then, if you can go to the bank and tell them you'd like to make a deposit to the account for One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. Let me just put it back up at the bottom of the screen if you're watching.
No, I have it. I did copy it off the program.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, just go there and check it out. And if it doesn't work, because we're working on getting what is it, PayPal?
Yes, because what happened, I did call you sometime last week, but I didn't get any answer. And I did leave you a voice note, and you didn't check it if I know you were.
Yeah, I'm checking. Yeah, I'm slow at that, but I'm gonna try and go through the rest of them. I have a bunch of them I have to go through tomorrow.
Yes. So anyway, what I'm going to do Monday week, I'm going to go to the bank and do what is what. Yeah.
Well, look, on behalf of the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation and the people who are supporting it, I thank you for doing it.
Yes, I will.
We hope to make a difference. We hope to make a difference.
Okay.
All right. Thanks. Take care of yourself.
I want to do, man. All right. So nice program. Keep on watching, right?
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Yes, caller. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
Good night. I'm calling from Atlanta.
You're calling from Atlanta?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you speak up a little bit louder?
Yeah, I'm calling from Atlanta. It's a social one here.
Oh, yeah. Ratti, talk to me.
All right. Now, granted that Finn Partners is a New York City, New York State business, and granted the controversial statements that are made between working for the government and not working for the government and working for a private individual, how does that translate now with the responsibility and reporting to the state? And second of all, the private donations or gifts that were received, isn't the minister required to pay taxes on it in Jamaica?
Trevor. Boy, I tell you what, Trevor. Go read. I'm gonna ask you, please go to the website ojldf.org. The document is there, and the answers to the answers to the questions that you're raising, they're right there.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah, you know what I mean, right?
Yes, man.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. Take care of yourself, Trevor. We'll talk soon. All right.
Support coming. They coming.
All right. Take care.
Okay.
All right. Bye bye. Yeah. So let me see. Okay. Yes, folks, the phone line is open. We're not going to be here much longer. So, caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Yeah, I'm calling from Jersey.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me turn on this. Yeah, I'm calling from Jersey. Big up Rattigan and Earl and Isaac.
Yes, sir.
All right. I just want to ask a quick question. Like how so much corruption in Jamaica, the opposition, him have to sit in the parliament with those corruption guys.
Yeah, the thing is the parliamentary system we have, or the system of government that we have, the opposition and the winning party, that they have to sit in parliament. I think I know where you're going with the question, but no, they have to sit together or sit in the same room, but on different side of the aisle.
Yeah, I know, but if the opposition is for the people and the prime minister is not for the people and doing the people them so much wrong, why him have to sit in the parliament with that corruption guy?
Oh, you're saying that they should boycott it? Don't go?
Yeah, yes, of course.
Well, let me ask Mr. Isaac. That's a good question. Let me ask Mr. Isaac. Mr. Isaac, what do you say about that? That people, whether or not people should boycott it if they feel that there's corruption on one side or the other. So, for example, if the, well, usually it's a government. So he's saying that the opposition then should register their disapproval of what's going on by boycotting parliament. Is that a good idea?
No, because there are certain decisions that has to be taken by vote, and the opposition being absent, it can be done without them. So I wouldn't advise that. So one has to remember.
There's one point in our history where the leader of the opposition, Michael Manley, decided not to contest the election,
and he remained in opposition. And then
right,
one wonders had he not boycott if the tenure of Mr. Edward Seaga would have been what it was had he participated.
So you're saying participate at all costs.
Of course, and also remember that you're in parliament because people vote you in there, and you are representing the people. So if it is just to be there to voice your opposition, which is your duty, that is what you should be doing. But matters of politics are above my pay grade.
I didn't really hear what Isaac was saying. I don't know why I didn't hear Isaac.
All right. Essentially, he's saying that no, you shouldn't relinquish your right to participate in government. If you've been elected, then you have to go, because if you don't go, then the other side will make all the rules. They'll do everything without you, and then you really can't complain. So, and the people elected you for, to represent them. So you can't be elected and then say, well, I'm not going in there because the other side is corrupt. You go inside here and do the best that you can.
Oh, I thought they could have boycott it and make the people them rise up and get out.
No, they can boycott it. They don't have to go, but is that a wise strategy? What Isaac is saying, that there's no wisdom in doing that, because first you'd have to go get the community all, you'd have to go get them, agitated to the point where you get them out, like you have an angry mob, and then you say you're not going, and then that could be more problems. Okay. That could be problematic.
Yeah, for every time when I'm from another day, I'm watching what's going on in the parliament. Every time they bring up the six, is as well like everybody get mad on the labor right side, like they don't want to talk about the six.
All right. Well, next week we'll explore that a little bit. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you for the call. Take care of yourself.
One,
All right, my brother. All right.
Ratty.
Welcome to 1 second, Herb. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
Greetings. Presently, I'm in Indianapolis, but I live in Atlanta.
Okay, sir. What's on your mind tonight?
Well, for the door you open cannot be closed. And it's important that we take individual and collective responsibility for the direction we want our country to go. Very important.
Much appreciated.
The second thing is, can you bring back Howard Mitchell?
Yeah.
And I would like you to have on Jerry Small and Joseph Pattison, so we can tackle some of the opinions of Howard Mitchell.
I know that Bongo Jerry will come. I know that
Joseph
Mitchell
will come. I will get him on.
Okay, because I know that Joseph he made a visit to he visited us once, and I don't think he wants to come back.
No, Joseph will come. I will get Joseph on.
All right. Well, touch base with me and let me know, and then we can set it up.
Yeah,
because then
I can get you on this line, on this number, right?
Yeah, man. Or you just text me. Just send me a message, or you can send a message to the do you have Proton email?
I don't, but I can make one.
Yeah, what you do is download it and then get the free one, and then what you do, just send me the message that way. It's encrypted.
Okay.
All right. Take care of yourself now.
Thank you, man.
All right, take care. Bye-bye. Caller, good night and welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
Hello?
Yes. Where are you calling from?
Philadelphia, of course.
Of course, Philly in the house. Go ahead, please.
Good night, everyone.
Night.
Okay, I need to understand this with the case with Camina. Now, I am confident that the appeal will come through. Now, what is going to happen? Is it that the case will be for her both to pay the money back and be charged? I know you could not have asked her to pay back the money because she has not acknowledged the fact that she has gotten the money. So you couldn't have asked her then to say pay it back, hence the reason for the case, the court, right? Because she keep denying it. So at the end of it, when the appeal goes through, will she be charged, hopefully, and pay back the money? Because she is to pay back the money. She is to pay back the money.
All right.
Okay? Answer that for me. I want to know.
All right, thank you. All right. Now, the question for those of you who didn't hear is whether or not the minister should pay back the money and be charged. The answer to those two questions is no. And here is why. The action I brought is called an administrative declaration. It's not asking the judge to punish her, to condemn her, to do any such thing. It's simply asking the judge to make a declaration that, based on the evidence that he has in front of him, she did not file. He can interpret the law to say, well, then, yeah, I'm looking at the law and I'm looking at the facts, and yeah, the law says you should, and you didn't. You didn't. And he can ask questions. He can ask her directly if she did. But there's no need for him to even ask her, because she point blank said she didn't when she said, I didn't receive a gift, because if you didn't receive a gift, you don't fill out the form, right? So we're not asking the judge to punish her. We're just asking the judge to make a declaration. That's all. So the judge is not going to tell her to pay back the money, and he's not going to charge her. So that's where we are with that. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
South Carolina.
Ah, okay. Well, welcome. Talk to us. What's on your mind?
Yes, Mr. Rattigan. From the other day, I've been asking the question, under this corrupt government, you think it is wise to file a lawsuit in Jamaica right now? I don't know. I'm just asking them.
Okay. Is that the question?
Yeah.
The only question, all right, I'll tell you what, I'm going to hang up and let Mr. Isaac deal with that because I know he's a fierce defender of the judiciary in Jamaica. And so the question you're asking is whether or not I should have filed a lawsuit in Jamaica.
I'm just wondering if this is just waste of money right now because I don't think you're going to get any justice because Andrew Holness is a criminal and in control all of these big guys in Jamaica right now, based on what I'm seeing.
Well, here's the one thing I'm sure of. Here's the one thing I'm absolutely sure of. If I didn't file the action, the spotlight wouldn't be here.
That's true.
Right? So I'm sure that. So, you know, even if now it will cause them to say, hey, you know what? We have to be careful now and cross the T's and dot the I's because we have somebody and we have a group of people looking at us. It's well worth it. Well worth it. Because I guarantee you right now, any gift giving going on now, people are going to be some of them who wouldn't otherwise, they will now be paying attention. They will now be talking to the Ministry of Finance. They will now be talking to their permanent secretaries to say, can we do this? Because they don't want to fall into the box where they're, you know, the spotlight is on them for doing something like this. So, and the one thing I'm sure about also is that every time when I used to play, I used to play football and I used to play cricket. And every time I didn't bowl the ball, I was 100% sure say I wasn't going to get anybody out. You have to bowl the ball, man. You don't know. Bowl the ball. And bowl a good half break too. Because that's why I used to use. I was a spinner. Used to bowl half break.
Yeah, that's true. But my take on this, I think you should do it on the right time. I don't think now is the right time.
When would be the right time?
I questioned it long before this happened. I questioned it on Mr. Wayne program because I always listen to it more than one time.
Right.
I questioned it and I said, Mr. Rattigan, you believe this makes sense at this time. If I go back and watch Mr. Wayne, you can see my message.
So, so let me ask you, when would be a good time?
To be honest, we have to get out this man and them because as I may tell you.
All right, hold on. Stick a point. So let's say that the PNP is successful. Are you saying that for the next general election, are you saying that after the PNP, after they're successful, then I should go after Minister Kamina, go after her for this?
All of them that need to be caught.
Yeah, but think about the optics of that. How would that look? Because she's and then she might remember, no, she's not elected, she's appointed, right? And so she could easily say, you know what, we lost the election, I'm going into private industry, and now I'm chasing her into private industry.
Yeah, but all of them can be investigated. But the thing is this, if you do that, remember, even your lawyer we have in Jamaica, maybe that person get buyout. Would you believe that?
If I believe that?
Yeah.
I have no empirical evidence. I've heard stuff, but I don't know.
Well, we don't know. We're just speculating, but I'm just saying, maybe. That's why I said maybe that get buyout.
I don't know if it's maybe. I don't know if she got bought out. I don't know. To be honest with you, I really don't know.
No, none of it doesn't know, but I'm just saying, as I said, we're speculating because this man that running the country, you know, is very evil. Right now, everybody with Mr. Andrew Holness, well, I'm not going to say everyone, almost everyone that is in the parliament right now committed themselves already. Almost everybody with Mr. Andrew Holness have as minister, they name mixed up in corruption before they even enter politics.
All right, but here's the thing: there's a difference between speculation and fact. You know, you don't want to go out there and say things like that unless you have your facts, right? When you have your facts,
we have facts. I will say all of them. We have facts. Mr. Wayne look have facts for every one of them because I'm listening show. I never miss that man show yet. And from your show go on, I never miss it. Many times I'm at work because I work at night, but I always have time to sit down. If I don't get it, I listen it after. I may have tell you. Mr.
Well, look,
Loans have all facts for almost all of them, and I listening. I know enough of them. I know many of them. Enough of them, you know them.
All right, I'll tell you what then. I'll tell you what then. So let me see if I understand what you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong. What you're saying is that whatever facts Wayne Lonesome has, that we should wait until the JLP is out of government and then we go after all of them using those facts. We shouldn't go now. We should just wait until after.
Yeah. Don't waste any money,
All right.
right?
So and then let me ask you something. Let's take this. Let's take this a bit further. Let's say now that the JLP, that they're successful in next election, so they're still in power for another 3-4 years. You're saying don't go after them again. Don't go after them at all, right?
Well, yes, I will still say that. But
okay, and then let's say no. Hold on a second, because we have some ministers who get up on stage and said the prime minister is going to be prime minister for the next 8, 10, 15, 20 years or whatever. But and so let's say that, you know, the next election after this one, they're still in power. 2 terms from now, they're still in power. You're saying don't go after them. The only time we should go after them is when they're out of power.
Yeah, because you're not going to be you're not going to win the battle with them in power.
But so you see but look, so you're saying wait 10, 12, 15, 20 years, and then when they come out of power, you go after.
Year, because they're not going to be there forever. I'm just agree with you. Mr. Rattigan, I don't think the battle going to be yours with this government in power.
Okay.
Me just feel.
Well, here's what I suggest you. What I suggest you do is support the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, and let's put that to the test and see if we. Because here's the thing. At the very least, Mr. Kamina Johnson-Smith is damaged goods right now internationally. She's a pariah in the party. I can tell you that. People have told me that them just can't wait for her to go because she's causing too much distraction on the party right now. Too much attention. She's too much. So at the very least, and then think about her colleagues, her international colleagues. They've been following the story. They know what's going on. Her story has been published in an international journal. And so when they sit down and she knows it, she feels it. She knows it.
Yeah, but that's still not the point we're trying to get to, you know. I'm going to ask you the question now.
Yeah.
You think you're gonna be the winner in this case with this government in power then?
No. All right, let me answer the question.
Yeah.
The people will be the winner, not me. The people. Don't forget, I'm bringing the lawsuit on behalf of myself and everybody, right?
Yes.
The people, because at the end of the day, I get nothing. Look, if you're talking about something tangible, like money or something, I get nothing out of this. But
No. Wait, no, not talking about money. We're not talking about money. Nothing like that we're talking about. But I'm saying, you hear what I said? Under this corrupt government, a lawsuit in Jamaica now against his minister. That's the question I'm trying to ask.
All right, so let me ask you. So I can bring a lawsuit in America though, and that would be okay.
If it can work.
All right. Well, then tell you what, we plan to do things like that. So support the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation.
I don't have a problem, you know. I don't have a problem, but let me just make it straight. I don't like people waste their money. That's the point I'm trying to make. Not saying it's gonna be wasted. Don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
From with I was trying to find a Citibank because I don't do anything online. I'm just gonna be real with you.
That's
I was
fine.
trying to find a Citibank near me. I don't find any as yet because I Googled it, but I'm gonna find one.
Okay.
And to be honest, I plan to even give them more than $100. I'm not.
Give me put 100,000. You sound like you have a lot of money.
No,
Put
no,
down.
no. I don't have it like that. But I want to see justice, and I want to see a better.
All right.
That's what I want to see.
All right. Thanks for the call. Take care of yourselves. Thanks for the support.
Yeah, man. Respect, man.
All the time. Caller, welcome to Reason, Ms. Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from? Caller, hang up. Okay. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
Good night, Mr. Ratty. Good night, Herb.
Where are you calling from, sir?
Don't Florida, you know.
Yes, sir. The weather's nice, huh?
To God be the glory, man. To God be the glory.
Including the weather.
Yeah, man. Ratty, hear me? I said, determined. Don't stop. You understand me? I said, be like the real pit bull upon them.
Well, look, when we have people like Herb and Isat, they're on me. Oh, me can't. Yeah, no, we can't do that. You see, what we're not going to do now. We're not going to do like what Jamaica do at the UN with the CARICOM people, you know, where we talk big, and when it's time to make the vote, we just go at the back of the line and make everybody vote and we no vote. We're not going to do that around here.
Yeah, man. We observe Herb, man. We observe Herb better and just cool and just deadly, you know. and the thing like that. And a lot of people know me make a comp online and them I donate to.
Okay.
I donate. But what happened now? Something come to my mind. I don't know if it's possible I can go like this.
Okay.
You feel like you're Wayne. Wayne can keep something like how Wayne always keep some event and have some more fun coming. It is legal, it's possible.
Yeah. You're talking about like a fundraising event?
Yes, Ratty.
Yeah.
Yes. I always think about it, because fear Godson now.
Christopher.
Andre Stevens.
Oh, okay.
Andre did up on them thing. You know, him have the influence on the crowd. You know what I mean?
Right.
But him down here now, so we have to pray for him and them thing. Because a donation, we want a donation come from any angle, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, too nice, man. Yeah, nice, you know, man.
I mean, man, it's just Jamaica fine, you know, it's just the people. And when we say the people, we are talking the people who wield the power. You know?
Ratty, sometimes tears come on me high, you know, when we see the people, them, man. Tears come on me high, man. Even you, them, say tears come on them high, man. When you see people, them say, boy, Jano. When they do a research on one pot of fish for 7 people in Kingston, rice alone, no meat kind. That can't nice, Ratty.
Right.
That can never nice.
I know. Stuff.
Boy, it hurt, no, man. And let me tell you something. You see 1,700 people for your program. Probably only 4,000 watch. Because right now, me and my wife are watching. Some people on all 4 of them are sitting down and watching and enjoy the program. But once somebody now watching them.
Yeah, no, I try to make that point when I see the numbers. I tell people, you know, YouTube cannot register the amount of eyes watching the device. You know, they can only register the devices tuned into YouTube. But you may have one device and you have 10 people watching it. So, no. But look, thanks for the support. Thanks for the call. And, right, my brother. Right. Big up the family and friends.
Okay, Rattigan frozen.
I can't even big up Starlink. I think I frozen about 2 times.
Yeah. Well, you know, maybe it's a battle. Maybe it's a battle between Verizon and Starlink.
I don't know what's going on now. But I hear Pegasus has entered the building.
Yeah.
Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. You have Isat here and you have Sir Herb here.
You're frozen up.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But go ahead, talk to us.
My question is this: is there a limit by the IRS on donations like Fin Partner made to a foreign government?
No. You mean a donation to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation?
No, I'm talking about the $100,000 consultancy that was paid to the foreign minister.
Yeah, if there's a law against what?
About what's the limit on how much contribution? You know what?
Yeah. Somebody was telling I think it was Herb at one point. Herb and I there's a gentleman who's very familiar with the tax laws, and he was saying that once you go above $100,000, it triggers certain reporting requirements. Just like when you go to the bank and if you put more than 10,000, it triggers some kind of reporting requirement. Or if you do structuring, if they see that, you know, the same person put 9,000, 9,500 every month, then that will trigger some kind of tension on you. So that's the best answer I have for you at this point. But I can always look into it and come back to you.
Will do.
All right. Take care, Trevor.
Good.
All right. Yes. The people. Gentlemen, do you want to go for 30 minutes more and then that's it? Or no? Uh-oh.
You didn't forget my KFC. I'm ready to take my KFC.
Look,
no, absolutely not.
Give us the phone number. We'll call it in for you.
Welcome
time and stay online.
Where are you calling from?
Can you hear me clearly?
Loud and clear, sir.
Yeah, calling from Massachusetts.
Yes, sir.
Must say good night to Isaac. Good night to Herb. good night to Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
One more night.
Same to
one
you.
more night. I could miss this show because it's educational, informative, very entertaining. I'm just gonna make a statement and then I have a question which I think maybe Isaac can answer.
You have to answer. You have to ask him quick, because him same don't want the KFC close.
My statement, Mr. Rattigan. I see this judge. First of all, I must say, I wonder if this judge realized that the diaspora worldwide is watching this case and others. And that statement he made, the way he went about dealing with this case, with regards to your standing, seems, as far as I'm concerned, he has disrespected every member of the diaspora living overseas. I'm a simple adult plate when you about not a lie, not a letter, or 50 cents.
Yeah.
I see you pull back one from Mali.
Yeah.
But I think what should I drive for what is super cat one? I don't know if you ever hear that dub plate and call it racketeering.
No, I don't recall racketeering.
Yes, racketeering them in a racketeering. You should listen, find out that one. Because from what we see, this whole mix-up, even as stated by the judge, where he lost out on his listings there, it's plain racketeering. Because it simply means that this thing was hidden. Private support for this woman going on a national mission. Denial. You get what I'm saying to you? Admission. Slip of the tongue and all these things. Right? So
Right.
it does not look good. And I think you should pursue it because it has merits.
Okay.
My question now for I'm supposed to sleep and I go work later, but I don't miss the show for nothing.
Thank you, sir.
My question now for I think Isaac maybe can shed some light on this because I know he's deeply rooted on especially Jamaican law. Do we have anything in the Constitution presently, or is there any room where there can be something in the Constitution? And I think Herb might want to say something on this too, where we could have amendments which would enable us in cases like these when there are blatant defiling of the laws of this country by, as one of my superiors would I call it, these people have questionable origin, where we could recall them. If we don't have it, we need to have something in the Constitution. When we have so-called politicians like these, and we mean setting the trend now, that this party or any other party after, when they fall short or step out of their bounds like this, we have some way of recalling them out. Shoot them out like a potato cannon. That's my question for Isaac. If we have anything in the Constitution or room in the Constitution, we can make provision for this.
Okay.
Have a good night, Ratty.
All right, thanks.
Usual.
All right, then. Thanks a lot. Isaac, go ahead, please.
I kind of like the way that he put that, I think one of the main reasons that certainly I come on this show week after week is to educate the public so they know that what the power of the vote is. I think you'd have said a million times that certainly in relation to the particular minister that we're talking about, she was not an elected official but an appointed official.
Hello?
Hold on 1 second, please, caller.
It would simply mean that the power to remove certainly a minister like that would be the way you vote in the next election. So the purpose of you, and I'm just using this to say that because I never had the opportunity to answer the other gentleman who was coming before, that litigation, is to open the eyes of the public. And sometimes, and I'll just say this, 2,000 and plus years ago, Jesus ended up on the cross. Even Pontius Pilate had passed the buck. If I'm wrong, I think it's something, so it did go. And he ended up on the cross. So judgment sometimes, as it is passed down, may not be what you want, and it doesn't mean that I don't believe for a second, and I know Herb would have said what he said. I don't believe for a second that the judge ruling was blatantly misplaced or whatever. I'm not defending anything, and I have read the judgment. I know that it is ripe for appeal, and that is what is important. And when dealing with the law, emotions are of zero value when dealing with important issues. So I'm not minimizing anything, but to say that when it comes to the political arena, save and accept that they are trying to extend the life of a gonna be cute. Let me just leave that alone. They're trying to extend the life of their tenure as government. But the people have a duty to themselves, have a duty to diaspora who contributes to them, to recognize that people can't just tell you anything and do anything and you accept it. So the Constitution is so clear in terms of how somebody is elected, how somebody is appointed, how many senators there are, 13 for the government and 8 for the opposition. And apparently you hear the Prime Minister and the other ministers are saying that the opposition is why we can't fight crime, when they are the ones who promise to have your windows and things open and all of that. I'm raising all of this to say that the Constitution as it is right now has already made provisions, and if you're unhappy with your representation, whether elected or appointed, you simply exercise your vote. If people give you $20,000 for your vote, you still can go buy some KFC and vote for who you want to vote for after. So vote buying is not even an issue. If they want to buy my vote and give me $20,000, I'm still going to vote for who I want to vote for. That's a part of independence, and that's the only power that the citizen has. But I'm going to commend you, Mr. Rattigan, that had you not bring this claim, and it is far from frivolous or vexatious, the public would have never understood what it is to be rallying and to be currying favor and to be doing things that is just downright immoral. And that is my opinion, which I'm free to keep. And so we have to continue pushing to opening the eyes of the public that is not just a vote every 5 years. And it's not about just nice roads and beautiful speaking and the color orange and the color green. It's also about the future of our kids. Some of the things that needs to change, we won't be alive when that change comes. And we're so far behind that we're missing that. So I'm not going to overspeak on that, but I hope I answered the gentleman's question to say the power of the vote and you need to exercise it. That's it.
All right, let me take this call. Caller, thanks for being patient. Where are you calling from? And good night.
Good night. I just want to speak to you off the air. Quick question, please.
Okay, all right, fine. We're going to close down in about 24 minutes, and then you can call me, all right?
Good night in the Bronx.
All right, then. No problem.
Thank you.
All right. Let me just address something in the chat. Oh goodness. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason, Ms. Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Washington, D.C.
Yes, the nation's capital. Go ahead, please.
Let me just address something in the chat.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, ma'am. Talk to me.
I have a question for you.
Yes, go ahead with the question, please.
Yes, I'm from
Clarendon.
Clarendon.
Turn off our camera or video or audio or device.
From Clarendon.
No, ma'am, could you turn down the device you're listening to?
Oh, okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Wait a minute, I'm turning it off.
Okay.
I'm turning it off. Yes, that's going to tell you what I'm trying. I'm trying. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Yes, go ahead with the question, please.
Yes. I want to ask a question. Isn't it a conflict of interest for the Prime Minister's wife to be the Speaker of the House?
No.
Is that the question? The answer is no. The answer is no. And it's based on there's nothing in the Constitution, there's no law prohibiting that. We may think that we may have our opinion as to whether or not it should be that way, But the way the law is written right now, the way the Constitution is, there's nothing that would prohibit the Prime Minister's wife from being the Speaker of the House. In fact, there's nothing prohibiting the Prime Minister, I think, from making his wife the Deputy Prime Minister either. And Mr. Isaac can, he can comment on that.
Okay.
All right.
And another one.
Yes.
I am watching these programs from the other day, and I noticed that they say the Integrity Commission had sent something to the House of Parliament. Why they don't release it?
All right. What they did was they sent their annual report, and they indicated that there were 6 parliamentarians, and I forgot the number. I think like more than 24 civil servants under investigation, but they did not name the names. So at this point, the names have not been provided to Parliament. Once the names have been provided, I think at that point the Integrity Commission will announce that they have which as they did with the former Speaker Marissa Dalrymple, and I think they did the same thing with Mr. I think Beverly, the former junior minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. So they'll make the announcement, and then we'll go from there. Then we will see what the Parliament is going to do with the report containing the names. But as of right now, those people are under investigation, and there's a gag order that it speaks to investigation. It says once the Integrity Commission is investigating persons, then they cannot speak about it. No one can speak about that investigation, who's under investigation, until the investigation has been, buttoned up, until it's completed. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. So they finished with the parliamentary secretary in the Ministry of Education.
Now tune in next week, because you're talking about Dr. Grace McNeil, right? The one who the money went missing. Well, it didn't go missing. They disbursed the funds to an agency, and apparently they shouldn't have. And they said that she's personally responsible for disbursing like 11 million. It happened on her watch, essentially what they're saying, and they're saying that she should pay it back. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. Tune in next week. Next week we're gonna expose the whole investigation going on with what with her case, and what should be done.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Take care of yourself, and thanks for calling.
Yes, sir.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. There's something. Somebody, I have to address this in the chat room. Somebody said that. Caller, hold 1 second, please. Let me just explain this point. In the chat room, they said that, yes, St. Alburn Monroe said that some blogger, YouTuber said that I'm not a Jamaican because I gave up being a Jamaican when I joined the FBI. Mr. Monroe, that is incorrect. And here's why it's incorrect. It's incorrect because Jamaica recognizes dual citizenship. The US government does not, but Jamaica does. Jamaica says if you were born in Jamaica, you could go to Mars and become a citizen of Mars. You're still a Jamaican citizen unless you renounce. And to renounce, I don't know if you listened to the program earlier, but Ambassador Samba was saying to renounce your Jamaican citizenship. It's not as simple as just filling out a form. My understanding is that it has to go through if you're overseas, it has to go through the embassy, and then it has to go through the Ministry of National Security. And there's a whole process for that. And also, she mentioned that in order to renounce your citizenship, you must show that there's a country that's willing to accept you. Well, in my case, that wouldn't be a problem. However, for me to renounce, I would have to go through the process. I have not gone through that process, and I have no intention of going through that process. So, for example, and here is a test of whether or not I'm Jamaican. I can take my birth certificate right now and apply for a passport. I have a passport, but it's expired. But I can apply to get my passport renewed. And they have to give it to me. Not me, or if them feel like. They have to give me that passport because I'm Jamaican. So I hope that answers your question. I hope that clears it up for a lot of people saying that, oh, well, but since you're an FBI, then you can't be Jamaican. No. The U.S. government would say, well, we don't recognize dual citizenship. So you've renounced your prior citizenship and now you're an American. But Jamaica says the opposite. Jamaica is like Cuba. They said once you're here, once you were born here, right, or you acquire your citizenship, you just don't give it up by being being a citizen of another country. So for all the people who are concerned about my Jamaican citizenship, I am still a Jamaican. I will not renounce my Jamaican citizenship. So until the day I die, I will remain Jamaican. I will remain true to the flag. I will remain true to the creed. I will remain true to the people. So that's where we are. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from? Hello?
Am I on the line?
Yes, you're on the line.
Oh, I'm calling from North Carolina.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. You have a question?
Well, just want to change discussion in another direction.
Where do you want to go?
An empowerment economic program for the people of Jamaica.
I'll tell you what. Why don't you call me back next week? Because it sounds like this is going to be a very involved discussion.
No, not at all.
Not at all, meaning you don't want to call me back next week, or it's not going to be involved?
Well, I've been trying for the past 2 months.
To call me?
Yes, and you said that you let Herb go and look at the program and you guys will discuss it.
Okay. That's the economic, I tell you what, didn't you write a book?
That's the one I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. Now I know who I'm talking to.
Right.
I know who I'm talking to. All right.
So
is the book on
you said
Amazon?
Herb is the man to look at it.
Is the book on
and
Amazon?
Then you guys will discuss it.
No,
and then
is the book on Amazon?
No, it's on Barnes and Noble.
And it's not
I text you. I will text you again. Okay.
All right. Text me the thing. Herb, we have to make this a plan. We have to go look at this book and look at the plan and see, and then present it to the Jamaican people. By the way, sir, have you ever made a proposal to the Jamaican government regarding this plan?
Well, the program is for the people of Jamaica and not for the government.
But how is it going to be implemented?
But when you read it, you'll understand what it's all about.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. Well, look, I promise you, I'm going to try and get the book this week. And if I don't get it, Herb is gonna get it, and we're gonna scour through it, and then when you call next week, we'll have a discussion.
Exactly.
All right. Thank you for calling.
All right.
Sir. All right.
Take care.
Be well. Bye-bye. We have 14 minutes to go. Isaac wants to get his
Look, I was going to say this with regards to the gentleman who said you need to stop what you're doing because it can't work. Keeping people accountable means that you've got to track what they do, you got to validate what they do, and you got to let them know they're doing well or that they're messing up. And I think it's good that we're doing what we're doing and the way we're doing it. And if we were to back off, then unless ISAT's going to start a program of his own and get some other attorneys involved or anything like this, we just don't see that. We saw the need before. And when we saw the need, we said we would do this. And I'm happy to be working with all of you guys. Right?
All right.
I want my KFC when I come to Jamaica. That's it.
Yeah, guys, that's to take us out.
You get your own box, because we don't share out of the same box. But I just want to say this, but this is irony. If any one of you in the diaspora right now, any white person over there ever given an award for anything, for tying shoelace, Jamaica owning us so quick, and you will get a national honor. Whether OD or OJ, just make when Joe Biden the president of the United States, I don't know. the white man over there. Make him ever call Mr. Rattigan and say, Mr. Rattigan, we owe you everything. Your investigating skills and security is so much. Take this medal, the purple one with the thing where we say Obama give all the black people. Make you ever get one. You make the front page and the Prime Minister himself is going to say, Rattigan, our son, our citizen of Jamaica.
There you go.
Here in Waterhouse, I went to Meadowbrook High School. He's one of us. Meadowbrook gonna give you an award. Waterhouse gonna name Rattigan House. It's gonna change and so all of you in the diaspora, when you turn judge, when you do something, if you find a cure for cancer, when you could have there Afghanistan, when you could have there on the Gaza Strip, Jamaica go own you. So I reject this nonsense about people in the diaspora now not talk. Yeah? And I'm still wrapping my mind over it. Is it that we can quote from dance? Is Buju Banton a dancehall artist? You can quote dancehall artists? I don't know. I'm so confused. I need some care.
All right. Hold on, caller. Go ahead. Welcome.
Hello?
Where are you calling from? Yes, caller. Go ahead, please.
I'm calling from New York. Greetings, Mr. Rattigan, Herb, and
Isat.
Okay, listen. You realize that it's not too late for Minister Kamina to just go and declare it and say, I forgot. Do you realize that with all of what's going on, she still has that choice?
No, she doesn't have that choice. It's too late.
Why?
Because she put in her signed sworn affidavit that she did not receive a gift and she did not receive a benefit.
But I'm saying, just a question. I'm not saying it's really a question. Doesn't she still have, could she still not just say, you know what, Mr. Rattigan, I've looked at everything. You are correct, and I am correct in my mistake. Is that possibility available to her? Because
no, here's what.
Think about it, you know.
No, caller. Here's why. Here's why.
Wrong and strong.
No, here's why I'm saying it's too late. One is when we started out down this road months ago, she said that my allegations were baseless, untrue, and defamatory.
Have no standing.
Right. Then remember now, she went after that and she did a signed sworn affidavit saying that she didn't get any gift, she didn't get any benefit.
I've been paying close attention.
Listen to me. No, listen to me. And just this week, she said that she's justified in what she said earlier.
I heard it.
So it's hard for her now to go back and say, you know what, I made a mistake, I need to get a fight.
But Mr. Rattigan, isn't that what life is all about? When you make a mistake, you admit it, and you rectify it, and you move on. What is she going to achieve with this wrong and strong attitude? Don't you see that every day it is just eating away and eroding at her character? When all she had, remember, this is why I'm asking.
Hold on a second. But hold on a second.
Is it possible?
Yeah,
is it
I know.
available? Is this solution available to her for her to say, you know what? I am wrong. I have corrected it. And do you realize that I am going to go and declare it? I'm going to pay the taxes on what needs to be paid in Jamaica. Solution. Is that not still a solution?
But let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Think about how people would perceive her after if she did that. Because they would say, wait a minute now. You started out saying you didn't do anything. You continued saying you didn't do anything. Yeah, but her reputation would be that. I mean,
all right then. All I'm saying to you is this: isn't it better? And isn't that what life is all about?
I agree with you.
Learning from your wrong and admitting when you're wrong and moving on with your life.
No, I agree with you that she should have done this months ago, and she can still.
But my question to you, Mr. Rattigan, it is never too late to do the right thing. What is stopping her?
Well, I think we need to ask her that.
And I'm saying to you, when you are there talking, make that appeal to her, because maybe all of the idiots that are advising her have not said to her, listen, stop with this wrong and strong attitude. You are getting nowhere. It is showing your lack of character, your lack of thoughtfulness.
Let me ask you a question.
Square it off.
Yeah, let me ask you, if let's say she showed up and she said, you know what, I'm sorry about it. I'm gonna make the change. Should we then drop the lawsuit and then should whoever's going to invest?
No. You start this up now, you drive the train. You can't stop the train in the middle of the track. Do what you need to do. All I'm saying to you is This is the attitude why the corruption is so rampant. It's like an antibacterial fungus in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
This is the problem. They do not want to admit when they are wrong.
All right, Art, I'll ask you this, right? And then I have to go leave you because I have Patrick on the line.
I know.
But let me ask you, do you think that you say what she should do?
Yes.
But based on what you know about the situation and what you know about politicians in Jamaica and power and privilege, do you think she'll ever do that?
Yes, I would recommend that she does it. It's good for the soul. It's going to give her inner peace.
All right. Well, I tell you what.
Older and older.
All right.
This is going to be the thing that she is known for.
All right. Caller, I tell you what. Just before we go, you have the floor. Make the plea to her. Let me hear you make the plea to her.
Okay. This is an advisory to Minister Kamina Johnson. Clean your soul. Confession is good for the soul. Come clean. You made a mistake. You got caught. Every day that you get up and you do not rectify this thing, it is going to be your undoing. This is what you are going to be remembered for historically in the books. This is how people are going to remember you. You still have a choice. Correct your mistake and move on with your life. Okay, Mr. Rattigan.
All right. Thank you so much. Take care, Patrick. On the line.
Oh, Mr. Rattigan, just one other thing. People are calling in about getting the money to you for the account. You need to tell some people who do not have a bank account that they can buy a money order.
Yeah, they're gonna have to
have to set it up that way, Mr. Rattigan.
All right, I tell you what you do.
People don't have money.
You know people.
Bank account.
You know people up there with money who don't have a bank account and they want to buy a money order. You know people up in New York like that.
Yes, and I'm saying.
All right, I'm coming up to New York next week. So what you do is line them up.
Make that option available to people because look at the lady calling for you from Jamaica.
Right.
Chances are they don't have a bank account, and maybe it's quite possible. I don't know what the procedure is, and these are the things we have to find out. If you need to give us, listen, we need to do a campaign and get this thing going and get the money that you need to get the thing going.
All right.
If you can get all of the money that you need at once, Mr. Rattigan, my recommendation is this. If you have to file a lawsuit and you need X amount of dollar, tell us.
All right.
Also, we can come on
and
everybody can get a little bit and then you get the money and you can go and start that lawsuit.
You know what?
You need another amount to go and start another lawsuit. That is probably how you're going to have to approach it because all of the money is not coming in at once. So the amount of money that you need for one case, let us know.
You know what? That's a good idea.
Before this lady leaves, can't she say my name? Her voice is so sweet.
No, we can send you the money. You can get the thing started.
Mr. Isaac said he wants you to say his name, please.
I love our voice.
You can forget about the KFC and start promoting some items. All
right, Paula, thank you so much.
Gentlemen, listen,
let me run.
Peace, love, and blessing. But Mr. Rattigan, we have to do a campaign to get this thing starting, to get the money coming in.
Yeah. All right.
Whatever means necessary. So
all right.
We have to get the different options available to people.
I will.
Depending on their needs. Those who don't have the bank account, we have to create an option for them, Mr. Rattigan.
All right. Look, take care of yourself. I'll see you in New York this week. All right?
I will, and same to all of you.
All right. Take care now. Be well.
Have a good night.
Yes, sir. Good night. Patrick, go ahead. Talk to me. Thank you. Thank you for being patient.
A very interesting call. But this call is really to double down on what? Well, good night, Isaac and Herb. This call is really to double down on what Herb has said.
Okay.
I mean, in Jamaica, the media, as far as investigative journalism is concerned, is not doing a good job. And programs like these has to be continued. I mean, I must commend her for his resoluteness in saying that we have to hold these people to account, and the local media, to me, because they get their monies from advertisement and sponsorship. You know, I don't think that, I think based on listening to the media in Jamaica, a lot of them are compromised. So programs like these who are not getting monies from these sponsors who have to say what they wanted to say because they are going to withdraw their sponsorship. It has to go on. And as ISAT says, this program is educating the public. And there's no way under the sun these types of programs should stop, because we the people here recognize the value of it and we support it wholeheartedly. And to hold these officials to account, the local media is not gonna do it. I can maybe ISAC can attest to that. So programs like these, and that is why he himself has to have to be on programs like these.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just encouraging all and sundry who have programs like these. I mean, lonesome program, Tavares. It has to continue.
All right.
Because our local media is woefully lacking with doing investigative journalism and holding officials to account. They're not. So, you know, I know you're closing off now, so that is really my piece. So thanks for listening.
All right, thanks.
And respect to all of you gentlemen.
Yeah.
Isaac, Herb, and yourself, Mr. Rattigan.
All right, thanks. So we'll be in touch. All right, this is the last call for this program coming up right now. Caller, welcome to Reason, Mr. Rattigan. You have the distinction of being the last call that we're going to take before we close off. So, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Atlanta. I'm sorry to be beating up on you so much.
All right, go ahead, brethren. No problem.
You know, I carry Reason Rattigan on Sourcebone website www.sourcebone.com.
Right.
And right now I'm recording this evening session because I do radio, you know, every morning for 1 hour in New York, and I'm putting it on the radio all week long. I might only pay 1 hour at a time, but it's going out. You understand me?
I do.
So right now I am recording for this evening because I'm recording while I'm watching.
Okay.
All right, and I also have you up there on the YouTube. So once you go to Sourcebone, they can watch different programs so you can go from one to the next.
Much appreciated, my brother. Yeah.
www.sourcebone.com. Over and out.
Sourcebone, take care of yourself. Big up. Big up.
Okay.
All right.
So, all right, folks.
Thinking about the chicken.
It was a chicken bone, right? All the people asking when am I coming to New York? Just send me a message on the phone here. I'll check it out tomorrow, and then I'll we can arrange to meet someplace. I might place that, you know. So I'm looking forward to meeting all of you. So let's see if we can make that happen. And tonight at midnight, relax with the Rebel, some smooth jazz. People asking for Isaac to show, but I don't know if Isaac can make it because Isaac go in bed after this program. Can I forget him? So that's where we go. With
I'm in my pajamas from now.
How about Thunder? Let me call about now. We'll call about that. Yeah. So again, I just want to thank everybody for tuning in. I hope that you found the program to be informative and educational and inspiring and revealing, because the topics I thought were carefully, you know, they were carefully chosen. I trust that you know, you feel the same way that we do about them, and that's one of the things that we try to do every week. We try to bring things that are topical. We don't come and, you know, talk about who's sleeping with who, and no, we come and try to educate the people, much like a lot of the YouTubers do. Most of them do exactly what and their intentions are noble. And so we have to keep it in that spirit. I'm just thankful that I'm surrounded by great people like Isat and Sir Herb, because they keep me grounded. I don't think I could have gotten this far without them and without the support of all of you and the prayers of all of you. So I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. And don't worry about me and the lawsuit, because the lawsuit is not about me. It's bigger than me. It's about all of us, right? And here Isaac just saying, don't understand how, you know, we're not Jamaicans, but when we get a big award in America, you know, we get the Purple Heart or we do this or something, they say, yeah, Jamaican born, and them, you know, them claim us. But when it comes to we saying that we want to have a stake in Jamaica, we want to figure out what's going on with the politics and the corruption and all that, no, that's where they draw the line. So The appeal is in the works. Let me just say that because people have been writing to me and asking me, and imploring me, begging me not to give up, to just go ahead. But I cannot give up. That's not my nature. I just cannot give up. So, again, thank you for the support. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll catch up with you tomorrow. Tonight I'll be on. Tonight I'll be doing Relax with the Rebel. But tomorrow, Herb and I will be. Oh, by the way, Isaac, I don't know if you're available, but the host that he asked me to ask you to come on. I think it's a topic within your purview, and he was asking me if you'd come on. If you're available at 4:00 tomorrow afternoon. Wait a minute, it's 3:00 now, Herb. Am I correct?
No, it's still 4:00.
Last week he did it at 3.
He did that 3.
Yeah, because when I came on 4, I was
the advertisers. We can say 3:00, and if people come on early, then
right,
just hang out.
Right. So tomorrow, Herb and I will be on, and hopefully Isaac will join us at on Waterhouse Vibes, and then at 7:00 we'll be on Wayne Lonesome's regularly scheduled town hall meeting, and it's going to be hot because Jamaica is just content rich. I mean, you don't have to look for anything every day. That things just jump out at you. So again, gentlemen, in the parting words.
Yes, Wednesday night, we have that program with the Northeast Diaspora. We're going to be talking about good governance. About 4 or 5 different speakers, and it should be on Make We Talk, which is our good friends program. So Make We Talk Wednesday night at 7 p.m. We should be carrying the Northeast Diaspora's good governance program. So I should be on that. Ratty, we probably should have gotten you on that, but we get you on the next one.
No problem.
They're coming back with the very good show about the Constitution.
Constitution. Yeah, I was watching it. Yeah.
We need ISAT to be on that one. So,
right.
Because there's a demand for follow-up. I mean, they were going crazy that we cut the program. Yeah. So we can do that. And this is an example of someone that the government selected to represent them in the Northeast. And she's not following the script. When she first got appointed, she came on our program here.
That's Michelle, yeah.
Michelle Toller Neal. Mm-hmm. And we told her, hey, we can't deal with people talking the talk and walking the walk in lockstep with the government. And she promised us she would not do that. And she has kept her word. So, hey, big up to Michelle. And
big up yourself, Michelle. Isat, your parting words, sir.
Yeah, man. I just want to reiterate, self-defense is very important, and I hope that people understand their rights. Do not let people take advantage of you and the people that you love, because Jamaica is a high crime society and the government has failed to provide defense for you, the citizen. As well, I maintain that notwithstanding the judgment from Justice Staple that the justice system works, and people need to remember that. And in pressing on where litigation is, it is a term of art, and it's going to be exciting times in the courts of appeal. Who think that a 9-day wonder is happening? Yeah, boots are strapping up and the army is unleashing. And those who felt like they had a good sleep this week will be annoyed like chink in bed. Yes. I'm gonna leave it at that. And whether I'm the worst lawyer in Jamaica or one of the worst lawyers, or whether I should be disbarred and how people feel because they don't have law degrees, it's fine. But litigation is nice. Courtroom is nice. And the law is a jealous mistress. So just stay tuned and continue to contribute the little that you have to the one Jamaica Legal Defense
Foundation.
Thank you, Foundation. It's Kevin gone, so it's not on the ticker, but every mickle make a muckle, and believe me, I promise you, everything that is being done, I know that it is done of God, and divine intervention is that. And the powers that be will never ever be bigger than God. And I equate that with God with justice. So I'm not worried. Just watch and stay tuned. It's a nice soap opera. That's me. I need my KFC.
All right.
Sure. All right.
Folks, we'll see you tonight. Well, I'll see you on the radio, as they used to say. And then tomorrow, Waterhouse Vibes and Wayne Lonesome's program. So if you're a Saturday viewer, then I'll see you next week, Saturday. But I'm hoping and praying and trusting that you'll visit us tonight and tomorrow as well. So until then, take care of yourself. Be well. Gentlemen, pleasure as usual.
Both of you. Stay